Lucci.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he played probably about 6 months ago.
I know it's been a long time.
He's only playing Warzone now
Yeah.
and Delta
Oh,
Force.
are there more?
Yeah.
Oh shoot.
It's
Hold on, I gotta go.
They crossed over.
I gotta go, dude. GG's.
People in malls.
Nice meeting you.
GG's. Yep.
Ultra One, be advised. A squad of operators is near your location.
LTV.
Hey.
Say hi. There's someone around me.
Okay, I'm coming.
That's all you're getting.
We'll drop a plate box too in a second here for us.
Daddy got a string.
Kind of any box actually. I need to drop both.
Got some type of cash today, dear buddy.
Wait,
Just
first.
waiting. There's a guy in mall. There's a guy in mall somewhere.
Here's a mini.
Under us. Player under us.
All right.
Ready?
Is the bot shooting us? What the heck?
I don't think so. That'd be crazy. I thought for sure you're shooting.
Somebody's prox chatting.
Okay.
Oh, I see him on the roof of the mall.
Okay.
Knocked him. That side right there.
Let's try to do a hop up really quick.
Hey, 1100. We hit 1100 likes.
Alright, I'm pinching with you.
1100 in less than 3 hours is nuts.
What time is it?
On this side. Knock.
Oh, down there. Nice knock. Good stuff. Was that the gas mask dude?
Yeah, there's still a ranger default against him. I think he might be under this elevator. Oh yeah, he called it back down. That wasn't me.
Look at Ishi. This guy's Italian. Oh, you off back up. Arrivederci, signore. Not tu.
Hey, GG's, much love.
Vattene, signore.
Me too, man. Oh, they're so nice. I'm sure that's all.
No.
No? No?
No.
Oh,
Not very nice.
okay.
Oh, he's a lovely voice.
Enemy operators near your location.
Oh.
I'm hit!
Quabba with the $100, as we all know you love SpongeBob. Maybe more than you would like to admit. Oh no, dude, it's definitely my favorite cartoon, I think. Definitely. And your lover Star Wars like myself, but what about Spaceballs? Dude, you know what? Spaceballs, for some reason, I've only seen clips. I tried watching it. Oh, that was Italian. I understood everything you were saying, yeah.
Okay. Potentially cheater high rise. Might have to go investigate.
Okay. Bringing a lot of Europeans
Cool
today.
Jeep skin.
So yeah, Spaceballs I haven't watched. Spaceballs 2's coming out. I did not know that. Bringing the pizza party at the morning's back. Sorry, not so. All right, Wobble the Hut with the $100 super chat. Thank you, dude. But I'll have to watch Spaceballs. I'll add that to the list, and then yeah, SpongeBob. Go to TV show. Go to TV show. I think it's still like well, I guess I haven't recently, but not too long ago I'd occasionally watch a SpongeBob episode. They're funny, man. They're funny. They're good. They're good. Really good fun. Thank you again for the $100 super.
Ultra One, enemy threat is moderate in the AO.
Soccer's the
here for
king.
yourself really
Yes,
quick.
I agree. Okay. Loyalty with the 2 months is that sponge Boba Fett to you, sir. Is that a Spaceball reference? Or am I missing? So I feel like I'm missing a reference. Is it a SpongeBob reference I'm missing? No, it's a, yeah, it is. It's like, isn't that when Patrick's like, what does he say? It was talking to Sandy. He's like, it's Dr. Professor Patrick to you, something like that. Givers. Oh, dude, I totally. I'm sorry, I'm not locked in.
Marking self-revive.
Question for you over here.
Let's go. Heli? Player heli.
Thank you guys. I was not locked in.
Nope, AI. Sorry.
The one with the $20 says Spaceballs. I feel it's in the same genre as Monty Python Holy Grail, which I have seen.
Is
Hot
they
Shot.
looking right at us? They are.
Hot Shot. I see. I
Nice
see.
stealth. And they don't have a UAV.
I think you want for the $20 as well.
Ultra One, you've got hostile reinforcements incoming.
Crack.
Nice. Like my favorite scene from Monty Python. It's probably when they're crossing the bridge. And the guy's like, oh, you have to answer these questions or you'll be thrown off the bridge or whatever. I forget exactly that one. It's been so long since I've seen it. And then everyone's really scared, but they make the first guy go, and he's just like, what is your favorite, what's your favorite color? And the guy's like, blue? He's like, yes, you shall pass. And then the next guy goes up, what's your favorite color? And he's like, green, no, blue. And then he just dies.
Illusion?
That was hilarious. Jay with $4.99 as well. Thank you, Jay. He says, hello, Star Wars. If you can name a weakness installed in Vader's suit and one other Sith Lord who was also Jedi Master in the past. 2 gifteds. His suit was vulnerable to the Force electricity, whatever you call it, that Palpatine would do. And then another Sith Lord who was also a Jedi Master in the past, Count Dooku.
I didn't see anyone, but it doesn't mean anything.
Nor do I. There's a bag. Maybe you just disconnect
Okay.
it.
No, it's a different guy than the one I knocked. Oh, okay, channel 7. They ran to channel 7.
Once you have a right shield,
2
looks.
people beyond that vent.
I'll parachute. You can stay sniping. See if they do anything, maybe.
Okay.
They might try shooting at me and looks off to the left.
Running away a little bit. Still running. There might still be someone behind that vent.
Ultra
Okay.
One, this is actual. Intel
Make
shows
this
a
please
warning
get
All I can do really is
Miss.
watch for you.
Pyro is active in your
Go
area.
good.
He's got a bounty
Alright, I'll
on
come
his
now.
head if you want it.
It's gonna be cool because I am cool. This guy.
Got one.
Killing operators will mark you as
I'll be there in 10 seconds.
What up, bro?
I'm getting shot behind right now.
There's a 3-point stealth up here for you. I don't see the other guy. I swear there was 2.
I could have swore, yeah.
Right here.
I swore I saw more down.
Jay, thank you for the 2 gifteds. You know who's there he is. You know who's really good with Star Wars trivia?
No, you're good. You're good.
Well, I'm not terrible, but my brother, dude, he's big Star Wars fan. Big. You have a large bag? You do. Okay, I'll grab this one.
Can I get a pickup, big boy? Our third is exfilling right now. You can see the exfil chopper.
Is he? We might just go duo though. The 2 of us. The GG's, guys.
just
One,
get two
operators
of
is near
us.
your location and
We
requesting
can make her
There's something
try.
green on here, and I don't know what it is.
I'm just watching to make sure that guy exfils. It's in the chopper still.
It's this shit. I'm watching this dude for. What the fuck? What the hell? I'm so confused. Why was it playing somebody else's stream? Oh, that's why. What the fuck? The fuck? Well, that was stupid. Stupid. I should actually change. I'm not signed up there. Stream management. that sounds good.
It's not too high. You can actually turn it up just a little bit more. Got a full battery. Nice. Look at it. Over there. The ball. Somewhere around there. Hold on. Get out. Get out. Oh, well, it's done. Don't eat it. Don't eat it. Don't eat it. Okay. Idiot. You better not eat the damn ball. Alright, let's see where we was at. Let's continue to do what we was doing when I was doing it. You heard me? Now I gotta get Jeff toxic ass.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Only one team wins this. Try to make it yours.
I fucking hate Spider-Man, bro.
Try to make it last. This goes on line. You can still turn this around. You're in the lead now. Try to make it last.
Come on, this fucking nigga, bro. Sweaty ass Spider-Man, bro. I don't get why my shit keeps turning off.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Only one team wins this. Try to make it yours. You're in the lead now. Try to make it last.
drown in my wake.
Yo, what the fuck is up with my
The
fucking
battle
shit,
starts
man?
in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Camera keeps stops
Only
working.
one team
I
wins
don't know why.
this. Try to make it yours. You're in the lead now. Try to make it last. You're in the lead now. Try to make it last. Oh yeah, look at this.
Fucking bitch.
Us against the world. Green will stand with you.
성공할 시간.
What the fuck, man?
We are undefeatable.
Tremble before fast!
Come on.
Behold that child.
shall be left to drown in my wake.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Only one team wins this. Try to make it yours. You're in the lead now. Try to make it
Bitch.
Like the tide, Namor always rises again.
Ghost.
us against the world. Shields up.
My battle has only just begun.
The moon haunts you.
My strength is returning.
The moon.
My battle has only just begun. Attack them! Away!
Let the devil out.
Come from behind. Still turn this around. You're in the lead now. Try to make it back.
The moon haunts you.
Those who oppose me shall be left to drown in my wake.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Only one team wins this. Try to make it yours.
Wash your hands of the war. My battle has only just begun. Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Extermination! Tremble before fast! I'll fight to end the darkness that's...
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2,
Happy birthday!
1. Only one team wins this. Try to make it yours. You're in the lead now. Try to make it last. This comes from behind, but you can still turn this around. You're in the lead now. Try to make it last.
I've always wanted to know. Maximum pulse!
What are you aiming at?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Only one team wins this. Try to make it yours. They've come from behind, but you can still turn this around. They've come from behind, but you can still turn this around.
The stakes just got raised. Slice and dice. Takes a lot. Slice and dice. The moon haunts you.
I am ready to put on a show.
Tremble before fast! The hunt is on. Takes a lot Tremble before fast!
Well, you can't expect them all.
Alright, let's see what we about to use. I'm gonna try this one now. I don't use
Are you ready to hunt?
Scared
The
of him.
battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Only one team wins this. Try to make it yours.
Enemies beware.
Leave now.
The
Try to make
Panther
it
is
last.
on the prowl.
Listen, nerd. Let's try something different.
Damn, what the fuck is that?
I still have some hunt left in me. My justice is mess with the amazing Spider-Man! Again, my ancestors are watching. Powerful healing. Like a blessing from past. Let's clobber and die! It's like a heart-shaped herb. Tremble before fast! We are only given so many chances to shine.
I am ready to put on a show!
Again,
We gotta have this
my
sensitivity
ancestors
on
are
this
watching.
nigga.
It belongs to Wakanda. My soul shall not rest yet. Dangerous! With the amazing Spider-Man!
Okay, guys.
The jolly I can wait. The hunt is not over.
You're in the lead now.
Like the heart-shaped we are only given so many chances to shine. Behold the god of thunder! Supernova! This is real!
Ready to put on a show!
Well, you can't expect them all.
Got to. Last name got to. Thank you, Millie, for following me. Sorry, I fucking wasn't paying attention to the screen. My camera keeps cutting off. I don't know why. Let's try,
The battle starts in 5, 4,
I don't know.
3, 2, 1.
Please don't spam my chat
Only
with,
one team
you know,
wins this.
Discord,
Try to
add me
make
on
it yours.
Discord and all that other shit.
I always return.
Fight your sister, Thor! Fight your sister, Thor! Oh, it's gonna die.
I may return.
You're in the lead now. Try to make it last.
You crossed my path.
You got it, buddy. You got it. You got it. You got it. You got it.
You can still turn this around.
I'll make for them in hell.
I am ready to put on a show.
Tell me that didn't work. Bullshit.
The horrors I'll make for them in hell.
Banda. Fuck.
I am returned to claim what is mine.
Pulse charge, fire!
Damn.
I always return.
Fuck out of here, bitch.
Behold the god of thunder!
The double.
I am ready to put on a show.
Damn, you really gotta snap with her, man. She does mad damage, but she just doesn't have really good fast attacks. Who the fuck is Jupiter? Who the fuck could I use? Kinda wanna try her because I never use her.
And storm. Hear my command.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Only one team wins this. Try to make it yours.
Oh, what the fuck is that?
The wind will only blow stronger.
You cannot withstand my
So fucking slow, man. Sucks against Spider-Man. Let me switch him up for anymore. Man, where the fuck she just come from? Ah, man, this fucking Spider-Man sucks dick. Fucking hate fighting this nigga, bro.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! Some judge, jury, executioner!
Sweaty ass characters, bro. stink, bitch. What up?
Maximum pulse! Tremble before fast! 气贯长虹
Well, you can't see them all.
Only thing I could think of is Scarlet Witch. She's a good counter for a lot of them. She's just really fucking weak.
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world, but it does help.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Only one team wins this. Try to make it yours. They come from behind, but you can still turn this around.
I already hear this bitch ass nigga Spider-Man going sweaty as fuck.
You're in the lead now. Try to make it last.
He didn't even touch nobody. Ah, funny. Come on, man. You're supposed to fucking help me, bitch.
I'm Hulk.
Come on, man. Fucking help.
Amazing Spider-Man! Don't mess with the Amazing Spider-Man!
Wow. I walked right into that one.
Double out!
Well, you can't expect them all.
Can't do shit about that there, buddy.
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world, but it does help.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2,
A gypsy. She's a fucking gypsy.
One team wins this. Try to make it yours.
Man.
I won't make the same mistakes again.
Fuck. Damn, bro. Fuck.
I am ready to put on a show.
Damn.
I won't make the same mistakes
I
again.
am Groot! Armed and dangerous!
Fate isn't sealed yet.
don't give a fuck.
Fate isn't sealed yet.
I am ready to hit.
My fate isn't sealed yet.
Yeah. Oh my god, no! They fucking keep stopping me, bro. What the fuck?
Chaos control. I won't make the
Only
same
60
mistake.
seconds left.
Chaos always prevails.
Never go around with a free ball.
It's the grand finale.
Grace us with victory.
This keep catching me with that shit. Oh my god, again. Couldn't even get that one fucking kill with that fucking ultimate. Fuck you, Scarlet bitch. Alright, fuck that. I'm going to the other one. Oh, that's what I gotta do. I gotta order my new mic and soundboard. I'm gonna do that right now, actually. Teemo ass shit. I don't want no damn Teemo. That mic, I need a better mic than that, man. I need a good soundboard. with the extended arm. Like an extended arm. See this one right here, yeah, this is looking good. TikTok shop, fuck you. Headphones you gotta get yourself. What are you talking about? What is that? Preserve gear up, fireways, using smoke tank for strategy, continue moving accomplish impossible.
Mess with the best, die like the rest.
Looks like I'm gonna have to go to Amazon because this ain't that. These cheap ass $23 fucking shit is fucking no. Definitely not. I need an adjustable microphone that I could move around. Not some shit that's just gonna sit on my desk, and I gotta talk to it like this. I need that shit so I can push it over here and yo. Amazon.com. I feel like all these cheap ones is just like fucking not good. Like for real, like I don't know what to do. Like I should just go for the $100 and some change, you know? Alright, you know, before we do that, we're gonna look up some we're gonna look it up on YouTube, you know? We're gonna look it up on YouTube. Yeah. Really, bro? Is it BOARD? Bro, you stupid dumb bitch. Soundboard and mics reviews. Soundboard. Is my shit even working? Soundboard. No, it's not. Testing, no. It ain't working. Let's try this again. Here. Should I put sheep? Sheep. Bro, you fucking stupid. Sheep. Soundboards.
Today we're looking at the PupGsys T12 gaming audio mixer. So let's check it out. So with the PupGsys comes the user manual, which has lots of good information in it. You also get a USB-C/A cable to USB-C to plug in.
Businesses in small towns grew more than 30% selling on Amazon, like Planetary Design coffee gear.
I have all your secrets. People have a right to know the truth. From Steven Spielberg.
to the back here. I'm just using another one that I already had. And you also get an audio aux cable, TRS to TRS. And, of course, you get the mixer itself. So right now, the audio that you're hearing is going directly into the PUBG Sys via XLR. And I am monitoring my own audio and computer audio through the headset port here on the back. As you can see, we have RGB that has lots of different settings you can use, and you can also hold the LED button to turn it off entirely. Right now we are in chat mode, which is just normal voice. If we go to Pro, we have some interesting reverb, and Song is some interesting reverb, but they are very similar. There's just a very slight difference. But we'll go back to chat. Also, for some additional features, we have some auto tune that will allow us to go through A, through E flat, the whole scale range, and we can cycle those up and down. And if we're done, we can go back to chat. Also, my mixer came with an update sheet inside that tells about a new update to the electric button. You can press and hold it to turn on loopback mode, which will basically send your computer audio back into the mixer that you can then go out through your output as well. So just a little bit of extra functionality there. We also have a voice changer that allows us to go through male, female, robot, monster, baby, and older. Let's take a listen to each of those.
Here is the female sound.
Here is the robot sound. Here is the monster sound.
Here is the baby sound.
Here is the older or elder
Horrible.
sound. And here is the male sound. Also, when you click each of these buttons, there's a little voice that tells you what mode we're changing into.
Which is a little bit annoying because it takes a little bit of extra time, but it's not that big of a deal. Over here on the left, you can see we have our sliders that adjust our input and output volumes. This left one is the XLR. This mic 2 is the 3.5mm input microphone levels. This one is the computer output and Bluetooth output volumes. So if you have Bluetooth mode on to connect to your phone, you can play music or sounds or whatever. And this controls the volume input of the Bluetooth. And this also controls the PC volume output. I discovered that the hard way by thinking that it wasn't working when this was just all the way off. Also, we have our mute buttons, so if I go ahead and mute, you obviously couldn't hear me because it was muted. And then up here we have our monitoring channels for lights 1 and 2. So by default, each of these lights are off, which means that the monitoring is activated, which is a little bit backwards to me, but it's not a big deal. So right now I'm hearing myself through my microphone input, which is helping me make sure that my levels are good. And if I click that, now I'm no longer hearing my own voice through my headphones. And this volume now controls the volume of the headphones. And on the front we have 2 headphone outputs if you have 2 people that need to monitor audio, like for podcast setting. And on the back we have XLR input, a 3.5mm input, a headset in and output. If you have a headset that has its own microphone built in, you can use that for input and output of that. And then we have a auxiliary in if you have a 3.5mm input that you want to feed in to here. We also have a line out if you want the output to go to a set of speakers or something like that. Down here we also have 4 custom soundboard buttons that allow us to record and output soundboards. So I have a couple set here already. A Rickroll, and we got a meme sound. And to record a sound, you just press and hold the button until it says start recording. It'll say start recording in your headphones. It doesn't say that on the output that everybody else hears. That's just on the monitor output into your headphones. And then you have 30 seconds to record something. It will record your microphone input and also the PC input that goes into the mixer, which is how I got the Rickroll. Moving back over to the other side, we have phantom power if you have a microphone that requires phantom power. We also have a pad option So here's the functionality of the pad button. If you're using a condenser microphone, and it says to have it on. But basically what the pad does is it reduces your gain so that it doesn't distort as easily. And for Bluetooth mode, it's a simple press to turn on Bluetooth mode. And I've already connected my phone, so it's a solid light. It'll be blinking if it's in pairing mode. And to put it into pairing mode, you just press and hold the Bluetooth button, and you can play music.
No. No toy cheap soundboards. I don't know. Trash.
Hey guys, welcome to the channel Taking a Bath in the Bathroom. Don't play your gadgets in peace. On this channel we do product reviews and also some stores. Look, I just got a little gadget up in here. So this it's not a really entertaining video. It's not an educational video. I just wanted to come and see exactly how this is going to transition live. Now, I'm going to drop the link to this product in the description of the video, so it's not going to be a long video.
Hurry up, bro. Just get to the fucking thing. Do your review.
Shockwave, probably something dealing with microphones or whatever. That's so I'm not really seeing it peek out right here. But yeah.
No. Waste of fucking time. What's this?
We get about 26,823 days, 76 summers, 6 best friends, all in.
Look, I'm not here to waste your time. This $50 audio mixer looks cool, but we're gonna find out if it's actually worth spending your money on. And the one we're looking at today is the Fifine Ampligame SC3. And after using it for a week, I'm gonna let you know if I genuinely think it's worth it or not, and if I do think it's worth it, who I think it's worth it for. Out of the box, it only comes with 4 items, which is the mixer itself, a 3.5mm audio cable, a USB-C cable, and the user manual, of which is a bit overwhelming, to say the least, but luckily it's easy to read. The mixer is a plastic frame with all plastic controls and knob sliders, which honestly I would have liked to see it a little bit heavier, but looks-wise, it makes up for that. The RGB looks clean, it's not obnoxious as you have multiple options for changing the look, including turning off the RGB completely. The layout is simple and easy to understand. It has a device port to plug into your PC or laptop, a line out port from speakers or another PC, a headphone port for, well, you know, headphones, a line in port if you wish to connect to another device for background music, for example. It has a headset port if you wish to use a in-headphone microphone. It also has a switch for determining your mic type between dynamic or condenser. For reference, I have mine toggled to dynamic just because I have paired with it the Fifine AM8 microphone, which you've been hearing this entire video so far. And lastly, it also has an XLR port for connecting to your microphone. But that's just all design. Functionality and sound quality is what really matters. The SC3 connects just through the included USB-C cable and works right out of the box. No driver and software headaches, as the needed driver is automatically downloaded upon connecting the mixer to your device. If you're using a condenser mic, it has a button to activate a 48-volt phantom power, only to be used if you actually need it, otherwise you could risk damaging your microphone. So make sure to check your microphone specifications, as just selecting the 48-volt just to use it will not make your audio sound better. You also get 4 programmable buttons for sound effects and a built-in voice changer. Now these are definitely 2 features that are more geared towards streamers and those who just want to play around a bit when playing games, or who just want to use it as a fun gimmick. Just for reference, here's what all the different voice changers sound like. So this is my normal voice with no voice changer, and I'm going to be repeating the sentence, Tobey Maguire is the best Spider-Man.
Tobey Maguire is the best Spider-Man.
Tobey Maguire is the best Spider-Man.
Tobey Maguire is the best Spider-Man. Tobey Maguire is the best Spider-Man.
Tobey Maguire
Tobey Maguire
is the best Spider-Man.
is the best Spider-Man.
Just because I'm going to be way too curious not to check this at some point, and I feel like you should hear it, I'm going to switch to the Monster voice changer, and I'm just going to scream. I'm so sorry for anyone who had to hear that. Using the mixer with my AM8 microphone, I've had no hissing or distortion even with my headphones turned up, and was able to very easily adjust volume using the volume sliders without much resistance, although the initial press needs a tiny bit more force. I even used it while editing this video and found it pretty handy just to be able to control my music and dialogue separately. But that said, this isn't a pro-grade audio mixer. You're not getting multi-track recording or studio level preamps. But for under $50,
Alright, so if you have a gamer in your family, has an Xbox or a PC or anything like that, you need to get them one of these sound cards right here, because this thing is freaking awesome. You can literally
Change your voice. You can actually change the echo and all that good stuff. And you used to have
little sound clips right here you can do. You can fully adjust everything, customize all kinds of stuff. You can do all this. All you got to do is literally just plug it into the bottom of your controller and run the other cord to your headset. You're good to go. If you want one of these, I'll leave a link right there. Alright, so if you have a gamer in your family,
Did you hear? All Domino's pizzas are half off, no matter how you order. But it's this week only, so y'all better get going.
Imagine creating the home you've always wanted.
Guess what time it is? A great year of gaming. We're gonna have College Football 25. We're gonna have Black Ops 6 and a lot more games coming up. So guys, I'm gonna show you the best way to record audio, have a voice changer, and everything else. I'm gonna let you know in this video. I got myself this sound card board. I don't know what it is, bro, but apparently what it does is it captures audio, it can change your voice, all that. So first of all, you can use this on your PS5 and you can use this to your PC. Matter of fact, you can use it both PS5 and PC, right? So I'm gonna show you how to set this up. So everything on this table is what you're going to need so you can control your friends on the party chat. You're going to need a sound card, obviously. You're going to need a controller, an aux headset, and make sure if you're getting a headset, 3 lines, so you know it works as a microphone. And you're going to need a USB Type-C. So how do you set all of this up? Is you're going to go behind your PS5 and you're going to plug it. Plug it in. You're gonna plug it into the PS5. You're going to go on here, and there's a lot of doohickey language, but we're gonna plug it into, I don't know what it says, PC Live. There. So now we got it plugged in. You're going to plug your microphone. Now you can put this in the microphone port, whatever port. I think you'll still be able to hear the audio. So we'll just plug it into the headset. Alright. Now we have our controller. We just turn it on the PS5. We should see a USB headset. So all the audio should be coming in through the headphones. So I can hear the PS5. Do not do an audio test because you'll hear a lot, like a weird, I don't know, weird noises. So now we got the PC setup one. So we got our sound card connected to the PC USB instead of the PS5 USB. And we also have plugged the aux from the controller into the one of the ports here. So now, if I put on the headset, I should be able to hear the PS5. Oh, I don't hear it. Oh, it's still muted. So yeah, I can hear my PS5. It's echoing. I don't know why, but I can hear it. Everything's working. If I connect it to my PC, not only I can hear my PC audio, but I can also hear the game audio. So now you only need one board for all your audios, which is absolutely amazing. What a game changer. Now I'm going to test this out in game.
Yellow?
Spotter's kill.
This thing is a game changer. It's gonna get everybody mad. College Football 25.
EKIA.
You get everybody mad on
2K. On 2K. Black Ops 6. I'm telling you right now.
You're gonna get everybody mad. So, take this for what you will. I have gone screen voice changer in the past, and like they were like super like low quality. But this one is actually pretty alright. You just gotta read the manual, understand how it works. If you're on PC, I'm still trying to figure it out. But on straight to console, it's like the easiest setup ever. And you can record a lot of clips. I think it can even stream like this, which is hella good. And you can connect it to other devices. So if you plug this to your phone or whatever, you can listen to music. I don't know, maybe.
Why am I watching that shit? Shit's trash. We gotta find.
At Amazon, hourly employees earn an average of over $23 an hour.
These are all puppies, but they eat, grow, and play differently. That's why
the Firefine SC3 versus the G1 Neo by Maono. That is a nice competition. I know all you techies and gamers out there are interested in seeing, knowing which one would be the better bang for your buck, considering both of these right now on Amazon are coming in at around the same price with their current discounts. So, with that said, which one is the better bang for your buck? One of these has more features than the other. One is better quality. We're gonna see which of the two is which. Let's get started. All right, so here we are with our devices side by side. The Maono G1 Neo, relatively new device by Maono, and then we have the very popular, easy to grab, easy to go to Firefine SC3. What really sets these two apart? Well, we're about to dig into that right now. So let's just start here. Well, as you can see, just as off first appearance, they're both well lit up with RGB. They both have the nice onset of RGB as well as RGB settings that you can filter and cycle through with the RGB customizations you got going on here. So we'll dig into that in a second. They are both matte to the appearance, as you can see, no reflective qualities, which means no real fingerprint issues going on, especially if you're going to have these on screen in your shots. Looking at the IOs of these devices and the front side of this, you're going to see a lot of similarities we got going on. First and foremost, we have, of course, our XLR, a secondary headset mic input here for both, which means you can use your headset with its built-in mic through here, but you can't do both at the same time. There's only one mic at a time, so these mic ports will cancel out the XLR connection here. On the Firefine itself, we actually have a dynamic and condenser microphone switch, so that way you can get the best audio out of each mic depending which type you have. The Maono G1 Neo is only, I guess, just the microphone you connect. It doesn't have an option, so whether it's condenser or XLR, they will work the same. The Maono G1 Neo has a power switch. The SC3 does not have a power switch. It just powers on when you plug it in. Neither one of these are in fact battery powered, so that's okay, I guess, if you have a power source to connect to. But the G1 Neo has power connectors specifically for power and a separate one for PC. The Firefine SC3 only has the one that's for power and for PC. No separate connection. So while you're connected with the SC3, you'll need to use one of the audio jacks here, one of the 3.5mm jacks for connecting to devices like a iPhone, for example. So that's just one thing to look at. But if you're connected to a PC, you will get power as well as data communication while you're connected to a PC or a laptop through that power port. Both have line outs, both have headphone ports, and both have line in or aux in as in the G1. So a lot of the same ports. The only real port that's missing from the Firefine SC3 that's included with the G1 Neo is that separate dedicated mobile device or computer port right there, which is USB-C. On the bottom, we have some rubber feet for both. Well, for the Fifine SE3, it's rubber. Here it's more like a foamy kind of material, so I think this would be more slippery than the SE3. Kind of move it. Yes, it is. I feel the SE3 with a better grip. And on the bottom, you have a mount here for mounting the G1 Neo. You can connect that to a little 1/4 inch mount like you have for your camera and mount it on a stand. RGB, well, I like the RGB on both. I like the RGB features, but I particularly like that RGB ring that is on the G1 Neo that goes around the entirety of the device. Yes, very cool. Well, almost the entirety. It doesn't go around the back, but all of the front and side. So that's actually kind of nice visual aesthetic. All right, so let's just start off with some of the buttons and features we got going on here. So with the Mono G1 Neo, you have your mic volume right here on the left. Don't know how accurate this lighting scenario is, but it's kind of somewhat a nice visual indicator. For our Fifine, we also have a mic volume slider right here. Very questionable accuracy with these light monitors we have going on here. Then we have our mic mutes, right? We can mute both of these, considering we have mics connected. But what this device has that the Fifine does not have, which is an awesome addition. And also keep in mind, the pricing is Bluetooth. Yes, we have Bluetooth feature built into the G1 Neo. How awesome is that? And we just hold it for a few seconds to turn it on or turn it off, and we have a audio control for our aux in or our Bluetooth or whatever devices we got coming in. With the back of the Neo, we have that here as a controller and a mute for that source. Okay, and for this we also have a line in control here, line in slider, as well as a mute for that line in as well. Now with regards to the mic volume here on the left, we also have gain control for the actual Neo. Yes, so you can control your gain and your volume levels here independently. That's right, so volume is good for keeping the nice bass volume, and gain controls, I guess, the amount of pickup, right? But it also seems like it's volume, but it also controls your noise floor, so you can control your noise floor to get it down to a decent level, and then just bump your volume up high so that we don't compromise volume levels or output. I would say the Fifine has a little bit more resistance, but this one has almost just as much as that, so that's okay. I think I like the big button here on Fifine, and it has like little grooves there to grip your finger. The G1 Neo is a little bit smoother here, so your finger kind of can slide on the button as you're gliding it up and down, so could have been a little bit more tactile there for sliding your sliders. Headphone mic monitor here, individual slider for that. You can turn it on or off. For monitoring on this side, we have a headphones knob, which you can turn up and down for your monitoring through your headphones. Both have the capabilities to turn.
Woo. Song Ji Woo. Good girl, good girl, good girl, good girl. Song Ji Woo. What the hell was that? Comparison. Final thoughts. That's what I want to say. What are the final thoughts on this? What are the final thoughts? I need to know what are the best things. Sound demos. Let's try that. Yeah, definitely. Let's see what they look like.
SC3, and I am monitoring live. And what I will say is that the monitoring is a little strange on the
You're not touching this ball
SC3.
no more, man.
There's no delay, but I feel like there's
Wish
some
you did.
sort of like double voice or echo somewhat. It kind of feels like a delay, but
broke
it's
it into
not
pieces.
really. It sounds great, and it also sounds great via XLR. So this is the audio quality. With XLR, I presume they probably would both be just fine in XLR. Honestly, running through the Mona PD400X, so okay.
No more ball for you.
So let's see what voice changes we have going on with the Fifine SC3.
The first voice changer is, wow, it doesn't announce it in the headset, but it sounds like it is the male. There's a label here on the device itself. You'll see that it says male, right? So that's the male voice changer. It sounds okay. What if I had a high-pitched voice? That doesn't make me sound like a male. I sound crazy. Alright, moving right along.
Can
we
you
have
adjust the
female.
voices?
Like we don't have enough space for the E.
Like, that's what I want to know is if you can
female.
do that. Which I doubt. If you can't adjust the voices to make it sound better than what the fuck that was, I'm
Itself,
definitely not
you'll see
getting it.
that it says male, right? So that's the male voice changer. It sounds okay. What if I had a high-pitched voice? That doesn't make me sound like a male. I sound crazy. Alright, moving right along, we have female. Looks like they don't have enough space for the E. Female.
Testing 1, 2. Brings up the pitch a little higher. And I guess if you have a deep voice, it sounds strange. But if I have a higher pitched voice, it can tend to sound more like a female. What? Then moving right along, robot.
It actually sounds terrible. No.
Super pitch drop is basically what that is.
Next up is Baby. This is the
That
baby.
just sounds like a chipmunk.
Pretty much the same as every other baby voice changer I've tried on most mixers. And then we have Elder.
This is the Elder, and I feel like I'm 89. Elder voice. Okay, so we have 6 voice changing effects, and cycling through them is
Relatively fast, so as soon as I press that button,
it's changing immediately. Look how fast.
That changes no delay.
No cutting, slight cut off.
for like a millisecond.
Off. But
Otherwise, it's fine. And then to change it back to the original voice, you hold it for a couple seconds and it changes back.
Oh, wait, we can talk normal now. These are actually not so bad. The robot sounds like a actual robot.
No.
I've had mixers where the robot voice is just a deeper pitch. Electronic. This is auto-tune, and you have all of the levels of auto-tune that you need for your voice to customize the way you sing if you're a singer, or if you're a bad singer like me and you need auto-tune in your voice. This has tons of auto-tune in your face. Alright, so, and it just keeps cycling through, and the way you turn it off is you just hold it for a couple seconds and it cuts off the electric auto-tune, or the electric voice is what they call it. And then you have custom, right? We'll just use custom B to test that out, and to record on your custom button, you just hold it for a couple seconds, and now you are recording as the light stays white, and it will record for up to 15 seconds of audio of any kind, through your PC, through your microphone, through a phone, for example. So let's see when it cuts off. There we go. It cut off after 15 seconds, and if I press it, let's see the quality of this audio. And now you are recording as The light stays white, and it will record for up to 15 seconds of audio of any kind through your PC, through your microphone, through a phone, for example. So let's see when it's... Okay, so the quality of the recording, the custom buttons, is not that great. It sounds pretty muffled, but otherwise you do have 4 of them, so just take that with a grain of salt. I don't know how good quality you need your special sound effects to sound here. Here we are switched over to the G1 Neo voice changers, which is one of the things we wanted to get into. Let's see what we get for voice changers versus what we get on the SC3. All right, so first up, we have
the female voice, which sounds kind of cute. All right, very similar to the way the female voice sounds on the SC3. They're pretty much the same on most mixers. Moving right along, let's go over to male voice.
This is probably just going to make the pitch a bit deeper, which is typical of all mixers. Again, moving right along, that's 2, female, male.
And we have the baby. You know, the cool thing is that it announces it in your ear.
Robot. Alright, so
sounds
robot
terrible.
just makes it so slightly deeper. It sounds...
No. Alright, I'm about to ask this nigga dude what the fuck was the one that he got. 'Cause that's just ass, honestly. I think it might be this one.
Life is perfect, Lycus. Life is perfect, Lycus. Life is perfect, Lycus. Life is perfect.
All right, so if you have a game in
Plug in another mic, and multiple mic.
Welcome to our authority.
Alright guys, so we have a Aero Gaming soundboard. So this is the brand. This is really dope, okay? It has 6 voice changing effects, 9 RGB lighting effects, active noise cancellation, which is awesome. So on the back of the device, we have a USB-C port. This is going to be a power source or connect to the computer. We have the line out, so you can use your headphones. We got a headphone jack as well. We have a headset port. We have the gain toggle switch and combo input. So if I wanted to play that.
Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. Today we're taking a look at a really interesting piece of gear for anyone into streaming, podcasting, or just wanting better audio for their setup. The Glomthea Gaming Soundboard Audio Interface. This device is designed to be super versatile right from the start. It features a combo XLR and one 4-inch connection, which is fantastic.
We're just saying that shit.
Bundle home and auto, and you're protected 365, 724.
24/7, 365.
Tomatoes mine.
5 years ago, I was really struggling on the mini tours. People might say there's...
Are you a streamer looking to up your audio game but feeling so overwhelmed by all the different options out there? Well, stick around, because in this video, I'm going over 5 practical tips to consider when buying a soundboard. Alright friends, in this video today, I wanted to go over a question that a lot of people ask me. I had a YouTube video that got lots of views all about soundboards, and I've gotten lots of follow-up questions. So what I want to try to do is I want to try to answer a lot of those questions that people have put in the comments by making more videos to get those answers to you. So, one, if you're not watching this live on Twitch, I want to encourage you, follow my Twitch stream, twitch.tv/ShowsYouLive. There's people in the chat who are engaging, having a great time, and you could join us too. Also, I want to encourage you, in the description, I'm going to put a ton of affiliate links to some of the soundboards and things that I mentioned in this video. And if you click those links, by using those, it actually supports the channel as well. So I'd appreciate that. But down to business, top 5 tips I want to give you when you are considering buying a soundboard. And this is not even honestly just for streamers. A lot of people have gotten into getting webcams and getting cameras and audio because of COVID and people are staying home. And now a lot of people are working remote, and some people honestly are just looking to up their audio even for just business meetings. So 5 things I want to encourage you to consider is, first of all, you need to look into USB compatibility. This is huge. I have had stories of people who have bought soundboards to try to stream with or whatever, and then they try to use it on the computer and it doesn't work. Let me show you what I mean. On screen now, I want to show you this soundboard from Behringer. Great board, right? It's a lower end board, so you're gonna get what you pay for. So you look at this board and you're like, hey, $100, it's got multiple channels, it's even, got some knobs and maybe a master fader. And at first glance, without much knowledge, you might think like, oh, well, this is great. And I've known people that have just gone ahead and just ordered it, and then when they get it, they realize they can't plug it into their computer. So number 1 tip, huge, if you want to do business calls or whatever, you need a way to actually get this to plug into your computer. So when looking for a soundboard, you want to make sure that it is a USB. And you notice these 2 boards, I mean, they look almost the same. They're Q1202, Q1202, they look almost the same, but you gotta look out for the USB. Some people would see both these boards and be like, oh, well, this one's, $109, this one's $99. Let me save myself $10. Do not save yourself $10, because then you will not actually be able to use your board. So tip number 2, this is huge. Let's talk about price point, okay? When you're getting in the world of soundboards, microphones, audio, price is a big deal, right? Everything that you're buying, obviously price matters, but you can have scales. I mean, you can have something that's on the $50 range, $60 range, like this one right here. I mean, you can have something literally worth $59. And I've actually recommended some people get this little mixer right here, and it's $59. It's got 1 channel, right? For some people, that might be all that you need. But I get this question all the time. Susie, what soundboard do you have? I have the Allen & Heath, right? Z6010FX. I love it. This board works well for me, okay? This video is incredible. I mean, this soundboard is incredible. It's got multiple channels. It's got everything that I need. But it was $459.
No.
Now, I'm a full-time streamer. I do this for a profession. So this is for me investing in my business. But the thing I want you to consider is this one is $60. This one is $460. So is this one, I did the math, is this soundboard that I have 7.5 times better than this soundboard? Because it's 7.5 times the price. I would say no. You got to understand the principle of diminishing returns. The more money you spend on something, you actually start losing your value when it comes to audio and things like that. No, this soundboard is not 7.5 times better. So you got to figure out where for you in your scale of really how much audio improvement do I actually need versus what I want to make, what I want to get versus what I'm willing to pay for it. So for most people, even though for me this is the best soundboard on the market, it's not for everybody. Most of you won't actually need to spend this much. Most of you probably shouldn't spend this much. Most of you would probably be fine with just getting one of these. So price point is something huge you want to look at. There's scales all over the place. Take your time to really investigate and figure out the soundboard that is good for you. Tip number 3, I want to talk about real estate and portability online with this board right here. This is really great for streamers, not just because of the price point, but honestly because of the size. One thing you want to consider when getting a soundboard is how much space is it going to take up on my desk? What real estate am I going to lose? And some of you might have a small desk, and space for you is very, very important. I have this soundboard, which is pretty big, but I also have an 80-inch wide desk and 30 inches deep. So I'm not really concerned with real estate. I got plenty of space. I'm very grateful for that, but not a lot of people have that. So when getting a soundboard, don't just look at the specs of it, don't just look at the price point, but you want to scroll down on whatever service you're using. You want to find out, okay, what's the actual size of this board? And normally on Amazon, if you scroll down, you can see right here. This is 13.6 by 13.2 by 3.7. Let's compare that to this one. I mean, 7.2 by 5.4. I mean, this one is way bigger. So it takes up way more space. And also think of it in terms of portability. So for example, this is the board that I use at home, but as a streamer, you might go on vacation, you might travel, you might have a business trip, or you might just be visiting family out of state, but you want to keep on streaming so you keep that consistency.
60% of sales on Amazon come from independent sellers like Jess from Planetary Design Coffee Gear.
Every woman loves good girl. And guys don't want to say it because they're like, it sounds like I'm her dad. And it's like, exactly. Okay, just be my dad.
We treat our pets like we treat ourselves. You brush, they chew. You squat, they spring. Healthy routines for you, healthy routines for them. Greenies make health a treat.
This soundboard is not portable. It's too big. It's way too big. So for you might want to have a smaller board so that you can travel with it as well. Because for me, because I have the big board, I have to go out and buy a second board. I have a board that is a little bit bigger than this. I have the Q802, and I travel with that. I also have a Go XLR that I travel with from time to time too.
It's trash, brother.
Welcome back to the official podcast of the Channel Audio Group, probably the fastest growing podcast in Nashville about audio or visual needs, maybe the world, but who knows. Anyway, we got a very important one for you today as always, and it's how to correctly set up a soundboard. Soundboards are essential for many functions, whether it's streaming a podcast or mixing a live concert. Though soundboards can vary greatly, coming in different sizes and fluctuating in complexities, their ultimate function is taking multiple input signals such as microphones, instruments, recorded tracks, etc., and merging them together so they can be sent to speakers.
I think it was this one. This one. I could be wrong.
Our most human moments should be celebrated with humans.
Well, the Go XLR is dead. Kinda. Yes and no. The Go XLR team just announced on their Discord this week that the TC Helicon gaming company had let go of their entire Go XLR development staff, their support staff. So your Go XLR will work tomorrow and the next day, but at some point, Windows will update and it won't be compatible anymore, or there will be some bugs that won't get fixed. There's a lot more to this situation, and if you're interested, you can read the entire Discord post, but I want to talk about something a little bit more urgent here in this video. The Go XLR is 4.5 years old. I mean, when this thing was first announced, streamers, including myself, were still using these. And for the first time ever, streamers had access to multi-channel mixing using faders. We had simple I/O, dual PC support. Like this was the largest leap in content creator audio that I think will ever happen. But it's been over 4 years now, and a lot of new products have been released since then. A lot of these new products have new features that the Go XLR doesn't have. So what I want to do in this video is, whether you're looking to replace the Go XLR with something more up to date, or you're just getting your first content creator audio device, I want to go over some of the best alternatives that I feel fit the bill, and talk about some of their main features, what are their main selling points, and then maybe who are they targeted after, so you can figure out which box you fit into. All right? Let's jump into it. So look, streamers, I have this thing that I've been wanting to show you that'll get your chat more engaged with your stream, and then will also help drive a little bit more revenue to your channel. So engagement, let's turn it up to 11. It's called Tangia, and it's the sponsor of today's video, and I want to show you a couple things that it does. First, it's a complete text-to-speech studio, so you can turn your ecosystem. The industry has exploded, and every audio company wants a piece of that pie. So we could spend a 30-minute video talking about it. Instead, I want to talk about some of the main competitors. So we'll go into the top 3 that I feel should be considered first. Then I'll share some of the other ones that I'm not going to dive into, just so you have some other names that you can research if you want. And then after that, I'll tell you exactly what system I use and what I do back at my streaming setup that's behind me over here. Cool? Alright, let's start with the most obvious and the most popular one, Elgato's Wave ecosystem. This ecosystem includes a handful of products, including a USB condenser microphone, an XLR interface, and now a Stream Deck Plus, which activates the ecosystem as well, so you can use it in tandem with any USB microphone. They also have an XLR dynamic microphone, the Wave DX, to kind of round out the whole picture here. And even though Elgato is not like a dedicated audio company like some of the other ones I'm going to mention here, actually I think all the other ones I'm going to mention here are, there is a serious draw to using this ecosystem, and that is essentially the Stream Deck ecosystem, right? When you buy an Elgato audio device, it can be completely controlled by a device that most streamers already have. You can completely control it with your Stream Deck, or even now with the Stream Deck Plus that has dials on it. And when you combine that with Elgato's insane talent for taking an incredibly functional and advanced device and making it simple enough that anyone can use it right out of the box. I mean, you've got the W that Elgato has been sitting on for years now. Any of these USB devices that I mentioned earlier activate the WaveLink software, which is virtual mixing software. You can have up to, I don't know, 9 or 10 different channels in this thing. You can have different mixes, one that you send to your headphones, one that you send to your audience. You can switch back and forth between speakers and headphones. You can even add multiple microphones into the system, even non-Elgato microphones, USB microphones, and completely control them from a Stream Deck or a Stream Deck Plus or anything you want. I mean, this thing was designed for content creators who have little to no experience with audio, but want to have good audio on their systems with almost no effort, and I think they nailed it. I would say it's a fairly overly simplistic system, so if you're trying to do things like a 2PC setup, it is possible, but it's not optimized for it. I've actually got a diagram. I'll post it right here for a second. Screenshot it if you want. This is actually sent to me by Elgato when I asked, hey, what's the best way to do a 2PC system on your WaveLink setup? So if this is the direction you want to go, here it is. However, if you are looking for a 2PC setup, the next brand might be what you're looking for. Actually, the next 2 brands. Let's talk about Rode. Rode has also, in the last year or 2, really been beefing up their content creator audio system. They've had the Rodecaster Pro for a long time, and they recently released the Rodecaster Pro 2, which is phenomenal. Even more recently, they released the Rodecaster Duo, which is just a shrunken down version for people who don't need 4 microphone inputs. They've got the new Streamer X, which I've got right here, and I actually will be testing over the next couple days or so. And their lineup of Rode X mics, which all give you access to the Rode Unify software. Rode Unify is very similar to the WaveLink software, where it allows you to have multiple channels coming into it to separate your game audio from your music audio, from your Discord audio. You can send different mixes to different outputs, so one to your headphones, one to the stream. But while Elgato is a content creator company that also makes audio devices, Rode seems to be more of an audio company that makes devices for creators. Does that make sense? Like if you were to take their flagship device, right, the Rodecaster Pro 2, you got 6 faders on here. Look at all this hardware I/O on the back of this thing. And you got inputs and outputs for days, including 2 USB ports, so you can plug it into 2 different PCs directly over USB, and both will be feeding audio in and out from this device. And then you can compare that with the simplicity of Elgato's flagship device, which has 1 dial and very minimal I/O on the back. Rode definitely goes a more traditional power user approach, and it has a similar approach to a Go XLR with all the I/O on the back there. So if you're looking for a hardware device that does everything in the box right there, and that can range from 4 input devices that takes up half your desk to a 1 input device that's this small, Rode might be the direction you want to go. Company number 3 has a bit of a soft spot for me. This is Beacon. Beacon came onto the scene about a year and a half ago with their dynamic USB microphone, the Beacon mic, as well as their Mix and their Mix Create digital mixers. But what makes this company so interesting is this was the original team that built the Go XLR. I mean, you've got one of the leads over there, Craig, or Judaris, who was the original mastermind behind the Go XLR working at TC Helicon. He and a handful of other people on the team left when it was clear TC Helicon didn't have any ambition to do anything more with it, and they started their own company, Beacon. Beacon took a really interesting direction with their company, where you have good contenders. Right after you hit the like button down there, because you've been watching this far, you obviously like the video, and it's free, and it helps out a lot. And while you're down there, hit the subscribe button. A lot of these are legacy audio companies like Yamaha and Mackie that have been in the audio industry for a while, but have seen the expansion of this content creator industry and wanted to jump in. So for example, you have the Mackie DLZ Creator DLZ, I think it's Creator DLZ, which I'm testing on my stream right now, actually, by the way. It's a really cool device. You've got the Roland Bridgecast, which I've seen people on Twitter say they really like. You've got the Yamaha ZG01 that I tested myself and had a good experience with. You've got the Lewitt Connect 6. And these are all big names in audio, so you'll notice a little bit more of a leaning towards the audio side and less towards the content creator side with these. But take a look at any of those if they look interesting. AverMedia released the Nexus a couple years ago, which is kind of like if you were to take a Go XLR and a Stream Deck and just like mush them together. I really liked the concept, like the idea in theory, but there were a couple things about the execution that I felt fell short. But I haven't tested it since I first got it, so it's possible they've fixed a lot of those problems. I'd recommend you check it out. And lastly, one that I hear people talk about is the PreSonus Revelator IO24, which again is another device that heavily pushes towards audio tweakers, like real audio junkies, and doesn't have a lot of the features that are valuable for content creators. But maybe that's you. Maybe you don't care about multi-channel mixing, and high-quality mic audio is like your top priority. Something like this would be great. But now we're at the part where we talk about my setup, and I use kind of a wild combination of devices. So let's jump into it, what I use and why I've picked each one. First off, the main microphone that I use for streaming is a Rode Shotgun microphone, the NTG4 Plus. This is an XLR microphone, and right now it feeds over into my Mackie Creator DLZ. This Mackie mixer is definitely overkill for most individual creators. It's got 4 microphone inputs on the back, a ton of I/O and faders. It's more of a podcasting device, but I also have my guitar rig feeding into 2 more inputs for a stereo input. My Mac Mini also connects into it, and it goes out into my speakers. So I really like all the extra I/O for that flexibility for my needs. It's also worth noting that until a couple weeks ago, I used the Rodecaster Pro 2, where I'm using the Mackie now. But I swapped them out to test the Mackie mixer so I can make a video on it. So keep an eye out for that video soon. But I use the shotgun microphone for a very natural sound on stream, kind of like what these YouTube videos sound like. So it picks up a lot of room, it picks up a lot of things around it. If I want to game or do anything on my computer, I switch to my Beacon dynamic microphone, and it isolates my voice from keyboard and mouse clicks or speaker sound. It also has more of that like iconic podcast sound like you get from an SM7B. And I used to use both the Mix and the Mix Create on my desk in tandem with it. However, it bothered me a little bit that I had these 2 devices just completely dedicated to audio taking up that much space. I know I've seen people like streamers and gamers that have like a literal space station in front of them of peripherals. I like keeping things really clean. So when the Stream Deck Plus came out, I figured out a way to use my beacon mic with the Wavelink software instead, and all I needed was the Stream Deck Plus to control not only my audio, but then it also was a Stream Deck and I had extra buttons. Or when I wasn't streaming or using the mixer, I can then use those dials for video editing or 3D work in Blender. I'm really happy with the setup. I get all the power of the beacon microphone with the effects on board being processed on the processor on there and the cool RGB ring around the microphone, but I also get the more versatility of something like a Stream Deck Plus, which is not only a mixing interface, but it's also a Stream Deck. So I can use the buttons to turn off the beacon mic and turn on the shotgun mic instead, or anything else you can do with the Stream Deck. So what do you think? Any of these devices tickle your fancy? Did I miss an important one that you wish was on this list? Comment down below, let me know. And as always, happy streaming.
Sell in all the places with Shop.
Here's how to get the absolute best audio on your phone live streams using your Rodecaster. And it's so simple.
Alright, so if you have a gamer in your family that has an Xbox or a PC or anything like that, you need to get them one of these sound cards right here, because this thing is freaking awesome. You can literally
change your voice. You can actually change the echo and all that good stuff. And you used to have
little sound clips right here you can do. You can fully adjust everything, customize all kinds of stuff. You can do all this. All you got to do is literally just plug it into the bottom of your controller and run the other cord to your headset. You're good to go. So if you want one of these, I'll leave the link right there. Alright, so if you have a gamer in your
some shit all day, yeah, fuck it. I know this nigga sent me the link, man. I just don't know where. And this was a long time ago. Check Facebook. Fuck! Can't find this dumbass soundboard. I think it's that one though.
Businesses in small towns grew more than 30% selling on Amazon, like Blue Track.
Hey, what is this?
A new Butterfinger ice cream bar.
You mean the double treat I've been dreaming of? I thought we didn't have it.
Hi guys, welcome to Flavian Hub. Today I'll be showing you how you can set up this F998 sound card so that you can connect to your PlayStation. So this sound card comes with these 3 cables. We have 2 aux cables, this one, then we have another one which is USB to Type-C, this one. So let us start to connect. You use your condenser mic here, then we'll use remember this cable, USB to Type-C. So you connect still on OTG to PC live here, then this will connect on your console, any port, USB port, like so. So after connecting, then you will need to connect one of aux cables. You can see this aux cable. You use this cable, you connect it to your, as you can see we have this here, so you can see this one, and background music like this. So then remember we have mic here, we have connected mic. Then now guys, on console go to settings. The setting is over here, then select it. After selecting, go to devices. We have devices here, there, let's select it, then go to audio devices there, and then select it. As you can see, let us see, then go to input devices there. So you can see we have input device. If we select there, you can see we have our USB F998 sound card. So go ahead, if you want to use that, go ahead and select. Then now guys, let's go ahead and change our output device so that we can select our sound card, so that it will be our output device. So remember that we have connected our headset, or maybe if you have a earphone, remember that you are connected, that is an output device. So go ahead on output device, then go ahead and change from wherever it was on before, and select your F998 sound card as your audio output device. So guys, that is how you can connect your
I can't seem to find it. This is the closest one that looks like it. What is this one?
Hey, what's up guys, it's your boy V and welcome back.
K1 I think it is, yeah.
We get about 26,823 days, 76 summers. We'll have.
Hey, what's up guys, it's your boy V and welcome back to NBGB, and I'm going to show you guys how to make a K1 soundboard, or any kind of soundboard on Xbox One. Here we go. So first you gotta have a headphone or a headset, it doesn't matter what it is. I'm going to show you guys where to put this on the soundboard right here. This is the soundboard. So now you're gonna need a audio cable. Make sure it has the 3 lines in there. If it only has 2, it's not gonna work. I don't know how this works. I don't know why it's like that. I don't know the name of this specific thing, but yeah, you're gonna need to have the 3 lines in there, or whatever it's called. Okay, now you're gonna need a microphone. Don't mind the tits on the TV. Sorry about that. That's my wallpaper on the Xbox. Apologies. Hope I don't get demonetized on that. The wire is dangling in the back. It's not plugged into the soundboard yet. So I'm gonna show you guys. Okay, now I'm gonna show you guys where to put this headset. So it doesn't matter which one it is. If you have a built-in mic on it or just a regular headset or headphones. You're gonna plug it on the monitor. The reason why, so it doesn't use the mic on the headphones or headset, because if you put it on the headset side, right there, the headset side, it's gonna pick up your mic and it's gonna make you use that mic specifically on the soundboard. But if you want it like that, it's up to you. So this is where I plugged it in, the audio cable. So this goes to either Live 1 or Live 2. It doesn't matter which one it is, it works the same. So yeah, just plug it in there. So yeah, let's move on to the next one. Actually, my microphone is actually dangling right here. So this is the mic thing right there. Then you're gonna put it on the mic side where it says mic on it. Or if you have a dynamic mic or whatever, you can use that too. So yeah. Okay, now I'm in the controller. I'm gonna show you guys what to put in there. You're gonna put the thing in the back from earlier, the one with the 3 lines. You remember, you gotta have the ones with the 3 lines. I don't know what else to call that, but yeah, put it in this. So this is actually the Turtle Beach audio control right there. I'm actually gonna put the link in the description if you guys want to get one. It doesn't matter if you don't have this, or it'll work the same way. I just love using this because it makes me mute my mic easily. So you should be able to connect. Make sure you turn off your Xbox controller when you plug this in. So I'm gonna turn it on right there. Then you're gonna wait for it. It should connect. Wait for it. There it is. Now it's connected. My mic, I'm talking right now. You can see it's connected right there. So yeah, now I'm gonna show you guys the audio, what it sounds like inside the Xbox. So yeah, we're here in the soundboard. Hello, testing 1 2 3. You guys can hear me. To be working. So I'm gonna test out the male voice first.
What up? It's your boy V. Hello. It's really deep.
No, you're in a female voice. You sound like, don't even sound like a female. Sound like something else. No, it's baby. Baby. Alright, let's move on.
Now it's uncle. It's pretty much the same as male, sort of. Not really.
Now the robot. Probably my baby one? I don't know. I guess you understand me. But yeah.
My actual
Lick it, flip it, drumstick it.
Summer was made for.
I am Mighty Keith. 2 weeks advance notice, 60 minutes in length. Hell, they even got theater features for the Sony State of Play. And what's the first thing they give us? Wolverine. Already starting off with a banger. Forget Spider-Man. I'm ready to carve up some people and send their body parts to their families. That was dark. You saw the blood? You saw the gore? I can't put none of that on YouTube. I can't put none of it on YouTube. Here it is. Oh, that blood! Oh! Tag team combos during combat. I need Colossus to be in the game so he can throw Wolverine into a crowd of people. I hope Deadpool is there so he can say some funny borderline gay stuff. Borderline? At some point I hope Jean wears an actual X-Men uniform. This generic ass black trench coat looks like she from the Matrix. And then we immediately get the best Marvel Tokon character reveal so far. Magneto, Green Goblin, and Carnage? Peter gonna need therapy. Kinda like how you needed therapy after Justin Wong beat your ass. Chill, man. But how we feeling about Rayman Legends? I'm happy for Rayman Legends or anything, but damn, Rayman Legends in 2026? I feel like I'm getting arthritis and belong in a nursing home. Dave the Diver prequel, Tomb Raider, and a survival horror dinosaur game? Bro, it's gonna be like Outlast all over again. Are we eating good, baby? But I am terribly sad we didn't get anything related to Infamous, like at all. Yeah, I think Sony just forgot they even own Jak and Dexter. I'm beginning to forget what Sly Cooper even looks like. Kids out here playing Fortnite. Whole generation don't even know what Killzone or SOCOM is, or Resistance. We've been getting fed God of War and superheroes this entire generation. Every other IP just held hostage. Speaking of God of War, we got a new God of War, baby! Faye, stuck in a purgatory with dead gods from different mythologies, all fighting for power. I'm locked in. Yeah, if only we didn't have to play as a female. Now instead of masculinity and muscle, I gotta play with menstrual cycle and menopause. If a woman is in menopause, she can't have a menstrual cycle. Hush! Black. There's nothing wrong with being disappointed you can't play Kratos in a God of War game. Hell, I want to play Kratos in a God of War game. But being upset you playing as a woman? Brother, Kratos ain't even getting replaced. This is a different story. He is getting replaced. Instead of Blades of Chaos and Leviathan Axe, I gotta use Tide Pods and Tampax. Alright, so how did you feel when Control swapped a woman protagonist with a male protagonist in the sequel? How about you control these nuts? That was borderline gay. Borderline? I'm not getting this game. It don't even look good. Why is there a cube? Whose god is a cube? I don't know, man. Game looks pretty sick. I just saw Faye beat a man's soul out of his body and then beat up the soul. Midnight release. When they say show me a picture of women that be hitting men, it's just Kratos' wife. I'm tired of y'all being happy. Call me when Kratos is back. To the cynical cave I go. We're never gonna call him. Nope. Or that's just crazy.
Now, people have been telling me for months that once I play Gran Turismo with VR, I'll never want to play it again normally. And some people say it completely changes the game. So that's what we're going to find out today, whether VR...
Find all 3 spoons inside.
The all-new...
is a game changer, or whether... You just don't get a sense of this in normal views. Should we try it now? Very unpredictable what these cards are going to do, but it's making for some really good moments. Let's go. Whoa! Why did he? He looks like he broke there. Either way, what that's making me realise is how much more intense it feels. Like those close moments they feel genuinely scary when you've got a VR headset on. Let's try and get in the action here. There's another Ferrari there. I think that's the Ferrari 458. Struggling with his line and a Corvette. Let's try and get it. Oh yeah, whoa! I wish they could program the AI better to be a little bit more predictable and consistent, but like I say, it's giving me an emotional roller coaster. I'm not going to be behind them when they break yet. Oh my god, this Corvette. Oh, oh my god, again. Accelerate. But other than the erratic nature of the AI, this is unbelievably cool. Let's see if we can send it around the outside. I want some nice side-by-side action. He's eased off, he's backed off. M. Grady. See you later, lad. Oh, up to P12. Right. This is a totally different driving experience, and again, I don't know why that Nissan is going so slow through there. Just... oh God. We have got the difficulty all the way set to high. It's not like they are going slow because I tried to make the... oh wow, the carousel. The carousel is a different experience too. You almost feel the weight transfer and like when it leans, those moments far more intensely. Sections like this, I know that there's lots of camber changes because the way the car handles when I'm driving, but actually I got a sense of how it's changing now in VR. Oh. Where is that car? Now, it is quite difficult. In some ways, you're more aware of where the car is, like as you're coming up to it. But when you're side by side, there's so much going on. Like I'm not sure whether I'm fully in front all of the time. That is, I suppose that's what it's like in real life. Oh wow. This is... wow, why are you braking there? What are these AI doing? Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Oh. Yeah, I'm there. Did I push him off? I don't know. Right, okay, we're through him. We passed him. Kind of through him, to be honest. But to concentrate on what I'm actually trying to give you some feedback on, this immersion is 10 out of 10. Ooh. Look at that. I can really look at the car on the way past and then look at it in the rearview mirror. Now he's sat in my slipstream in the rearview camera. This is really good. So I have to say, immersion experience, 10 out of 10. Unreal.
At Amazon, hourly employees are...
Did you go outside today? Anyways, would you like to try my new skin whitening cream? I promise that you'll be glowing by the end of the day. Now, the trend of having white and pale skin in Asia has been like around forever now. Either that be through skincare, makeup, or most beloved, Chinese filters. But there are many people in China right now going to these sketchy beauty clinics to get hooked up to these IV drips and these skin whitening injections to become paler from the inside out. You also can't forget about our whitening creams that completely bleach your skin, which is completely safe and totally not full of poisonous mercury that can cause kidney failure. But here's the thing, the glowing white skin obsession didn't just appear randomly. I mean, they've been brewing, they've been cooking this for centuries. I mean, back in the Heian era of China, being pale wasn't just about beauty, it was a literal flex. If you had pale skin, it meant you were rich and beautiful, and you probably weren't out there under the sun doing manual labor work. Most likely you were, sitting inside, sipping Molly tea of that era and enjoying your best life. So skin tone essentially became a social ranking system. Now fast forward to modern China, and guess what? Didn't change that much. If anything, it got a whole rebrand, and there's also a marketing team behind it now. A lot of Asian celebrities and the entire aesthetic still prefer a lighter skin tone because, I mean, a yellow undertone apparently looks dull. Paler skin looks younger, cleaner, and hides many imperfections like dark circles or freckles. Which, okay, I get wanting clear skin, but since when did we decide that the solution was to look like a ghost? I mean, you've got actual celebrities like Lin Qiling who openly admitted that after she accidentally got tanned, she immediately went to get skin whitening injections. And then you've got external influences adding to the fire like K-pop promoting glass skin and Chinese influencers looking like they haven't seen sunlight since 2003. I mean, people in China are going absolutely all out to avoid the sun. It's like avoiding the plague at this point. We're talking UV umbrellas, full body coverage, and the absolute masterpiece of human innovation, the Peekaboo Polo. It's like a hoodie that's like mixed with a dress shirt that covers your entire face. And then you get these tiny eye holes and a zip for your mouth, so you look like a ninja, but also like you're about to rob a bank. With amazing skin, of course. I mean, one seller even said, if multiple people wear this, during the day you won't know which one is your wife. At night, she removes the hood and you'll recognize her. On Xiaohongshu and Weibo, people are calling themselves sun protection warriors. And I mean, we got a whole skill tree for this. The beginner level, just a cap and a disposable mask, light work. The intermediate level, now we're talking. Sunglasses, long sleeves, long pants, umbrella. Okay. You're committed. And the advanced level, a full face kini covering your neck, a long robe, and calf-length socks so your ankles don't get tanned. This blogger over here called it her armor when riding a motorcycle. Another netizen said, you look like an assassin. To me, it looks like the sun is her biggest op. This girl even got told that she looked like the wife of a Dubai prince, and someone replied, you haven't done enough, your hands aren't even covered. Isn't going out like this a bit too much? I've been brainwashed by all the bloggers and can't tell if it's actually working or not. There are so many conflicting opinions online.
It's not as clean as you think. Aren't you glad you used Dial?
Dream big, work hard, and switch to Progressive. You could save hundreds.
Get in on our epic savings event at Firestone Complete Auto Care.
Leave no sale behind with the world's best converting checkout from Shopify. Say goodbye to abandoned carts and hello to cha-chings in every...
Instacart lets you choose your bananas. Get them just how you like.
Well, but yeah, this level of dedication to avoiding the sun, they're built different. And once people got this invested, of course, they're gonna take it even further. Which brings us to these sketchy underground clinics that offer these skin whitening injections. Yep, straight into your bloodstream to get rid of all your melanin. Sign me up. People go to these unofficial beauty clinics, sit down, and get hooked up to these IV drips, and the liquid slowly goes into their body over time. And after about a couple of weeks or so, your skin will be as bright as your future. Which might not be so bright after taking that.
我宝贝又来打美白针了，这一次是第7次了哦，明显的白，现在比我的还白，还不白，还要多白，这么白，宝贝真白，等你打完10次，你可能就是白里透红的那种了。
So yeah, it's not like a one-time thing. You need continuous daily drips for like 10 sessions. So you're basically committing to a skin whitening subscription where you have to go there every single day, sit down, and let these mysterious chemicals marinate inside of you. Won't putting so much on my face cause adverse reactions? Product quantity used by 3 customers. Oh, okay, so it's completely safe. What's the price? Can I do it myself at home? Private. So you can see that there's these really sketchy accounts that are obviously unofficial, and they're offering these private procedures behind closed doors to anybody who's commenting or interested. It's very obvious they don't want this in the public eye, and they're even showing proof of results, which can obviously be faked. I mean, this is just one of the many sketchy e-commerce businesses that happen all over Xiaohongshu. I mean, a couple days ago, I was at one of those Chinese medicine shops, you know, like the ones where the ginseng is like stacked on top of each other across the shelves. Yeah, I mean, I was like scrolling through Douyin and like a bunch of different kinds of these procedures came out. And well, what do you know? My data completely turned off while I was in there. Maybe they just didn't want me to find something out that I shouldn't. And speaking of data, I've been using this eSIM app called Saily, and it fixes like all of those issues. You know, instead of like arriving at the airport and then getting a kind Chinese auntie help you buy a SIM card, please just leave her alone. All you gotta do is just download Saily on your phone, pick a country, choose a data plan, and instant internet, like you're good to go. And it also works in over 200 countries, so like whether you're going to Japan, Korea, or China, wherever, you won't be relying on the local cafe's Wi-Fi. And trust me, when I went to China, I've been hit with those $87 roaming charges, like just for using something like Google Maps for like a minute. So luckily, Saily helps you avoid all those fees completely. And I mean, you don't have to keep like installing a new SIM every time you switch countries. And they actually have some pretty good security features too. So it works on iOS, it works on Android, and if for some reason it just, doesn't work, you'll get a full refund. You can get an exclusive 15% discount on Saily eSIM data plans or use code WANI at checkout. Or you can also download the Saily app or go to saily.com/WANI. I'll throw the QR code on screen here as well. Thank you, Saily, for sponsoring this video, and let's get back to the main ingredients. Now here's what's actually inside of these so-called miracle injections. They contain 3 ingredients: tranexamic acid, glutathione, and vitamin C. First up, tranexamic acid is actually a blood clotting agent, which also makes your skin a bit more paler, with the increased risk of skin cancer though. Reasonable trade-off. Next is glutathione, which actually helps detoxify the liver, so it might sound like the healthy one on paper, right? But thing is, you're not eating foods that just contain it and like slowly over time, you're dumping a whole bucket of it into your blood. And then there's vitamin C, oranges. Yum, everyone's favorite. The most safe ingredient, right? Except in high doses, it causes diarrhea and blood clotting. So it circles all the way back to tranexamic acid. So imagine all of these combined, injected into an IV drip directly inside of you, all for that glow up. And despite the name whitening injection, there's actually no such thing as this in China as like an official approved product. They're basically cooking up their own DIY potion here. Which brings us to this disturbing case of an influencer called Little Angel. She said that she's been getting these whitening injections for 6 years. At first, everything seemed fine, like her skin was getting lighter and the results were actually working. So of course, like any normal person would, she just kept going with it for years. And the side effects gradually started kicking in. So what started happening was that the skin on her face actually started to harden, and her nose began to start rotting and ulcerating. Also, the area under her eyes became like extremely swollen and dark. Like, this is absolutely horrifying. And she says she did not use any fake products, like everything was genuine. She followed the routine exactly as instructed, and doctors even told her at the beginning that your skin, yeah, you'll look whiter at first, but long-term use can cause ulcers, but I mean, she just ignored it. She said that she was going to the doctors every single week during this treatment phase, and she was doing daily IV drips over time, and that's how things got worse. And to try to fix the damage, she went through 2 rhinoplasty surgeries just to repair her nose. And even after 2 years of continuous treatment, still she had swelling under her cheeks and eyes. And this was a big wake-up call for her and most netizens. I mean, she begged people to learn from her mistakes and avoid these procedures, as I mean, they are unofficial, so they really can ruin your life. I mean, there was even another woman who fell into a coma just after 3 injections. Just 3 injections. And it's not just the injections themselves, because sometimes people mix and combine them with fillers, such as hyaluronic acid. Boy, did I miss you. But this is just one side of the industry that those brave people who are super desperate for having pale skin will go to. But for those of you at home and for people that, aren't as brave, they have a solution for it. And these are the so-called whitening creams, with the promise of miracle glowing results, done at the comfort of your own home. So we are doing an entire paint job on our body now until we look like a celestial being. Creams are much safer, guys. I mean, it's just something you apply to your skin, so no needles, no IV drips, right? None of that. It's completely done without side effects. Until you realize many of these creams have mercury in it. Yeah, mercury. As in toxic heavy metals, and excessive amounts of it. And why? Because it completely stops melanin production and instantly makes you lighter. So technically, yeah, it works, but at the cost of completely ruining your kidneys, damaging your brain, and just almost dying from it. Yeah, this looks completely normal to me. You totally don't look like a vampire or somebody suffering from blood loss.
接下来就是全身打牛奶过，扫完一遍以后，我还在局部黑色素比较重的地方着重做了一个精准过。咱就说这待遇和明星有啥区别？到这一步的时候就已经初见端倪喽。最后全身再刷上厚厚的大白，等待30分钟，我已经变成一条美人鱼了，这里真的好搞笑。但是此时此刻已经非常期待做完的效果了。给你们看看我做完的样子，就连关节、手肘处都白嫩到不行。
Now, I understand if they're trying to go for that Michelin Man undertone, but, makeup is always an option. Oh, how stupid of me. I forgot, that's temporary. We need fast results and permanent results, which inevitably leads us to people paying hundreds of dollars for these unofficial online whitening creams because apparently expensive equals safe. And looking at the instant side effects that start showing, I mean, you see patch marks on your skin, you start to get these crazy allergic reactions, all due to the mercury. And this one Chinese media report actually found 55 batches of whitening creams that had excessive mercury levels. I mean, one of them exceeded the limit by 6,399 times. Oh, oops. We added a little bit too much. It's fine. Just market it as a traditional Chinese medicine formula. Now, this brand was already on a high mercury blacklist, but they just kept getting away with it because, I mean, they just kept rebranding. Some were unregistered, some were deregistered. So, I mean, they weren't even approved to begin with. And most of these products are not approved at all. Now, this aesthetic isn't going anywhere. I mean, if anything, it's here to stay forever. I mean, just take a look at the entire Chinese influencer face aesthetic that's, you know, being shoved into your face every day. So if you think about it, after dabbling in these whitening injections and these poisonous creams, filters are not too bad after all. Now that I think about it, I can slowly start to see what look they were going for. You can't ever be too white, now can you?
Well, well, well. Jack. My baby mama, thank you. Can I hear the making of temperature rise? If you leave me, I could die. I swear. You are like the oxygen I need to survive. I'll be honest. Your love ain't it, don't leave me. I am so obsessed. I want to chop your body. I want to hear what can she open up.
Welcome back to another Armor Reforger video. My name is Callsign Chan, and right now I'm approaching one of the last standing buildings in this part of Orlivka. As the Russians occupy different sectors of the front, it's my job to hold out at this broken house for as long as I can. So I made sure to mark my location on the sitmap, allowing my commander to see that I made it to my position. Then I wasted no time and started to place AP mines in the different entrances.
Alright, I'm gonna load this house up with some AP mines.
And after a few minutes of waiting, I finally heard footsteps.
Here's somebody running. Luckily, just as I was shooting the one Russian outside of the building, another guy ran into an AP mine downstairs. Yo, dude, I think I just did it.
But before I went down to go and check on that guy, I wanted to make sure the guy that was hiding behind the tent was finished. So I decided to look for movement before sending an RPG. now's the time to go and check on the casualty downstairs and see if he has any intel. No intel, but he did have an RPG. I'm sure this will come in handy for later. After grabbing what I wanted, I decided to put another AP mine directly in the entrance. After eliminating a few Russians, I was very lucky that the tank rolling down the road didn't know about my whereabouts, allowing me to secretly pull out my RPG and shoot it in the back. Although I got a good hit on the tank and it was on fire, now the enemy knew exactly where I was. Wonder if this guy had more RPG warheads. No. And thank goodness for my AP mines, because it's impossible to cover every sector by myself. Oh my gosh, no way. Another one. Watch your step, man. You coward. With multiple Russians down, I had no choice but to keep defending my position. I know I'm in here. Throwing grenades. Go dead check this guy real quick. Seattle's currently being stormed. I've killed 3. I want to go see if this guy had a RPG or something. Alright, let's get back inside. Oh, I think I hear somebody. And I hear a car. With Russians closing in on my position, the sounds of gunshots and artillery only got louder. I hear people. But right outside my building. Another one hit my mine, I'm pretty sure. Oh my gosh, bro. How many people did I just kill? And just like that, I was able to defend my position from an entire Russian squad, all by myself. So I searched the bodies for any intel, grenades, and ammo before I made the decision to retreat. Got an RPG, but I really think I gotta get out of here. After leaving the outskirts, my next mission was to set up in a stolen Russian van full of FPV drones. So I headed to a remote area where I could get set up. Rest in peace to that guy. Well, that would be the Russian car that I just blew up.
One trip, zero worries about your travel budget. For countless new cities to skate, countless new friends to make, countless new memories to bring back home. Make life count. Book now. More life in real life. FlixBus.
So you can turn your girlfriend's hangry puppy into your biggest fan.
That was fast.
After a successful drone strike, it didn't take long for the Russians on the ground to start jamming the signal. However, I decided to remain persistent. And this time, instead of flying around looking for targets, I put my drone on the main supply route and waited. While I was waiting, it didn't take long for some soldiers down the road to start shooting at my drone. So I decided to try and take them out. Once I was out of drones, I made my way to the trenches of Ghost Line, where my next task was to eliminate any enemies approaching our defenses. I hear a drone. And it didn't take long for me to hear the buzz of a van approaching my position. After smacking the van with an RPG, I knew the enemies would be looking for me. Hey, thanks for watching today's episode of
There are 1,000 things to consider, and I didn't even know the names of half of them. If I didn't even know what the problem
to keep your thing be
The Mo Value Meal.
could essentially be very beneficial for studying things.
Oh, yeah.
You know, if we had the ability to mummify things in a way that preserved their organs and didn't necessarily destroy the tissue, I feel like that would be a breakthrough for paleontology, for biology, for all types, and even perhaps, you know, answering some of the questions on, you know, the preservation of youth or the longevity of our own lifespans. Like, I mean, it feels related.
Yeah, whatever it is, you know, we should have a better understanding of it, because it's not just, it's internal and external.
Wow.
And other life forms. Again, if scavengers coming up are like
deterred.
Yeah, what's doing that? So, and we the cattle mutilations too. It's like, I was so skeptical of cattle mutilations growing up. You know, I've heard about it my whole life. But then as I've started both on the ranch and as I've talked with other people in other cases, and MoveOn has a really good record of them, and they've helped me. And I've gone out to some of these sites. It's like, there actually is something to this. I did not want to admit that. I'm admitting that. Not all of them, but there absolutely is something to it. Why? Why cattle? And the joke is, I don't know if you remember the Star Trek where they went back to get the whales. There's a Star Trek episode where they go back in time. There's this probe that comes from space and it's shooting this beam at the Earth, and it's like causing all this chaos in these oceans. And they turn out, well, it's actually trying to communicate with whales, but we've made whales extinct. So they go back in time and bring some whales back. And like Spock says, if we were to assume that this message was meant for humans, that shows our arrogance, because maybe it's for another life form, and it was for whales, right? So who knows? Maybe cattle are what matter. Maybe aliens are coming from somewhere they don't care about us, but they're curious about cattle.
Yeah, people in India would be right about a lot of things in that case.
Yeah, which I don't say that's what it is, but I'm just saying you got to be open to the possibility you're wrong, and you should listen. Not every theory is going to be equal value, but it is valuable to hear it.
Yeah,
even if it's wrong.
The bovine is a sacred animal in many cultures. It also is one of the only species that we're sort of compatible with I believe like a plasma or something to do with the blood, like bovine blood, especially I think fetuses. And I'm not a biologist by any means, but I've read that there are some similarities there, as well as even the sort of tallow, how it's like it's good for us. Our skin recognizes it as our own, and so like there's all this like overlap between us and bovine that seems to be related. And if that's the case, then I don't know. It makes for interesting speculation. Yeah. I had a guest in here recently that was talking about his alleged alien abductions, and he was then sort of deferring to the idea that they feed on blood somehow, but it's consumed not orally, but like
absorbing it.
Exactly, like they sit in these vats or whatever, and that it would make sense that their blood would be sort of compatible if we are related to these species that are taking these cows or whatever it is, or taking their blood. But the desanguination is just, I think, the most bizarre part of all this, because there's never, even in winter, that's what like blew my mind.
Yeah,
I live in Canada, we get a lot of snow. I take a piss in the snow, you're going to see it, right? Let alone if a drop of blood touches the snow. These things have no blood in them, and there's no blood around them, no tracks leading up or going to or from them. No struggle. They're just dead on their side, these holes bored in them and with no blood left. Like, what are you supposed to make of that?
Yeah, like how do you frame that in a way that makes any sense? And I think hearing way out there theories is important, because even if it's wrong, it's going to get you to think outside of your mindset, and then you're going to make the real connection of what it is over here. So I think it's good to hear all these things. They're thought experiments, even if you don't agree with it or you think, oh, this is crazy.
Sure.
But tell me anyways, because I want the thought experience, because it's going to get your mind going. Because we work in these bubbles, and you need somebody to think outside the box and to share a different perspective to help you make new perspectives that are different than the perspective they're sharing.
Correct. Yeah, I agree.
I don't have working theory on what the cattle mutilation thing is. Again, my brain goes to 1990s UFO picking up a cow, and that's the visual I get. Same thing. You say portal, bam, Rick and Morty appears in my head. Well, whatever it is, the phenomenon is real. It's verifiable. Not every case, but it absolutely is. What is it? I don't know. I feel like my theories are painfully lacking on what it could, what
their hypotheses.
Their hypotheses, and of course the brain goes to, non-human intelligence, but it could be something totally abstract that we don't even know.
Right.
Absolutely could.
Could be some other primitive life form that is intelligent in its own right, but that has nothing to do with our type of intelligence. That's so fascinating. I'm very fascinated by all this. In terms of other biological anomalies that occur on the ranch, what else sticks out to you? I know you mentioned something about plants. Is there any, flora?
So one of the things we found, there's a region, we call it the runway, and the plants grow in what looks like a runway. We don't understand it. And there's a plant, it's called golden hairy aster. It's kind of a wild name there, but it's this plant that grows there. And what we found is on either side of this runway, it was growing normal. And in the runway, the leaves were growing. It looked like they had been radiated. They looked all like withered, and like, so when radiation hits a life form, it mutates the cells, and a cell is just reproduce, and if you get the wrong code, you start growing, you become
erratic.
And erratic. So they were doing that, and I thought, well, would the acidity and the alkalinity be different? And so it should be in the ground. So we took samples from the ground from these plants and checked them, the plants themselves and in the ground, and we did find a difference in the alkalinity and the acidity based off of in the runway versus on either side of it. We did find
right beside it.
And we want to go back and do this. I want to also test for like isopods and small arthropods in the ground. Let's see, are they growing differently? Are they affected by this? There's one plant that I love. This plant, it's called a desert trumpet plant. It's in the buckwheat family. If you research it, you're going to get a lot of misinformation because it grows in these weird bulbs. And there's this one guy like in the 70s wrote and said, oh, this wasp burrows a hole and then it goes and grows that way. That's not why it grows that way. They do that after the fact. But it's such a strange and specific plant that Star Trek based an alien life form off of it. It's a really cool plant, but it grows in a mathematically perfect way. I wrote up the formula for the growth, like if you were going to code it into a computer and replicate it. And on this one part of the ranch, it would grow the first stage normal, go to the second stage normal, and the last stage it went like totally crazy. And the next year they did not. And so so plants grow in stages. And so the assumption is that there was an energetic event that happened, kind of like with this golden aster. Something happened that year at this one growth stage. Something did it, and that's the same field that the Falcon disappeared on and then reappeared over the triangle. So, so the plants are telling us things too. The plants are if you look and listen to what they're saying, the plants are, the arthropods are, the frogs are on the ranch. You know, we talked about the magpie nest. Yeah, or was that?
I think we talked about that at breakfast. If you want to go back to that, because I thought that was really interesting.
Yeah. So on that north-south, the path of the Skinwalker.
Let's lay the land here a little bit. The path of the Skinwalker. What is that exactly, and why is that an important place?
So without getting too much into politics, and again, every tribe is going to share their history through their own voice, but the general, what is told is that in the past, the Ute tribe and the Navajo tribe, the Dene, had some beef and had some bad things happen between them. And so the Navajo cursed the Ute with the path of the Skinwalker that goes from the south, from Navajo land up north to the Ute reservation, which runs right through Skinwalker Ranch and along a very specific path. And the ranch has a fence line going along that path. And there's petroglyphs on this path. It's a very specific thing. It's not just loosely the path of the Skinwalker. It's literally.
Have you walked this path?
Yes. Yes.
Anything weird happen to you?
Constantly. I mean,
really?
That's where lots of cattle mutilations have happened there. If you watch the show, the big hole through the tree happened there. And the magpies build a really specific nest. They make a like a clay nest, like a robin, and then they make a stick nest around it with walls and a ceiling and a front door. It's very specific, very recognizable. And on this path, in this tree, right next to it, they build it, but they build it wrong. Like their orientation is wrong, their under axis is wrong, and so the eggs fall out, and they lay more eggs. The eggs fall out, they lay more eggs. And they do it every year. They'll build a new nest, same thing, and it's all crooked, and the eggs keep falling out. So happens again and again and again every single time. And
what do compasses, do they act up in that area as well? Or they're
yes.
So there does seem to be like a geomagnetic anomaly there.
Yeah, but the weird thing is, like a regular compass will about half the time be messed up there, and half the time it works. But if you have a digital compass on your phone, the anomaly is like, oh, really? And it'll like spin it and make it just do all kinds of crazy things. Meanwhile, you have a real compass and it's like, okay, I'm messing with you a little. But if it's digital, it has a heyday. It goes wild. Absolutely wild.
That's so silly because it should not be related.
Oh, yeah, what does digital have to do with it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoa, okay. So this makes me want to go out there. Do you ever think, if I went there, do you think they would give me a tour?
If we connected with Brandon.
Yeah, I have his phone number.
Yeah.
We've spoken maybe a year ago because I have some friends out in Utah as well, and they know Brandon. They were putting me in touch and whatnot, but I know he's a busy guy.
Yeah. He's really cool, and if you can get him and he's busy, he'd probably be open to that. It's not just like open for business, but
of course.
But he loves to help people get a beat on it and understand and help push this information out there. So I think he'd be very open to it.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. I'd be interested. There is the one concern that the audience keeps bringing up with this stuff, as well as friends who talk to me about, is this hitchhiker effect, and that is this idea that by visiting this place, you are then opening yourself up to the phenomenon in a way that will follow you back to your home. Have you experienced the hitchhiker effect?
I'm one of the only people who has not, and I'm grateful for that. Just about everybody who I know of, who's like the main team on the ranch. There's other contractors that maybe come like once a season kind of thing, but just about everybody I know has had some sort of a hitchhiker effect happen to them, and I haven't. I've had, I think, more strange things happen to me on the ranch, kind of in the paranormal, kind of more of like in the ghostly type stuff than most people have that I've talked to. But off the ranch, I've had basically nothing.
What's your explanation for that? What makes you immune?
I don't know. I come in really wanting to understand, very much so. I don't come in as a believer, but it's like, hey, there's something here. I want to understand it, and I very, very much want to understand it. And that's what I love about it. For me, when I had this opportunity, I jumped at it because I thought, I don't want an anecdotal story. I want to know firsthand. I want my own photos, my own data and for anybody else, now it's anecdotal to them. I'm sorry. And if you don't believe me, I don't care. That's fine. I salute you. Great. You don't believe me? Fine. But I'm just sharing the experiences. Take it as you will and do what you want with it. I'm just reporting back because I've been grateful for this opportunity, and I want to share as much of it as I'm allowed to. And I want other minds on it. I want other people, because think about it. I'm making assumptions that might not be connected. They might have a jaguar might be totally unrelated. It might just be coincidental. If there's a jaguar running around up there, that could be a totally unrelated thing. And then the biologist says, oh, this is connected. Maybe it's not. Yeah. And so having other people talking about this and questioning it is good.
So you think your open-mindedness is warding off this hitchhiker effect to some extent?
I think it is. Instead, it is toning down the trickster element. I think I've had a lot of experience, and some of them I don't share publicly, that seem to be like it's trying to show me and teach me. I've had more teaching moments, I think. I think a lot of the people have come in with healthy skepticism. A lot of them have no background in this kind of stuff. It's just like raw, regular science, and so they're just highly skeptical, which is good. Well, I always say, don't be a skeptic, be skeptical. A skeptic is a predetermined. I don't believe. Yeah. Say, show me the evidence and let me make my assumption. That's good. Sure, be skeptical. But I think there's so many people come in so. Absolutely.
Okay, so the best. I'm trying to.
Is good. Well, I always say, don't be a skeptic, be skeptical. A skeptic is a predetermined. I don't believe. Yeah. Say, show me the evidence and let me make my assumption. That's good. It's good to be skeptical. But I think there's so many people come in so brash and they don't want to be made a fool. I don't care to be a fool. If I'm wrong, I was wrong. Okay. Let's recalibrate.
Yeah.
I don't mind being wrong. I don't mind. That. And so I've had a lot of instances where kind of the trickster element, I think among everybody there, my phone has been hacked in the least. I think it's only happened twice. It was like the first season there.
That's so crazy to me that your phone's been hacked in twice and it's happened the least.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
So...
yeah, people have to replace their phones.
If I'm going there with my phone, you're saying there's a 100% chance that my phone will act up?
Yeah,
No
yeah,
way.
especially.
I would document the hell out of my phone.
Yeah, get a second phone and film it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
or a camera, not a phone to film my phone, because that'll act up too.
Yeah, but yeah, and some people, it ruins their phone completely and scramble it and they have to get a new one. And so, you know.
So you're saying that the phenomenon is obviously aware on some conscious level.
It behaves that way.
Of what your intention is.
And it knows ahead of time.
And so, what do you mean it knows ahead of time?
It somehow it can anticipate. If you're going to do an experiment, it knows what the experiment's going to be.
Do you ever have things that happen to you before going to Skinwalker Ranch that are sort of in hindsight, you go, oh, it was preparing me, or it was showing me, or it was telling me something?
There's been things that might just be synchronicity. It might be you're seeing what you want to see, and I can't rule that out. But there's some things where, like, I'll meet somebody or have a conversation ahead of time, and then I get to the ranch.
It'll feel just totally synchronous.
Lines up, which that could just be coincidence.
It could be also like a synchronicity generator happening type thing. Like, I mean, I wouldn't completely put it past, like, if we're also delving into this sort of paranormal or transdimensional, you know, hypotheses, then, you know, the idea that synchronicities might also be enhanced in and around this place, I think would be fair to say.
Absolutely.
Okay, so the best, in my head, I'm trying to like build up armor here for you know, an eventual trek to this area, and I might, you know, I think I do have a healthy balance of skepticism but open-mindedness, and this is actually helping me prepare, because I hear about these stories, and although you know, part of me wants to chalk it up to confirmation bias, to, you know, suggestion. Suggestion is very powerful as well. Like if you're completely against being hypnotized and you're like, I don't believe in hypnosis and you'll never hypnotize me, and then, which you're right, you won't be able to, but then if your best friend who you've known since you were a child, I hypnotize them in front of you, something in the back of your mind and your subconscious changes.
Yeah.
You might still say, well, he's just, you know, in on it, or you'll never get me, but something fundamentally changes to where now you're able to being hypnotized.
Yeah.
And so I think about that a lot when this hitchhiker effect occurs and you have these skeptics going in, these staunch sort of debunkers, and they're the ones who seem to be affected the most.
And attacked. I don't like saying it. I mean, because I love everybody I met there who works, both the people doing the research and people doing security, and even the film crew. You know, I've worked with film crews on other projects, and it's like, there's always some drama, right? Zero drama. These are good people. They're sincere. A lot of them are skeptical too, but they're like, hey, we're just going to film this and document this. Good people. But I have seen that if you go to the ranch, go with a teach me. Just come with that attitude. Be like, hey, I'm skeptical. I'm not a skeptic. I just want to learn. I want to experience. I want to feel. And I understand I might have a little confirmation bias that might be kind of leading me on. I'm aware of that, but still teach me. And it'll show you things. But if you, and like me, I mean, that's always been my attitude, right? But like, this is the portal story.
Sure, yeah, let's get into this.
But this is one of those ones where I kind of questioned it and what happened. It was kind of interesting. So me and one of my friends, Charlie, we were there. And it was nighttime, and we said, let's go do some astrophotography. And it's a great night, Milky Way out. So we went over to this area, and we put up our camera, start taking pictures. And this isn't important, but I share it as part of the story. All of a sudden, we heard something going along the creek. And you know, maybe it was just a coyote or a raccoon, but all the frogs and crickets stopped. And we got this kind of creepy feeling. Great, who cares about feelings? But anyways, that kind of creeped us out for a bit, but then it went away, and that feeling got away and went back to normal. We got all these great photos. We're having a good time. And I said, you know what, Charlie? Sometimes this ranch is really creepy feeling, and sometimes, like right now, it just feels like a regular, beautiful old ranch in northern Utah. He's like, yeah, I know what you mean. Like right now, it's just a cool, beautiful place at night. And the second we both said that, we hear a sound, and it's, if you shoot a 22 bullet across the desert, that, and also if you've ever been on a frozen lake, that that breaking sound, it was those two sounds.
You're pretty good at those sounds, by the way.
It's those two sounds together, and we both turn to it, and we look over and about 8-9 feet up, I don't know, like 20-30 feet away, we see, and it had already started, we see an expansion ring coming out. Now, it was lit, but it was not self-illuminating. It was like, it was expanding out so fast horizontally that if you've ever seen like explosions in slow motion where the shock wave that comes through will sometimes compress and make water vapor.
Okay.
That's what it was. It was a water vapor ring from the speed of it coming out, and it was illuminated by the stars. Like it wasn't light. It wasn't producing light, but it was reflecting the starlight out. And we're looking, we just see this, and we're like, what? And it probably was about 8, 9, 10 feet out when we looked over, and it got to about 40 feet. And we said, oh, let's get out of here. So we packed up our stuff and we start walking towards Homestead 1 and the command center right next to each other. We're going towards them, and all of a sudden the command center, the lights go and go off, and then go back on. And Tom came out and he's like, hey, I was looking for you guys. You guys okay? And we said, yeah, the power just went out. He's like, what do you mean? I was in the ranch house. Power didn't go out. I'm like, no, it went off in the command center. He said, that's impossible. They're on the same breaker. If one goes off, they both go off. And we're like, we just saw this. And so I don't know what to make of that. I kind of take it to mean that the rancher's like, oh yeah, just a normal ranch. You know better than this. You've experienced too much already. How dare you say that? I'll show you. Maybe that's not it. Maybe it's totally unrelated.
Some explosion out there, some weird EMP bomb, or I don't even know.
But whatever it was, I mean, the timing was immediate, and that sound and just that expansion. And I don't think it was the same thing, but you understand in the Bigelow era that, you know, they documented vertical portals and things coming through them. So I don't know if that's the same thing, but
in hindsight, would you go towards it?
I would have now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you told me, hey, you're about to see this, go towards it, I would have. But I was too spooked at the time. Of course, it shocked me too much. There's things like that.
I would have probably had the same reaction. Like, let's get the hell out of here.
Mm-hmm.
In hindsight, you go, God,
yeah,
should have walked towards it.
Well, same thing. We'll hear voices on the ranch, and usually you walk away from them. Sometimes walk towards.
What kind of voices?
This go towards I would have, but I was too spooked at the time. Of course, it shocked me too much. There's things like that.
I would have probably had the same reaction. Like, let's get the hell out of here. In hindsight, you go, God, yeah, should have walked towards it.
Well, same thing. We'll hear voices on the ranch, and usually you walk away from them. Sometimes walk towards.
What kind of voices?
Well, my first one. This is at Homestead. This is Homestead 3. It's the far west end of the ranch. And Tom and Candace is my first time there. They're taking me on a tour around. And there's a Native American medicine man there with us. And he was blessing the dog who lives there, who had been attacked the week earlier. And I'm like, what did he get attacked by? And they're like, dog wolf thing. I'm like, what, you're gonna give me more than that? But I was just getting to know them. I didn't know him yet, so I didn't press it. So that medicine man came to give the dog a blessing. He was in a cone. And so then they're showing me
the medicine man or the dog.
The medicine man was giving the dog a blessing.
The cone was on the dog.
The cone was on the dog. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And so they took me out, and so we're showing Homestead 1, Homestead 2, and Homestead 3. And I was, I don't know, like 30 feet away from them, and they're showing me some stuff. And then I walked away, and I was looking out there, and I started hearing voices that sounded Native American. I know some Ute. And when I was 18, I was adopted by the Kikri Cherokee tribe. I speak a little bit of Cherokee. Cherokee is not a Utah tribe in any way, shape, or form. But I start hearing these voices, and I'm leaning in, and I started speaking Cherokee at it. And just like, all right, that's my default. It's nothing to do with the Ute language. But I'm like, and those voices were like, and they're like, it was almost like they heard me and couldn't see me, and started like, oh, what is this? And what is these voices? And so I just like kind of like listening, trying to string in. And Candace goes, Ben. And I'm like, yeah. Well, and she's like, are you okay? I'm like, yeah. And I told her what happened. I'm like, why were you so worried? And apparently the week before, somebody had been standing in that exact same spot and had been looking the same direction, had gone catatonic and collapsed and had to be taken off the ranch. And so they were thinking that's what was happening to me. It wasn't. But those were the first voices I heard on the ranch.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
If I witnessed you just starting to speak Cherokee into a dark void, I would also be concerned.
Well, and then like my first night on the ranch, this is kind of, and again, this is an anecdotal story. So, but I mean, I'm sharing what happened. If you don't believe me, that is fine.
Sure.
You have your right not to believe me. So, at the time, Eric wasn't living on the ranch. He was coming on and off. And so I was in the main bedroom in the command center. And I'm like, this is kind of weird. You don't have internet working there on your phone, even though it's really close to civilization. And I was like, okay, so I'm not really connected to the outside world. I'm alone in this house. Everybody else is in Tom and Candace's house. So I have the lights on in the bedroom, and I'm like feeling a little creeped out, feeling a little vulnerable. So I'm leaning over on my side, and I'm just like looking up pictures from the day at the phone. And I got the blankets pulled up on me, and all of a sudden I feel something. I look down, and the blankets are getting pulled off, not like falling off. These are like really coarse, crappy material blankets, not like soft, silky stuff. And it's like something is pulling them off, and it goes almost all the way off the bed. And I'm like, nope. So I grab them and I pull it back up. I'm like, I just got to ignore this. I can't acknowledge this. And so I'm still looking at my phone again, and it starts happening again, and they pull almost all the way off, and I'm like, I literally don't have the brain length, wait to handle this. So I bundled them in my legs, and I'm like, no, there's 100% on the bed. Nothing's hanging off the bed. You're taking me off if you're taking these blankets off. And I just turned on like an audiobook and slept with the lights on because I'm like,
too freaked out.
Yeah,
that's one of the scariest things ever.
Yeah, first night blankets.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so all the rest of the nights I'm like, I need to sleep over here with you guys in the ranch house. And that was even worse because it was so hot. They had the door open, and they had guns by every door. Tom and Candace made that ranch house beautiful. It was like a beautiful hippie place. It had like prisms in all the windows and stuff. When it was sunset, they're like, it's rainbow o'clock. But they had guns by every door because they're like, yeah, something came in and attacked the dog from the door. So the screen door's there, the door's open. I'm sleeping on an air mattress in there with these guns, and I'm like,
pretty vulnerable.
Oh, I don't like this.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, it's so weird. It's so weird because it's so creepy, but it's so beautiful. It seems sometimes so malicious, and sometimes it's just, hey, come and learn things.
What's your conviction level like before and after? Are you like, did you go in thinking, oh, there's something here, and you left thinking, oh, there's definitely something here? Or were you like, I don't really know what to expect, and now you're 100% in? Like, where's your conviction on a percentage level of the phenomenon being absolutely real, that something is interacting with you?
So going into it, I think I was maybe 30%, maybe 40%. I thought people think it's up here, and I think they've inflamed it up. I think it's probably, there's some weirdness going on. It's probably around here, and people like a good story.
Yeah, that's a healthy way to think.
Yeah, and but now having been on the ranch, 100%, 500%. I mean, and the thing that pisses me off scientifically is it makes zero sense. If you said, oh, here's a place where people see Bigfoot a lot. I don't know if Bigfoot's real or not. I've seen Bigfoot, and I don't know if Bigfoot's real. Okay, but if you just said that, or here's a place where we saw a UFO. Cool. But what does that have to do with prehistoric animals coming through portals? What does that have to do with cattle mutilations? What does it have to do with decomposition not happening? These things should not overlap. They're weird enough as they are. they shouldn't overlap, and they do, and I can verify that for myself. So if nobody believes me, that's fine. I know for myself because I've experienced it 100%, and I've seen some of the greatest scientists I've ever had a chance to work with also see this firsthand and see it like make them scratch their heads, and some of them get attacked. So,
what's the most important discovery during your time there that you think, even outside of yourself, that was made while you were there?
That's a tough one, because is it more about what is I mean, I think the fact that we've got UFOs on camera, killing a cow, that's not the most important, but I think that's pretty low-hanging fruit. It's like UFO killed a cow spirals and goes wackadoodle, and then a dire wolf or something bites through its bone. I mean, it's just an odd chain of things. I think there's a lot of metaphysical things. The fact that there does genuinely seem to be portals. The fact that you had lasers stopped. I mean, that's maybe the fields of science that I'm not in version of the decomposition thing. It's like shooting a laser at the sky and having it stop, or having it split, or go into 4 directions randomly. It's a laser. It goes only one direction unless you bend it. That bubble, whatever that dome, that bubble is, it's real. We've had dropped things down and had things kind of bounce off of it. We've had drones, when you have the border of it, drones that are trying to do a great pattern. And I've filmed it with my phone. This thing is like boom, and it's like it ran into a wall, and it's like and then it has to go back to home base and recalibrate and then go through it. Rockets, you had rockets that once they hit that go, and we've had rockets when they come down and they hit that zone and they stay. I'm going to sit in one place for 30 seconds on a parachute and then go over. We've dropped GPS things in cans out of the helicopter, and they seem to bounce off it. I don't understand what it is, but whatever it is, it's really important. The triangle seems to be kind of the center of it. Whatever that is, whatever that zone is, and we see things going underground. But I mean, and I think on my end, watching a falcon go through a portal and come out the other side, that's pretty wild.
It is pretty wild. Yeah. I will give you that. Yeah, all of this seems to be really. It's hard to put it into one category, and I think that's probably why. Like you said, it's pretty frustrating scientifically. Some of this stuff behaves like, it was radiated. Like if you look at the plant life, like you said, like, okay, there does seem to be some correlation here with radiation, whether that's some type of beam striking down, whether there's something in the earth that is there that is causing, is irradiating that area. That could also make sense perhaps of some of the species being a little different, because if you're mutating cells at a level where you can see, plants be different, then obviously that might also be true for whatever's living there. It might have evolved differently than other predators in that neighboring area.
When we found it on the elk on the ranch, on the game cameras, they have spots that correlate with almost like if you took a dental x-ray and put it right up at their face and left it on for an hour, and then what it does to the skin and what it does to the hair, spots on them doing that. We've documented that. But the strange thing is a lot of times when you have these spiked radiation levels, come back 4 hours later, it's back to normal. And
radiation should just be there
for another 500,000 years.
Exactly.
Right? And it doesn't. And so is that an issue with the instruments? Was the phenomenon like messing with your instruments to make you think there was a spike? Or did you actually have transient radiating? That's impossible, but is that what happened? We don't know. But the plants definitely do seem to act like it. And again, some of the animals we found, some of the deer and some of the elk. We've also found...
Or whatever's causing this has similar symptoms to being radiated. Maybe it's some other type of force that we're not familiar with.
Correct.
That would, I think, make some sense.
Yeah. And again, some of the animals we see, could they just be enlarged? We found on the game cameras a giant raccoon that's got way longer legs. Everybody thought, they're like, is this a bear? And they thought it was a black bear. I'm like, no. And it has this really stumpy tail. And I showed everybody pictures. I'm like, again, during the Ice Age, we had this giant raccoon called Chapelmelania. And I'm like, okay, is this... I'm not saying it is, but if you had like radiation, could this be just a regular raccoon that got radiated and this somehow changed to more of a cancerous type growth and more bulbous back and longer legs and a super stumpy tail? But it looked just like, again, if you see this, if you know biology, but you don't know paleontology, then you don't make this jump. And it's like, well, okay, we had giant 300-pound beavers, Castorides. We had giant raccoons, Chapelmelania, that lived alongside the regular ones. Yeah, they turned into this. These lived at the same time. These are gone. We had giant jaguars and regular jaguars. The big ones are supposedly gone. Had dire wolves and gray wolves. Dire wolves are gone, but they lived side by side. And so you got to make that connection. The ecosystems of North America are not intact. I mean, we should have mammoths and camels and sloths and all these things alongside elk and moose and deer and turkeys and all these things.
Pretty compelling, pretty interesting. I can't wait to get some actual, 4K imagery of like one of these things just showing up, or even better yet, a body.
Yeah.
That would be the day, because I think, something like that then becomes an international. I mean, it becomes big news in every regard, and not just in the sort of alien paranormal UFO regards, but like more so of like, hey, there are things happening on this earth that are apparently natural, apparently, tied to some event that is creating these little pockets here. I mean, that itself is equally as fascinating as extraterrestrials to me.
It really is.
Yeah.
It might not catch your imagination as much, but I mean, like whatever this wolf thing is, we have a good chunk of the body. We have the jaw, we have the DNA sequenced, and it's been compared by the most extensive genetics lab on Earth at the moment by every other canine on the planet, and all the different dog breeds too, and it doesn't match any of them. And it's just tangible evidence. I got it sitting in my house. The jaw's sitting in my house.
You have a picture of that?
Yeah. And also, I forgot to mention this. Let me make sure to get you a picture of these two. This is another weird thing. See, there's little things like this that are actually big. That these are big stories, but I forget because it's been years. There's so many things. So that jaw, I cleaned it off, and then I let Dermestid Beetles at home clean it off further, and then I took it back to the ranch. So I had it in like a little Tupperware, little Rubbermaid container, no lid, just paper towels. It's about this deep. And so I show up at the ranch, and I said, "Hey, come on and have lunch." I'm like, "Well, I'm going to leave this outside." So when you're walking up the stairs to the trailer, there's a little table right there. I set it on that table. People were walking in and out past it. I was in there eating lunch for maybe 10 minutes, 12 minutes, and when I came back out, it's covered all over with lacerations, deep incisions. Now, some people are like, could it have been a rodent? They're not doubled up. They're individual lacerations, and it's sitting in the exact position when I set it down.
Whoa.
It's not like somebody picked it up, cut it, and then put it back in. All around it, it's deep incisions. And I asked everyone, I'm like, did anybody touch this? I mean, did anybody notice anything? No. And like 10 to 12 minutes. Eating lunch, people walking past it, and somehow it's covered with lacerations. Like
noticeable.
No, oh yeah, I'll send you pictures.
You would have noticed that these weren't
absolutely. Like you'd have to do this with a Dremel, or to do these. To do these into the raw bone and have them look like this, you would have had to have done it when the bone was still fresh.
Right. Or else it would have cracked.
Yeah. And so somehow these are that way. And I got pictures of the jaw before and after. And it's like, how did this happen? I have no idea. But deep, these big old lacerations, like something just all over, even on the side, everywhere, all around it.
Bizarre.
It just happened in those 10 to 12 minutes.
So abstract.
And yeah, what's the point of that?
Yeah.
Why would something do that? What does it mean? What is it saying? Is it saying anything? How did it happen? I don't know.
So, the one thing that I am sort of leaning towards more of now, and, you touched on this a little bit, you said, as we're looking at things and there's pendulum swings, we get into science and now we're looking at religion and spirituality. We get too far into religion and spirituality. We're looking at the scientific explanation. There's this ebb and flow of these two worlds. But something which is more on the spiritual side and something that perhaps being a skeptic myself or skeptical, I've, now as my pendulum is swinging back towards this idea of, okay, there's something perhaps tying the spiritual world into,
Crazy. Crazy. What, bro? Are you serious?
Popeye's $6 big.
which is more on the spiritual side and something that perhaps being a skeptic myself or skeptical, I've, now as my pendulum is swinging back towards this idea of, okay, there's something perhaps tying the spiritual world into, the scientific world. At the heart of that are these Native American, First Nations, indigenous tribes, these tribes that have been here for a very long time that seem to be at the very root in terms of not only their sort of, but for the most part, their lore. They're they talk about star people. They talk about all these things that we find in so many different religions and that we're looking at now in the sky. We're seeing a lot of these anomalous, UAP activity, but we're kind of echoing in our own language what they were saying. And so I think they have so many answers for us. Being someone who's adopted by Cherokee, what do you make of that? Do you put stock into that as well?
I definitely do, especially the tribes in southwestern United States, northwestern Mexico, all the way up to Navajo and Ute, which is, Skinwalker Ranch would be the northeastern range of that. Those people, their stories, their legends, there's something to it, and there's something connecting to some of these paranormal phenomenon, and it seems very legitimate. The more and more I study it, and the more and more I learn about it, the more I very much see something with it. And you see that with ancient peoples. You can put it everywhere, like in Australia, the Aborigines, though, if you look up the Wanchina figures, it's like they just look like gray aliens. And people say, well, they're water spirits. It's like you put a gray next to them, and it's like this is literally the same thing, and they're all over. And those are like 10, 12,000 year old paintings. So the tribes.
They're from the water, so they got underwater bases.
One of the Eastern Hardwood Forest tribes, and they have a legend of that there was a child that one of the beings from the sky world came down, fell in love with a woman, and they had a child together, and they said, okay, you have to take care of this child, and don't ever strike the child. If you strike the child, then the sky woman's going to take her back, and this child's going to live back with the father and the people he came from. And it's this whole story, and they still, but the grandma did like scold the child and, you know, gave him a whack, and so they took him away. And even if that's legend, a legend can be based off of something. And so the people today, they still all will have these ceremonies where they cry and give mourn and sorrow for this sky child that was taken back up to live with this rain spirit that, you know, took him up. So you might just be making an incorrect connection, but you're also stupid if you dismiss it. It's like, listen to the legend and let it percolate. Think about it. It's like, okay, this gives me a greater worldview, and maybe we can make some connections of understanding.
Do you think they know more than they're letting on? Because I know that a lot of these communities are very tight knit as well, in that, you know, they don't just give information freely to outsiders who are coming in. It's just, and you have to, even if you wanted to tell a story, you'd have to get approval from like the elders or like the chief. You have to go to the community and be like, can I tell this story? Can I give them this information? So do you think there's still a lot that they're kind of keeping secret?
I think that in general, loosely in general, yes, with all the tribes, but very specifically Southwest tribes and Southwest United States, Northwestern Mexico. In archaeology, we call it the Southwest Northwest region. Those people absolutely have things that they, you know, and occasionally you'll get them to explain or allude to it. And again, they're using terms that,
their ancestors
in the vocabulary, but it's very much very literal in how they, and when they'll leak some of it out and tell you a little bit, it's like, oh, that's exactly fits in with this or that we see in some of these events. And it lines up. You know, the timelines aren't perfect. You know, oral histories are oral histories. They're not going to be perfect. They're going to change a bit. And what you end up with is you have primordial time. So like if I said, when was Jesus born? That's a historical question. Whether Jesus or not was real, it's a historical question. If I say, when was Zeus born or when was Horus born? That's primordial time. That's time before time. And that's when these legends take place. They could be, you know, the future, the past, 1,000,000 years ago, 10 years ago. In the stories, they're told that way, just like, when was Zeus born? It doesn't matter. And that's how these stories are. But they have truth in them. They have deep truth in them. And it is true that there's a lot that is, especially in those Southwest, Northwest tribes, there is a lot that only occasionally gets leaked out. And when it does, you're like,
yeah, and that might be the reason why Skinwalker Ranch is so interesting, because it is where science and spirituality intersects. We're talking about these ancient tribes that there's, you know, burial grounds there, there's curses, there's these legend and lore that's present in this area, and now we have the world's leading scientists, the world's government, like the biggest, you know, militarized government in the world, turning their attentions to this, you know, tribal land here that's sacred. And now we're finally, like, the pendulum seems to have met in the middle here at Skinwalker Ranch. And it's interesting to see what'll come from that, but I do feel in my gut that as long as we measure with the instruments that we're familiar with, we'll only get undetermined answers, and then that will have to start, you know, adapting the other way and look inwards and have these other ways of measuring things.
Well, and you have to, it's okay to be skeptical, right? And it's okay to say, show me the evidence, but it's like, if you see some evidence, you don't have to have a conclusion, but you at least have to acknowledge this is some evidence. You know, like when the rabbi did the prayer on the ranch, and all of a sudden all at Homestead 2, all of the colors started, the thermal imaging cameras just changed everything. Or when they brought that tribe out and they did a drum circle there, and all of a sudden, like, these orbs were coming into the mesa on camera. It's like, okay, I don't know what that means, but you have to at least say, this is a thing that happened. I'm going to put it in my brain and I'm going to factor it in. Don't just dismiss it, you know, and we may not know what it means. And just because you don't know what it means, that's okay. You don't have to be like, therefore it's stupid. No, don't dismiss it. Just log it in there and keep that as part of the information.
Should get people to do like some ayahuasca ceremonies there or something. I feel like you probably get some interesting
I think they
visions.
Need to. I think and I wonder if that may have happened off camera without me around. I know Eric and I really want to do a lot of experiments growing mushrooms and also have people
psilocybin and I'd be down to experiment with that as well. I think that would be like a heck of a place where you get tuned into some, you know, wild frequencies.
I think it should be done. It should be done in a controlled setting, or, you know, dose setting, have it be very safe, and have people there to make sure it's done well and right, but also make sure it's not too clinical. Be like, hey, we're open to learning, we want to learn, we got people here to make sure it's safe, but
using locals perhaps in their own methods, and you know,
I think it would be really, really wise.
So they should do. They got to do stuff like that.
Actually, that would be incredible.
Much done.
China just took away America's first strike capability. Welcome to China Uncensored. I'm Chris Chappell. We've known for a long time that China is building up its nuclear arsenal at a mind-boggling pace. on track to have 1,000 nuclear missiles by 2030. Many of these nukes are ICBMs, located in missile silos like this one in the Hami Silo Field in Xinjiang. You know where the CCP's definitely, totally 100% not committing genocide against the Uyghurs. Ignore these pictures your lying eyes are seeing. All of these nuclear ICBMs can reach the United States. But nukes are not all China's building in Xinjiang. They've also got these octagons and these little squares. Tons of them. What is all this? You are looking at a massive defense network for the nuclear missile silos, designed to make sure that no first strike can possibly destroy China's ability to strike back and decimate their enemies. But I mean, don't worry, it's not like we just established the CCP has a monstrous indifference to human suffering. Keep ignoring those lying eyes. This is a huge deal. We're talking about infrastructure spanning thousands of square kilometers. We've never seen a missile defense network quite like this before. It's organized for maximum flexibility. The octagons include central buildings, probably for command, surrounded by buildings that house military personnel, possible storage for military vehicles, including launchers, and more buildings for unknown purposes. I assume they're not storing lollipops for surprise parties. Not to mention temporary structures and even more military vehicles. Also, I wouldn't be surprised if it was an octagon, because the US has a pentagon and China's gloating that they have 3 more sides. That's right, a geometry joke. I know what you come here for. This whole thing is organized into cells that allow soldiers to quickly mobilize, get to equipment, and drive that equipment wherever it needs to go. For example, the rail station, the airfield, or any of the 80 launch pads surrounding the base. They may as well call this planes, trains, and automobiles of murder.
Murder.
Oh, guys, I don't know. Like, maybe I should just play it tomorrow. Ooh, guys, it's getting kind of late. Ooh, I don't know. Shut up. Of course I'm going to play it, guys. I said I was going to play it. We're going to get into it. Dude, I'm actually been so excited. These people didn't they made some other game recently that was pretty good. So, maybe it was back in the day. I want to try this game out. This is a demo, okay? So keep that in mind. It could be, not really that great. I watched the trailers for this game. This game looked like Avowed with testosterone, aka Elder Scrolls before...
Dr. Mann, do not, I repeat, do not open the hatch. I repeat, do not open the hatch. If you open the hatch, the airlock would be pressurized. What else can blow the airlock? Nothing good.
You need
the Joe Rogan Experience.
Yes, they are.
Case that you looked into that got you thinking something weird's going on. Probably would have been at Yosemite, and there was a girl named Stacey Harris, and she, just weirdly, she grew up like 5 miles from me. I grew up in a little city, Cupertino, California. She grew up in Saratoga, the next town over. She went with her dad on a trip by horse, sponsored by a contractor in the park at Yosemite, and they were going to ride into this place called the High School.
Never go to a national park unless you're with like 100 people and y'all all together.
Did anybody else see that weird light last night?
What weird light?
The wind was blowing all crazy. Starbucks was freaked out and barking.
Could have been lights from a helicopter.
Or a UFO? Aliens.
Shut up, Dad.
Water's not working.
Looks like the whole neighborhood's lost power.
What was that?
What was that?
I can't believe.
I think that our neighborhood, our house, our whole street has moved.
How the hell is that even possible?
Get out of there, run! What the hell's going on? Get inside now!
Gather supplies. Grab anything you can use as a weapon. What are we gonna do?
We're gonna survive. God's not gonna let us die here.
Greg, you only go to church at Christmas and now you're telling the kids God's looking out for us? What about the people who are out there getting eaten?
That shit hurt his ass. Oh, that. What is this?
To remind you that 60% of sales on Amazon come from independent sellers.
Do you like wide shoulders? How about long legs? I mean, I sure want to look like your next 6-foot thirst trap Douyin model, but the question is, how much do you like them? Would you be so obsessed with it to start injecting filler into your shoulders, your abs, and even shattering every bone in your leg just to be a couple inches taller? We're talking about the obsession of having a wide frame with a perfect 90-degree angle shoulder. So I've started looking into some of these Douyin beauty crazes, and the term 直角肩 is a trend going on about right-angled shoulders. The goal is simple. Your shoulder should be flat across the top and form a perfect, crisp 90-degree angle with your arm. Why? Because it gives the illusion that your neck is longer, your head is smaller, and your clothes, well, they hang better. The ultimate dream. Kind of like having an architecture major work on your entire body. Now this trend blew up on platforms like Douyin and Xiaohongshu, where trends pretty much evolve at the speed of light at this point. Many Chinese idols naturally have this shoulder shape, naturally as in genetics. But come on, I ain't letting genetics stop me from going stretch res, which is exactly what the Douyin influencer Chu Jingyi thought. Back in June, she attended an event wearing an off-the-shoulder dress. Her studio released photos that made her shoulders look extremely perfect and defined, like almost as if they weren't real, like someone used the polygon lasso tool on her. Now Jingyi naturally had very narrow shoulders, and she was short too. So when you're short with narrow shoulders, the camera angles can proportionally make your head look a lot larger. Nessun said that it looked like she had the big head filter on. So shoulder pads became her go-to styling weapon. Whether she's filming dramas, attending events, or appearing on shows, she wears shoulder pads to balance her head to body ratio. Now shoulder pads, I know it's goofy, but they've been around for a bit, and many influencers use them shamelessly, and I mean it was so obvious that it looked like your next favorite BL model pretending. But pads? That's for little boys. Real men and women inject filler into their shoulders to make it bigger. Clinics and cities in Shanghai start advertising hyaluronic acid injections across the top of your shoulders to make them proportionally larger. The filler fills in the natural dip near the acromion and the clavicle, raising the shoulder line to make it appear a lot flatter and wider. Some people even inject Botox into their traps to weaken it and create a gentler slope. We went from hitting shoulder day to injecting shoulder day. At first glance, people are like, oh, it's just hyaluronic acid. It's the same things used in lip filler. Calm down. But here's the thing, your lips don't carry Chinese groceries. Your shoulders do, and they move constantly. They rotate, they lift, they bear a lot of weight, so doctors have warned that too many filler can actually compress blood vessels and nerves, and it can actually cause skin necrosis and even deform muscles. And because hyaluronic acid dissolves over time, you need to top it up every 6 months or so to keep that crisp shoulder aesthetic. So essentially now you're just stuck in a subscription plan for having wide shoulders. And don't even get me started on the wrists, because once the filler dissolves, your shoulders may look even worse than before. All for what? So your off-the-shoulder dress hits different for 3 Instagram posts? And this is just the beginning, because once influencers decided that shoulders were not enough, we escalated. We entered the Chinese BBL and fake abs era. I'd never thought I'd say such things. Take Yang Mi. During an awards show, viewers noticed her perky peach shape behind shifting and sagging slightly on stage. Netizens went completely wild because they started analyzing this frame by frame. But who would have thought that even male actors would suffer the same fate? During a magazine shoot, celebrity Zhang Xincheng attempted to lift up the female model, and suddenly his booty pads just started visibly bulging out. And he responded by saying that the wind got too strong and the air went in. He even posted videos of his regular gym workouts as proof that his physique was real. And netizens were like, sure, bro. Or the C-drama, The Blue Whisper, netizens noticed that the actor Ren Xiaolin's abs looked suspiciously silicone. I mean, at least blend the neckline, right? Now, if wearing booty pads and muscle suits already sound ridiculous, remember, this is the least extreme because these are just props. You can wear them, you can take them off, but what if I don't want to wear it? You know, what if I want it to be permanent? So what inevitably spawns from all of this? Somebody who injected their entire body with filler. Enter Andy Hao, the fashion and beauty influencer who spent around 4 million yuan on 40 hyaluronic acid injections to sculpt his body. $500,000 on filler. Valid. Andy has 100,000 followers on Douyin, and he openly states
Don't know how to fucking work out.
Hyaluronic acid. Over several months, he received hyaluronic acid injections into his shoulders, collarbone, chest, and abdomen. The goal was to carve out defined muscle shapes, and mainly his artificial 8-pack abs. The injections essentially created ridges under his skin designed to look like abdominal muscles, basically sculpted lumps placed strategically to make it simulate definition. And the craziest part, he calls himself a pioneer in cosmetic bodybuilding. Not a bodybuilder, a cosmetic bodybuilder. We have officially separated muscle from hard work. In a video, he said, I totally agree that muscles do not grow on cowards, which is, I mean, already ironic. He even taunted netizens asking if they would dare to endure what he endured.
首先呢，我非常认同你们所说的那句话，肌肉永远不会长在懦夫身上。但是你要知道，我都打了这么多了，我已经不是懦夫了。换成你的话，你敢打吗？对不对？我是在我身上，我喜欢，我满意就好了。为什么我要取悦于你们呢？还有就是说演假的问题，假的真不了，真的假不了。我没说过它是真的，它就是假的。
In another video, he claimed that he would crack walnuts with his abs on livestream to prove their strength. 5 months after the procedure, he said the results looked even more natural as the filler finally settled in. Well, now that it's settled in, what happens in like 10 years? Many doctors warned that injecting 40 doses of hyaluronic acid could crush the skin and cause vascular necrosis. Because muscles move and contract, but fillers are static, they just sit there. So while his abs might look realistic when he's standing still, when he moves around, they will not perform like actual muscles. So lumps can look uneven or maybe even distorted. So when the hyaluronic acid eventually dissolves, because it will dissolve, your abs might look even worse than before. And of course, he has to keep topping up every couple of months, or he'll just watch his 8-pack abs slowly deflate like a balloon. He's at 40 injections right now, but he publicly stated that he's going to continue until 10,000 injections and hopes to apply for a Guinness World Record if his artificial abs last at least 3 years. And here's the thing, I get it. Social media amplifies everything. The most extreme trends go viral.
That's crazy.
Cool. But inject 20% of your body with hyaluronic acid fillers? Viral. I mean, some netizens are even cheering him on. Like, what are we doing? But there's still one thing that you can't inject your way into. that is your height. Short kings and queens, prepare for what I'm about to say. We're talking about influencers literally breaking their own legs to grow taller. In China and across East Asia, height has always become a sensitive topic. Long legs have always been romanticized. There's this idea of the 9 head proportions, meaning that your total height should equal the height of your head multiplied 9 times. The taller you are, the more elegant. The longer your legs, the more of a model you are. Now, I'll try to explain this leg lengthening procedure in the most simple and less gruesome way possible. Essentially, the doctors saw the bones off in your lower leg or thigh in half, then they insert an external fixator, usually like a metal frame or a stretching mechanism. In some cases, they insert a big titanium nail inside the bone for internal support. After that, every single day, the patient will turn screws and knobs on the device to gradually pull the 2 bone segments apart. Yes, you manually widen the gap between your own broken bones as they heal. You're supposed to lengthen around 0.8 to 10 millimeters per day with the goal of gaining about 6 to 8 centimeters over 3 months. So as the gap slowly increases, new bone tissue comes in to fill the space. And the National Health Commission of China forbids using this surgery for cosmetic purposes. So naturally, the underground market was like that. On platforms like Baidu, Douyin, and Kuaishou, many accounts started covertly recruiting people for limb lengthening. Many of these beauty salon accounts were banned, but new ones came up immediately. People started documenting their journeys online. 90-day recovery diary, 155 centimeters to 163 centimeters. Daily growth records. On Xiaohongshu, many sketchy accounts claimed that they underwent the surgery and were walking completely fine afterwards. But you can't even really tell if those posts are real or just paid promotions. But one 32-year-old influencer, Chen Ledan, revealed that she underwent bone-breaking surgery to increase her height from 157 centimeters to 161 centimeters. After the surgery, she declared that only by being beautiful can she be loved by her husband. She also said that learning self-discipline is necessary to continue being loved. I don't know about you, but this is the complete opposite of self-discipline. She seems to be doing
Men want short women.
Warned that complications can easily surface later in life. This is really no joke. Lengthening can damage blood vessels and nerves. The steel pins for fixation can even cause chronic bone infection. If people accidentally pull on the screws and the knobs too fast or too much, it can become uneven and cause nerve paralysis, meaning that you can probably never walk again. You trip once and it's over. All for 4 centimeters. Honestly, there's nothing wrong with wanting to look good. There's nothing wrong with cosmetic procedures either. If that's what you want to do, and so be it, go all out. But when it becomes this extreme, when you're injecting 20% of your body with filler, or manually widening your broken bones, it may very well ruin your life or somebody else's. So shoulder pads don't look too bad after all, now do they? So
Damn, I'm fucking saying. The Chinese beauty standard is fucking delirious.
Real cocktails, perfectly. You can tell time by measuring.
Come on out, ass maggot! Or you scared? Got 2 of them. Just sit there. Have nothing. Just sitting there looking.
Oh, we're supposed to sit here. Could be a while. Something's not going right with the big guy up top. Okay, I'm in.
I see. You come in. Check it.
Right.
Camera and corridor. Avoid it.
It even work. Said this place is abandoned years ago.
Now it is not. Animals fix their eyes.
Fire nose.
Wait, who is that?
Who you think? You run out. We won't try to invade you. With the extra ice we give you, it is fine for now.
So, he knows I'm here. Hey, you know what ranks they got? Wolves and weasels.
The main ATM. Look for the camionette.
Don't be scared now. What the? Come on. I swear I won't completely kill you. Give reason. Buy one, get one free. Your head? Don't be shy.
Okay, van's in sight.
Hey, don't be scared now. Give whistle. What the fuck? Ready or not, here I come.
Okay, at the van. No sign of the runner.
I'm on battlefield mission. During the daytime now. It definitely wasn't like that because I had a whole fucking gunfight with everybody in that bitch. Probably got to 12, 30 minutes.
Heed my words. I am Melania, Blade of Mikola. And I have never known defeat.
Are now deeply embedded in the public imagination. In 1975, 22-year-old Travis Walton of Snowflake, Arizona, was working as a logger on a 7-man crew under the supervision of his longtime friend, Mike Rogers, a contractor with the U.S. Forest Service. Walton and Rogers, as well as Alan Dallas, John Goulet, Dwayne Smith, Kenneth Peterson, and Steve Pierce, were
Meet the two phony progressives running for New York State Comptroller.
contracted to thin the trees around Turkey Springs.
This shit's been charging all day.
Northeast of Phoenix.
Sitting in this charger and the shit didn't charge not once. Fucking whack.
Wednesday, November 5th, the sun set around 6 p.m.
The original PlayStation 5 charger.
Down and piled into Roger's truck for the drive.
Not even fucking charging. Fucking whack ass shit.
On the way, they saw a bright light peeking through the trees to their right, and worried it was a fire or a plane crash. As Rogers drove closer and stopped the truck, the men were able to see the source of the light through a thinner patch of trees. Hovering just under 30 meters away was what the loggers called a classic flying saucer, like two gigantic pie pans placed lip to lip, with a dome on top. They guessed it to be between 15 to 20 feet in diameter, and about 8 to 10 feet tall. The object glowed with a golden light that poured out from uniform panels around the body, divided by strips of dull silver. It was perfectly still and made no sound at all. By his own admission, Walton had long been drawn to risky situations, and says that he was seized with the urgency to get a closer look at the UFO before it flew away, so he ran up behind a pile of logging debris. As his coworkers shouted at him to get back in the truck, Walton approached within 2 meters or 6 feet of the UFO before it emitted a cacophony of mechanical sounds and began to wobble erratically on its axis. Before Walton could escape, a bright blue-green beam of light shot from the underside of the object with a sharp cracking or popping sound. The beam hit Walton in the head and chest, and he immediately felt the effects of high-voltage electrocution, including full-body paralysis, before being knocked unconscious and sent flying backwards. His coworkers saw Walton soar through the air and land about 10 feet from where he'd been standing. His coworkers flew into a panic and immediately drove away, but when they realized that the saucer was not following them, Rogers stopped the truck. Through the trees, he thought he saw the outline of a golden disc streak away into the sky, and made the decision to return for Travis. When the men arrived at the site, however, they found no trace of either Walton or the UFO, so they drove to the nearest phone booth and contacted police. Deputy Ellison of the Navajo County Sheriff's Department was the first to respond to the call and speak with Rogers and the men. Soon after, Sheriff Marlon Gillespie and Under Sheriff Ken Coplin arrived and drove 3 of the loggers out to search the area. Though they found nothing, Sheriff Gillespie felt that the men were being sincere, and he too had seen a large glowing UFO in the county a few years earlier. Gillespie began a search of the forest at sunrise with a team of more than 50 people from the Forest Service, the County Search and Rescue Team, and local volunteers. All of the loggers joined in the effort but Steve, who was still in a mild state of shock. Rogers said that during the search, he saw an evasive man in a Forest Service uniform scanning the area with a Geiger counter. He only ever detected background radiation until he tested the men's hard hats, and the needle jumped to 4 times the level of background radiation. The man just stared at the loggers before walking off, ignoring their request to test the truck. After 2 days, the search grew to include air support, and word got out to the media. Soon after, William Spalding, an investigator from the Phoenix-based group Ground Saucer Watch, visited the site and reported unusual electromagnetic readings, as well as residual traces of ozone. The search widened again on November 9th, the 4th day of Walton's absence, and police, members of the public, and even members of Walton's own family increasingly suspected that the men had simply fabricated the story in order to conceal a homicide or fatal accident. All 6 loggers were questioned extensively, and on November 10th, they underwent polygraph testing by Cy Gilson, the polygraph examiner from the Arizona Department of Public Safety. Some of the men didn't trust Gilson, and Alan Dallas was so agitated by his questioning that it rendered the charts unreadable. Despite this, however, Gilson wrote in his report that he felt that all the men were being truthful. Gilson was so confident in his analysis, which afforded him a rare opportunity to test 6 different accounts of the same event, that he claimed that he had proved that the men had seen what they believed to be a UFO. Around midnight that night, roughly 5 days and 6 hours after his disappearance, Walton regained consciousness lying face down on the side of a road outside of Heber, Arizona. He looked up to see a white light switch off on the bottom of a highly reflective, silvery saucer-shaped UFO hovering just above the road in front of him. Walton had only a few seconds to guess that the object was roughly 40 feet in diameter and 14 feet tall. Then, in an instant, it shot directly up into the sky without any sound at all and disappeared from sight. Walton stumbled to a payphone and called his brother-in-law, who, along with his brother Dwayne, drove out to pick him up. Believing that he had only been gone a few hours, Walton was shocked to be told that 5 days had passed since he was knocked unconscious. He was able to recall little more than an hour of what had happened in this time, though the memories were still too traumatic to recall completely. Though he didn't appear to be injured, his eyes were red and stayed that way for a while. After failing to sleep, he met with his mother and sister before being taken to Dwayne's home in Phoenix to see a doctor. The next 2 days, Walton underwent medical examinations and confirmed that he'd lost over 10 pounds since his disappearance. Travis also spoke with Sheriff Gillespie the day after his return. Walton claimed that his first memory after his encounter with the UFO was slowly regaining consciousness and feeling an intense pain, as though he'd been burned all over his body. After opening his eyes, he saw a bright rectangular light above him. He then noticed that he was on a raised table in a triangular-shaped metallic room, which he thought was in a hospital. Walton tried to move and speak, but couldn't. He noticed an unusual object 4 to 5 inches thick, seemingly made of a dark gray metal, or shiny plastic, curved along the length of his abdomen. As he slowly regained his vision and mobility, he realized that he was surrounded by 3 figures that he took to be doctors, until he looked into 2 huge luminous brown eyes. Disturbed by the eerie gaze, Walton leapt off the table and threatened the 3 beings with a glass-like cylinder that he found nearby. The beings were just under 1.5 meters, or 5 feet tall, with pale white skin, large bald heads, and large brown eyes. All were wearing seamless orange jumpsuits. The object on Walton's abdomen fell to the floor, emitting a green light. Despite a barrage of questions from Walton, the beings never responded, or interacted with one another. Eventually, they backed away and left the room. Walton then exited the room from the opposite side. He walked down a curved hallway, past an open door, then entered a second one, which led him into a spherical room, empty but for a high-backed metallic chair in the center, and what appeared to be the outline of 3 closed doors along the walls. As he approached the chair, the room darkened and a pattern of stars appeared around the room, as in a planetarium. The effect diminished as he stepped back, and returned again when he got closer. After examining the screen and many buttons on the arms of the chair, he tried pushing some, to little effect. He then sat in the chair, which was a little too small for him. He pushed a lever and the stars began rotating around the room. Not knowing what he was doing, and feeling dizzied by the rotating effect, Walton stood up to look for an exit. Shortly after, Walton heard a noise come from the doorway, and turned to see a muscular, human-looking male in a blue jumpsuit and helmet. Walton stated that the man's only peculiar features were his eyes, which were a golden hazel color. Though Walton asked him many questions, the man only smiled slightly, but never spoke. He took Walton by the arm and led him through a hallway, and into a bare, small room, where they waited for 2 minutes before another door slid open. This led them to a ramp leading down into an enormous hangar-like room, with a rounded roof that curved down to the floor. Walton noted that the structure that he exited was distinctly larger than the UFO he'd seen in the forest, though it was similar in shape. He also noticed a few other saucer-shaped objects on the floor of the large room. The man led Travis across the large room and down a hallway, past another set of automatic sliding doors, and into a room with 3 more human-looking beings. 2 men similar in build and appearance to Walton's escort, and a woman with straight hair past her shoulders. All had blemish-free skin and the same strange golden hazel eyes. They wore the same blue uniform but without the helmet. Though Walton resisted, the beings took him by the arm and laid him down on a table and placed a type of breathing mask over his mouth. This was Walton's last memory before passing out and waking up on the highway.
From Steven Spielberg. I can see it. They're gone.
The lies. They wore the same blue uniform but without the helmet. Though Walton resisted, the beings took him by the arm and laid him down on a table and placed a type of breathing mask over his mouth. This was Walton's last memory before passing out and waking up on the highway. For years, Walton was hounded by the press and public to speak on his experiences, and forced to defend himself from accusations of fraud or mental instability. However, medical tests showed no signs of trauma to Walton's head, and no trace of drugs in his blood or urine. Regardless, Walton became the target of repeated and malicious smears, recklessly disseminated by the media. In Walton's words, enduring the public's reaction was a hell which nearly overshadows the experience itself. To clear his name, Walton requested a polygraph, but said he wanted to avoid crowds and reporters. Gillespie and Walton agreed to arrange a confidential polygraph with Gilson, but when Walton received a call from a reporter asking about the test, Travis skipped the appointment. The National Enquirer then sponsored a confidential test from a private firm, which Walton agreed to. However, his distress in recounting the events, as well as the examiner's discredited practices, rendered the results inconclusive. Soon after, Professor James Harder, Director of Research for the Aerial Phenomena Research Organization, or APRO, performed regressive hypnosis on Walton. The session marked the first time that Walton was able to verbalize his experiences without being overwhelmed by emotion, but he did not remember any new details. A couple of months later, Walton and his brother Dwayne each passed another polygraph. Nevertheless, the initial test was leaked to the press and hurt Walton's credibility with the public. Debunkers have levied a number of explanations for the loggers' stories, but most assume that there was fraud at hand. Philip Klass was the most persistent in trying to discredit the men, positing that they'd staged the event to get a 10% payout from their logging contract. This despite the fact that the payout would have only amounted to under $400 per conspirator, and the fact that Rogers defaulted on the contract, which ended up costing him more overall. Despite offering to pay for any polygraph tests that the men could pass, Klass delayed indefinitely when they accepted his offer. In 1993, Rogers and Walton revisited the scene of the encounter and noticed that the nearby trees appeared to have grown exceptionally fast in the previous 18 years. Walton returned to visit the site with director Jennifer Stein in the summer of 2014 as part of a feature-length documentary on the case. Walton and Stein, as well as scientists from Frontier Analysis Limited, examined the growth rings of cut trees in the area and discovered that in the 15 years after 1975, the rings were 4 to 5 times thicker than in any previous year. These trees produced wood fiber at over 36 times the rate of the recent average. A complete core sampling showed that this effect was only on the side of the trees facing the UFO and diminished with distance. It's been shown that radiation can cause excessive plant and tree growth, as seen at Chernobyl, for example. In 2017, scientists Phyllis and Bruce Budinger of Frontier Analysis Limited completed testing of soil samples taken from the site. Their analysis found elevated amounts of iron, calcium, magnesium, and potassium compared to the off-site control soils. Walton took 2 more polygraph tests in 1993 with Cy Gilson, and 2 more in 2008, all of which he passed. In 2009, he appeared on the TV show The Moment of Truth, which employed an outdated and unvalidated methodology. Although Walton passed many relevant questions, he was ultimately judged to be lying. Over all the years since their experience, Walton and the other loggers passed 16 different polygraphs of increasingly rigorous methodologies. The only 2 that Walton didn't pass conclusively used discredited methods. To establish the facts of the case, Walton wrote a book on his encounter titled The Walton Experience, published in 1978, and later republished as Fire in the Sky. Since then, the event has been a favorite on UFO and paranormal shows. The case was profiled in a 1991 documentary, Visitors from the Unknown, and in a 1993 episode of Sightings. Around the same time, Walton accepted an offer from writer and producer Tracy Torme to turn his story into a movie after being assured that it would remain true to the facts. However, in the final version, released as Fire in the Sky in 1993, Walton's experiences aboard the craft were almost nothing like he claimed. 5 of the loggers were reunited to retell their stories, some of them for the first time on camera, for a 2012 episode of Sci-Fi's Paranormal Witness. All of them remained deeply affected by the incident. Cy Gilson and Sheriff Gillespie were also interviewed. Stein's documentary was released in 2015 and featured interviews with many of the same figures, as well as Deputy Ellison. Walton has become somewhat of a reluctant hero in the UFO community, making occasional appearances at conferences and other functions. Nevertheless, he insists that the event remains a negative one in his life, and that he wishes he had never left the truck the night of his abduction. Walton also expressed that he now feels that the ray that struck him was accidental, and likely fatal, and that he was taken so that the crew of the UFO could revive him and correct the damage. From the silver saucers to the short, bald beings, there are many details in Walton's story that would seem to indicate the involvement of extraterrestrial entities. The brown-eyed beings are similar, though not identical, to the greys of UFO lore, and waking up on a medical table is a common element of alien abduction narratives. But the abduction phenomenon has much older historical roots that reach back long before it was ever thought to be due to aliens. In 1759, for example, a Swedish farmer's son named Jacob Jacobson, another young 20-something man on the return journey of a work trip, strayed upon a strange red mansion in a place it hadn't been before, and wandered inside. Jacobson met a number of short, mostly silent beings inside, as well as an attractive human-looking woman, before somehow being transported back outside. When Jacobson returned home, he was notified that he'd been gone for 4 days, though like Walton, he remembered less than an hour of that time. It may be that both men were taken by the same kinds of entities, whether fairies, aliens, or something else entirely. The Travis Walton incident is now a classic of UFO lore. Though it's rooted in the testimony of the loggers, it is also supported by the physical effects on Walton and on the trees around the UFO. Many, including Walton himself, believe that he was taken aboard an extraterrestrial spacecraft and healed by alien beings. Whether they saved his life or not, they certainly left their mark.
The planet Jupiter is not what you think. Almost everyone is wrong about Jupiter because almost everything you were taught in school about this planet.
Good morning. Clive Double Down Ruggins. I'm Daniel Tate. I am your parole officer. And I just want to help you.
How the hell are you supposed to help me, man? What the fuck you know about the streets about with your diplomas on the wall?
Settle down. I know that you might not be able to relate to me.
Left check. Right check.
In October of 1974, a man named Carl Higdon had a series of bizarre...
Alright, now for those...
Amazon offers hourly employees health care on day one.
Alright, now for those of you that don't know, I'm a dad of a 4-year-old. I'm a stepdad too, but you know, that job's pretty easy. All I gotta do is tell them to clean their room, and that's about it. But being the dad of a 4-year-old is very tricky, because I don't even know how to talk to children in general. I talk to kids like they're adults. Like I was at the apple orchard not too long ago with my kid for a preschool field trip, and I see other parents talking to their kids like, "Oh, sweetie, don't pick up the apples on the ground. They might have little wormies inside of them." Then I'm over here like, "No, not the ones on the ground. What are you doing? People are gonna think you're somewhere on the spectrum. You keep picking up ground apples. What the hell?" Like even when we're playing with toys on the floor, I gotta make up stupid scenarios that are probably not appropriate for kids. "Hey, it's me, Mr. Potato Head. Hey, can I buy some food stamps off you for 50 cents on the dollar?" "Nope." "Oh, come on, pictures, help me out here. I just got out of jail for doing a B&E for Christ's sake." "No way, Mr. Taterhead, no way." And it doesn't help that at 4 years old, her brain is basically a sponge. She retains anything that's set out to the ether. Not too long ago, I was sitting at the table working on a cartoon, my stupid Guitar Journey one, and I'm animating the part where I say this. We're just gonna call him Crackhead Jones. Well, guess what the day was filled with after I did that? A lot of Crackhead Joneses coming from my 4-year-old's mouth. That's fun. Crackhead Jones, Crackhead Jones. Yeah, I don't know what you're supposed to do to deprogram your kid's brain when they hear some shit like that, but as far as I know, they still haven't made a Men in Black neuralizer, so I'm kind of fucked in that department. And I'm sure as hell not a good teacher. I'm probably the opposite, if anything. Like at some point in my daughter's young life, she thinks of the words umbrella and gorilla. She thinks umbrellas are gorillas and gorillas are umbrellas. I don't know how it happened. I don't know when that went awry, but I can tell you a good dad would try to correct that, and a bad one would fucking lean into it, like I did. But it's funny, all right? It is funny. We'll be at the zoo and shit, and I'll be like, "All right, let's go see the umbrellas at the umbrella exhibit. We better hurry, though. It looks like it might rain. I didn't pack a gorilla to keep us dry. Haha, let's go." Fuck it. You know, that's what school's for, right? They can iron that out, maybe. I don't know. And speaking of school, taking her to school is like the most terrifying time of my day, because from the back seat, she will ask me the most off-the-wall questions that I'm not prepared to answer at all. "Dad, what does it mean when you die?" Pretty heavy question to ask at 11:45 in the morning, don't you think? "Does it hurt when you die? Why does God kill people?" Look, how about you
Why does God kill people?
Wikipedia every time we get in the goddamn car, but I'm sick of it. But I shit you not, that same day, I picked her up from school, and the first thing she says to me is, "George Washington is dead." Oh yeah, he is. Is that what you learned in school today? "George Washington doesn't know how to be alive." And I'm like, God damn it, if that's not the perfect way to explain death to a 4-year-old. That's right. When you die, you just forget how to be alive. It's as simple as that. She'll be staring at her dead goldfish one day like, Remember how to be alive, you piece of shit!" Yeah, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, fuck it. But one of my bigger dad failures does involve me taking her to school. You see, on one particular day, we were running late, and I'm like pleading for her to get in the car. "Come on, we gotta go. We gotta leave right now. We're gonna be late." "I wanna bring this toy to play with in the car." No, that's a chewed up dog toy. You're not bringing a chewed up dog toy to play with in the car." "But I wanna take it." "All right, fine, fuck it. Take the chewed up dog toy. I don't care. We gotta go." So we're in the car on the way to school, and out of nowhere, my daughter's like, "Oh yeah, that's right. Today is show and tell." And I'm like, "Oh shit, that's right. It's Wednesday. Show and tell's on every Wednesday. I didn't even think about it because we were running late." "Well, what the hell are you gonna bring for show and tell now?" Now, you might be sitting there like, "You didn't want your daughter to bring a chewed up dog toy to school for show and tell, did you? Did ya? Yeah, I did. All right. So, what do you think? You're the fucking perfect dad of the year over there, huh? Never let your kid bring a chewed up fucking dog toy to show and tell before? What would you do? She insisted, all right? Who am I to say no? You're not a better dad than me. What do you think you are? Fucking Mr. Beaver Cleaver from fucking Leave It to Beaver? You're never the perfect dad, all right? Sometimes you gotta let your kid bring a fucked up dog toy to school. So that day I'm sitting on the couch just imagining what it's like for my daughter that day. You got kids bringing in fucking Paw Patrol action figures and Bluey stuffed animals. And then there's my kid, chewed up dog toy in hand. Her teacher's staring at her like, what kind of fucking child called it lifestyle are you living back at home? You poor sweet child. So that's it. That's some of my dad failures, if you will. And if you guys like this episode, well, guess what? I could probably make another one. Because I'm a shitty dad sometimes. So be on the lookout for Dad Failures, Part 2. Dad to the Bone. The end.
Dad to the bone. Swing.
Are you experiencing a stiff neck? Cause I sure am. My uncle knows a lot.
Power need.
Are you experiencing a stiff neck? Cause I sure am. My uncle knows a lot about stiff necks. Let's see what he's up to.
Oh my god.
Okay, now you might look at this and be like, who in their right mind thought this was a good idea? No. You just don't understand that the power that Uncle Chen has on you mere mortals. Try attempting this. I don't think you can do it. Okay, so right now there's this trend in China where many elderly people are flocking to their local parks to perform these extreme.
That shit gotta feel good, man. Oh my god.
Look like a high school gym class. I mean, you turn the wrong corner and suddenly you see a group of middle-aged aunties and unks swinging from their necks like it's a horror movie. And many of them are slamming their backs, their shoulders, and even their heads directly into these trees like they're going for a concussion speedrun. Here we observe the retired Chinese uncle asserting dominance over the local trees. And don't worry, it doesn't just stop at trees. Some of them upgraded to metal fitness equipment and they started smacking their heads into these metal poles because they think it'll improve blood circulation. Now some of them actually proudly say that they've mastered Iron Head Kung Fu. You can literally hear the metallic clangs echoing in the park at like 7 AM in the morning, like somebody's forging swords. Now just looking at it, it's pretty funny. Also disturbing. But exactly how did all of this start? Well, ever see those weird pseudo WeChat articles? You know, the ones with the dramatic clickbait health post title saying something like, doctors hate this simple neck trick, or do this 5 minutes a day to cure your spine forever. Source? Trust me, bro. There's no real medical backing. Usually it's just a stock photo with someone holding their neck in pain and like a big red circle around it. And knowing how gullible the elderly is on the internet, somebody screenshots it, they repost it to their Sunday Dim Sum group chat, and then suddenly 500 aunties and uncles just start forwarding the same article to everybody like it's some declassified government intel, which is exactly how it spreads like a virus. First, it's swing your neck gently to improve blood circulation. Then it becomes swing your head from a strap for spinal decompression. And the injuries that occur are actually no joke. A 75-year-old woman from Jiangsu province used to bang her head on a tree every single day for 10 minutes straight. She believed this would treat her back pain over time because it builds resistance. Remember, every single day for 10 minutes. I mean, that is more consistency than most people with their gym memberships. But one day she misjudged the force and actually ruptured a blood vessel, which caused her to suffer from deep vein thrombosis. She ended up in the hospital for more than half a month. This was all because she wanted to fight a tree. But the tree won. Now, doctors straight up said that even slight impact like this for elderly people can rupture bones and destroy internal organs. When you're out here pounding trees like you're trying to unlock a chakra, you might have a stroke. And we haven't even gone to the acrobatics yet, because many of them are legit having a field day with the pull-up.
Oh my god.
These moves are called small swings or large swings, but don't let the cute names fool you. These grandpas are out here swinging on horizontal bars like they're retired Olympic gymnasts. Now yes, the horizontal bar, it does train your arm, your core strength, and your legs, but advanced swings require years of practice, and they're mainly for young people anyways. So, I mean, for the elderly, watching a Douyin tutorial video does not necessarily mean that you can start competing. And yet, Uncle Frank from church is still attempting a full rotation. Okay, if your hands slip mid-swing, you're not landing on like a foam pit. You are headfirst down into the concrete. Chinese medicine won't be able to fix that. You get the whole orthopedic starter pack. Hanging upside down is also trending. We can see folks here doing handstands and some hanging upside down from bars. Yeah, the pressure from the blood rushing to your head as well as your age, you see the issue. I mean, take a look at this. There's an elderly woman here sitting on parallel bars looking completely calm. She claims she's circulating her qi through her 8 extraordinary meridians while her legs bounce uncontrollably. Then there's an uncle practicing something called free pendulum.
Oh my god.
Now, the 4 nations aligned. Hubei Park, Shandong Park, Guangzhou Park, and Jiangsu Park. What they came together and created was something magnificent. What I personally call crawling on all fours. Yeah. Many outskirts of these local parks have a group of seniors crawling on jogging tracks. Honestly, this one does make more sense because, I mean, like, walking upright has been, what, overrated since, like, 6 million years ago? The idea is that you get grounded and you absorb Earth's energy. In Jiangsu, there's even a famous group called the Crocodile Group. It started with just a few members and now it has over 1,000. Yeah, something straight out of your nightmares. Every morning in Xiangshan Mountain, they meet together, they start chanting rhythmic slogans, and crawl like crocodiles across the track. If I was a tourist and I saw that at sunrise, I'm booking a flight back immediately.
益处：一，爬行可促进血液循环，锻炼全身大部分肌肉，增强许多器官的功能。
Now the group's director, Zhu Jianlang, says that it helps relieve back pain. He used to have a herniated disc, and you told the news that after crocodile crawling for like 8 months straight, he no longer feels pain. When was the last time I did 8 months of crawling? I think like... And here's where it gets interesting. The motion is similar to doing push-ups while you're moving forward. It reduces pressure on intervertebral discs and helps the surrounding muscles. So unlike headbutting trees, this one might actually have some, like, borderline logic to it. But well, knowing Chinese netizens, they saw this as a disgrace. Our ancestors finally managed to stand up, and now they've fallen down again. The crawling time and distance depend on whether there are phlegm and dog poop on the road. The Resident Evil liquor. Honestly, pretty accurate. Giant City Ruins level 19. Now, this video here got me fuming, because it's clear this girl has absolutely no respect for our fellow crocodile crawlers here. She's in the way of the track, and they're just trying to get a move along. Her name's not on this road. Please step aside next time. But let's be real though, some of these elders are also the same ones forwarding these wild WeChat messages and stories in which they get invited to these Chinese email circles and newsletter subscriptions, which usually ends up with their data being compromised. So when I'm diving into these rabbit holes of Chinese celebrity controversies and subscribing to these sketchy newsletters, I use Proton Mail. Not using Proton Mail is like walking outside in your underwear. They don't have ads, they don't scan your inbox, and nothing tracks you when you open your messages. And switching over is as easy as turning a Douyin beauty filter on. Just one click and you migrate your Gmail instantly. It lets you create unlimited different email addresses so you could really be secure. You know, it's like you're cloning yourself pretty much. And don't worry, Proton can't even read your emails because they use an end-to-end zero-access encryption. They've also got over 100 million users and operate in Switzerland under pretty strict privacy laws, being funded by its own users as well, unlike some big tech giants. And if you experiment and play around with it, you'll actually find out that they have this built-in fish guard protection system. So basically, if, you know, some ancient neckmastery investment group emails you like a suspicious link, it'll just get flagged immediately. So if you do want a more safe and private email setup, check out Proton Mail using the link in the description or use proton.me/Wani. Thank you, Proton, for sponsoring this video, and let's get back to stress testing our spines. Because who thought this was a good idea? Now we arrive. No, we march to the #1 most horrifying workout that is going viral in China right now. The neck swinging trend. Okay, who thought this was a good idea visually and physically? Many videos started circulating from Shenyang of seniors literally suspending themselves from tree branches by their heads. They first looped a rubber swinging rope around a branch, then they slid their chin and the back of their heads into the strap, lifted their feet off the ground, and swung back and forth like playground swinging. If you walk by without context, you would call the police immediately. Okay, now this is just an elderly thing. They don't know any better. They still believe in the traditional teachings, is what you might think. But young people have also started doing this. Many photos started circulating at a hospital in Shanghai where young people were sitting in rows and attaching their heads to these traction straps. And netizens were both amused and alarmed. Some joked about a 20-year-old with the neck of a 60-year-old. Others even started tagging their friends and said things like, hey, how about we hang out together? They were like, my colleague is always hanging around at work. And you can see here, they're all lined up, but they're still looking down at their phones. So their posture and the neck stretching just cancels each other out. And after this, DIY neck swinging at home went viral. Everybody kind of started doing like their own versions and making content around it. You can tell many netizens were just joking about this, but some unironically preach this method. Now, doctors mainly call this cervical traction, which is a legit physical therapy method. A traction strap is
your
to the patient's head, and a controlled amount of force is applied to pull and gently separate the cervical vertebrae. It's mainly used to treat certain types of cervical spondylosis. And cervical spondylosis has become like ridiculously common, even like 20-year-olds, because, you know, everybody just decided to adopt the gamer posture. So yeah, there is medical research behind this, but the ones that you do at the park, yeah, no. Because let me introduce you to 68-year-old Song Lianyun from Shandong. She loved neck swinging at the park, but after all that swinging, you're gonna be tired, so you'll eventually need a break. So what did she do? She would just hang there and sleep. What do you think the neighbors thought? When she danced, they thought that she was, you know, struggling to not die. And then when she fell asleep, they thought that she had already met the man upstairs. I'm not gonna lie, this does look like a contraption from a Saw movie. Now, who's the mastermind behind all of this? The inventor. 57-year-old Sung Rongchun. He had suffered from cervical spondylosis for many years, and being inspired by hospital traction therapy, he built his own neck swinging device to treat himself at home. DIY hangman. But he didn't stop there. He developed techniques. Hanging while sitting cross-legged, hanging while swinging, and hanging while riding a bicycle. Yeah, a bicycle. And after 2 long years of perseverance, he proudly declared, I have gotten completely rid of the troubles of cervical spondylosis. And of course, others followed along in Sun's footsteps. Masters appeared, students appeared, the students became the masters. Trust me, nothing spreads faster on WeChat than like a confident uncle with a homemade medical device. And in around May of last year, there was a really bad accident involving one of these exercises at the local park. Due to this accident, some parks banned the activity. Did that stop people? Of course not, they just brought their own equipment. It's really hard to regulate this or convince the elders because, I mean, a lot of them didn't really grow up with the internet. There wasn't Googling symptoms or fact-checking medical claims, so there's always that one uncle who forwards the ancient monk's secret, tap your skull 100 times daily to achieve cosmic energy type of posts. parks. These parks are essentially like community events where if everyone around you believes something works, you're more likely to believe it'll work as well. A lot of older parents genuinely don't want to put any burden on their children because medical treatment costs a lot. So if they see any remedy or community activity that will probably relieve them from any treatments, they'll most likely do it. You know what? I respect the dedication. Like, even for me, I was doom scrolling so long that I somehow ended up on Doughy and Bob. Listen, the next time you walk through a park and see aunties body slamming trees or grandpas dangling from branches like they're trapped in an infinite Tsukuyomi, maybe tell them that just a chill game of Mahjong under the shade would have been a better alternative, because we don't want another one of those incidents. And I also want to thank you guys so much for 100,000 subscribers.
Good job.
Words can't even express, honestly. Like, I know this is what most YouTubers say, but
Very simple. Very, very simple.
Alright, so this is a story about getting fat. It happens to a lot of it, I know. For me, it happened in my early 20s, and it sucked, to say the least. Because back in high school, I only weighed like 140 pounds, thanks to the poverty diet, if you will. Eating once a day and sleeping when you're hungry. The poverty diet. Good. Now for me, I am 5'10" when I'm lying to people, that is. In reality, I'm 5'9" when I'm telling the truth. So 140 pounds is pretty skinny, I have to say. Well, like a lot of people after high school, I decided to eat everything in the world, all of the time. Like a pregnant woman facing the apocalypse. I'm talking...
Tacos. I'm about to eat again. I'm hungry. Why?
Giannis Antetokounmpo just became the first athlete shareholder of Kalshi, where you can trade on anything from culture to the weather.
But more importantly, I can participate in key corporate decisions while optimizing the company's internal operation and financial. Actually, I'm about to dive in at Q1 earnings.
This is a really exciting partnership.
I'm trying to focus.
Trade on anything with Kalshi.
Del Taco and Jimmy John's and Cold Stone Creamery.
Like it, love it, gotta fucking have it.
Well, next thing you know, I'm in my early 20s, and I'm pretty chunky. I'm not, you know, Brendan Fraser fat, but I'm pretty bloated, I can tell you that. I had like the physique of a dead body you'd find in an apartment 3 or 4 days afterwards. But I didn't really realize I was fat at the time. I mean, maybe subconsciously I had an idea. I don't really like having my picture taken anymore. Am I always winded halfway through tying my own tennis shoes? Sometimes when I fart, my heart hurts. What the hell's up with that? Ow! Owie!
Angina.
The day I finally realized I was fat was the day that I decided to shave off my little beard that I have on my chin. You see, I got a little bit of chin fuzz right here, right? It's pretty insignificant. I don't even fucking draw it on my cartoon character, for Christ's sake. But for the sake of this story, let's put a little beard on there. Nice. Looks good. Fuck it, I want a soul patch, too. Yeah, sweet. So on this day, I decided to shave off my little play school baby beard, and to my surprise, it reveals a goddamn double chin. Look at me, I'm your fat fucking face. Oh, piss! I'm fat now? Who did this to me? Well, you did, you fat son of a bitch, that's who. Don't you remember all the Arby's and the Burger King and the chicken nuggets? Yeah, lo and behold, it all went to your ass now, and your fat fucking face. Good job. So that day, I have a very frank conversation with myself in the bathroom mirror. I don't remember what I said, something along the lines of, stop being a fat piece of shit, you fat piece of shit! You know, words of encouragement. That's how I talk to myself. It's healthy, alright? So naturally, I make the executive decision to start working out, and by working out, I mean the Wii Fit board in my living room. My ex-girlfriend at the time had a Wii Fit, alright? You guys remember the Wii Fit? Huh? The little balance board that would double as a scale? You do a bunch of planks and Pilates and shit, all the exercises that your lesbian aunt does on a daily basis. Yeah, I tried that out. Why not? I'm comfortable with my masculinity. My dad's not there to judge me, okay? Fuck it. I'm gonna give the Wii Fit a whirl. Now, I gotta say, the Wii Fit does not pull any punches whatsoever. I hop on that balance board and it's like, one person at a time on the Wii Fit board, please. What the fuck? I am one person. What are you talking about? Ouch, you're hurting me. Ow! Ow! Yeah, this thing is relentless, to say the least. First of all, you have to put in your height, and then it weighs you to give you your fucking body mass index. And right off the bat, it's just like, bam! Obese! You're fat as fuck! Somebody call the zoo, we got a live one! And you're not 5'10", you lying piece of shit. Nice try. Ah, damn it! And then if that wasn't enough, it gives you something that's called a Wii Fit age, which is where it takes how fat and unbalanced you are, and gives you a new age that is based on how big of a piece of shit you are. What's that? You think you're 22 years old? Not anymore, bitch! Your Wii Fit age is fucking 49-year-old fat Dan Aykroyd. How do you like that shit? God damn, Nintendo games are fucking mean as as hell these days. What the hell? So I started doing my little bullshit jazzercises for the next 3 weeks. And I gotta say, I didn't see too much of a result, but I can't really blame the Wii Fit. I mean, I was still eating like a wild animal at the time, so yeah, don't fucking pin it all on me. You can't outwork a bad diet, you fat piece of shit. So naturally, I make another executive decision to start eating healthy. So I call up my mom, the only healthy person that I really know, and I'm like, Mom, hi. Hey, what's some healthy shit I can eat? I don't know, tuna's good for you. And vegetables, have you had vegetables? Tuna and vegetables. Never heard of them. What else you got? I read somewhere that chia seeds are good for you too. At first I was like, chia seeds? Like, chia? Like chia pets? Those chia seeds? And she's like, yeah, they're supposed to be high in fiber. They're supposed to be really good for you to eat. And I'm like, what the fuck? Okay, you just eat the whole head? No, you stupid asshole. The seeds that are in the head. They sell them at Kroger's in a package. So off I go to the grocery store to stock up on tuna, cans of peas, and chia seeds. That's gonna be my dinner for the next indefinite amount of time, till I stop being a fat son of a bitch. Well, about 6 months go by, and I decide to go to the doctor. And the doctor's like, what the fuck? You've been eating tuna every day for the past 6 months? Do you know how much mercury is in tuna? Mercury? Like the planet? No, you stupid asshole. Like the heavy metal that's toxic to your body. Stop eating tuna every day. You're gonna turn into a goddamn Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. So naturally, I go home and totally ignore everything that my fucking doctor said. To hell with him, I'm losing weight with this diet, all right? I'm down 10 pounds. Even my Wii Fit age is going down, for Christ's sake. Who gives a shit if I got so much mercury in my bloodstream that I'm basically a human thermometer? It's 47.695 degrees Fahrenheit right now. Would you like to know the wind chill? No, dude, what the fuck? Now, I gotta say that there's one big problem with this stupid little bullshit diet of mine. It's not the tuna, it's not the peas, it's the goddamn chia seeds. You see, I start sprinkling chia seeds on basically everything that I eat. I'm talking chia seeds on my lunch, chia seeds on my dinner, on my fucking toothpaste in the morning. I'm eating too many goddamn chia seeds is what I'm getting at, all right? Well, imagine my surprise when I go to take a shit one day and I realize that I can't. You see, what my mom failed to tell me about chia seeds is that the fiber in them will make your shit about 10 times more dense than normal. Now, I don't know what it's like to shit an actual cinder block, but thanks to chia seeds, I got a rough idea, I can tell you that. It feels like I'm trying to shit an actual chia pet out of my rectum, is what it feels like. Like somebody's trying to move a pool table through a fucking doggy door. Oh god, this is not gonna work. I got way too much poop and way too little asshole right now. This is dangerous. Now look, I don't want to get graphic, as if I'm not graphic already. But let's be honest, I'm here talking to you guys right now, so I obviously survived this whole little fucking nightmare of an ordeal. Just know it took like 20 minutes, a rosary, and possibly a fucking shoehorn, but I did get through that fucking mess. And it was indeed one of those shits where you gotta like lean on one butt cheek, just so you can see what the fuck just Ace Ventura-2'd your asshole to death. Jesus Christ, somebody chop it up with a shovel, maybe it'll flush. Well, after that shitty debacle, you can probably guess what I did next. I fucking weighed myself on the Wii Fit board, that's what I did. And you bet your ass I was down a few pounds, and I was the youngest Wii Fit age that I've ever been. So that's it. That's the story of how I got fat and how I got unfat. It's inspirational, isn't it? Should be a Disney movie. And if you're not inspired, well, that's okay too. But I hope at the very least I opened your eyes to the dangers of
chia seed overconsumption.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck the FDA is doing, but they need to put some warning labels on those packages. Or at least a goddamn public service announcement or some shit. Oh, God! Get me a midwife! Anybody!
Chia seeds. Not even once.
Broomstiff.com.
Take the next step in treating your moderate to severe ulcerative colitis with Entyvio, the only gut-focused treatment for UC that helps block inflammation in the gut and works right where you need it. Now is the time to talk with your doctor about the results you want, rapid response, and for many people, visible improvement of the gut lining. Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Entyvio may increase risk of liver problems and serious infection. Although unlikely, PML, a rare brain infection that can result in death, cannot be ruled out. Your doctor may test for TB. Tell your doctor if you are prone to or have an infection, sores, or flu-like symptoms. Learn more about the only treatment for UC that works right where you need it, and ask your doctor about gut-focused Entyvio, including the Entyvio pen.
Gut-focused Entyvio.
Ghetto.
Alright, childhood injuries, part 2. Now, if you haven't seen my first episode on this subject, well, long story short, I've screwed myself up many a time as a stupid little kid in the 90s. So today, I'd like to talk about 3 more childhood injuries that I sustained because what the hell, I was a big stupid idiot back then. Alright, here we go.
Number 1.
Now, this first story took place back when we would wrestle in the front yards as kids. Surprise, surprise. And on this particular day, I'm wrestling my friend Michael. Now, Michael was not my favorite person to wrestle because he was a dirty-ass fighter. He was notorious for, like, kicking people in the balls when they weren't looking. If you had him in, like, a chokehold of some sort, he'd, like, lick your fucking forearm and shit. Ah, sick, Michael, what the hell? Well, on this particular day, instead of having, like, our normal run-of-the-mill wrestling match, my friend David decides to drag a fucking 10-foot ladder out of his garage, and we're gonna have ourselves a little ladder match in his front yard. Yeah, what the hell did you guys do for fun as kids? Play Duck, Duck, Goose like a bunch of pussies? Yeah, well, we had fucking ladder matches in the front yard on a Tuesday at 4:30 in the afternoon. No big deal, it's fine. It was normal back then. Now, the whole point of a ladder match is for you to beat the hell out of your friend to such a degree that you're able to scale a ladder and grab a styrofoam championship belt that you got at Kmart. If you did that, you were the champion of the front yard, you won. So me and Michael are out there wrestling, and by wrestling, I mean we're having a fucking fist fight on a ladder. I end up kicking Michael in the teeth, he falls to the ground and explodes on impact, and lo and behold, I'm at the top of the ladder, hoisting that Kmart specialty championship belt above my head, and that's it. The match is over, I won. Or so I thought, that is, because that's when Michael's salty ass decides to do a haphazard missile dropkick, and next thing you know, I'm plummeting off the tippity top of the ladder. Now, out of all the things you would not want to land on when you're falling off a ladder, I'd say the top of a fucking picket fence is pretty high up on the list. I fall crotch first on all the pointy parts of this picket fence, and I don't want to say that the fence went up my asshole, but you know, the fence kind of went up my asshole. In fact, it kind of totally wrecked my whole nether region down there. There's fucking blood everywhere. I'm not gonna get into graphic detail, but it was fucked up, alright? That's all you gotta know. Now, was Michael remorseful that he almost murdered me with a picket fence? Well, probably not, considering he just walks over, fucking farts on me, and then he just goes home. That was it. Alright, I'm done here. Fuck you guys and your stupid ladder matches. I'm going home to watch Animaniacs. But hey, at least I got that sweet, sweet styrofoam Kmart championship belt. That was completely worth it, right? No, probably not. Oh, well, what the hell.
Number 2.
All right, now this next story takes place back in my baseball days, and I'm over there standing on second base, looking at my coach over at third, who's standing there doing the fucking Macarena, which was our team's signal to steal third base. So I start running my little ass off like I just robbed a fucking Pet Supplies Plus, but what I didn't realize at the time was the other team's catcher was massive as hell. I don't know what year was on this kid's birth certificate, or how many of his own kids were in the stands that day watching him play, but this big motherfucker threw that ball down to third base, I slide head first, and that ball hits me square right in the fucking eyeball. Within 30 seconds, my eyeball swells shut like I just lost a split decision with Apollo Creed and shit. My coach is standing there like, ah, right, way to use your head there. You're okay, right? Rub some dirt in it, you pussy. We got a game to win. Now, you'd think that after getting pelted in the eyeball with a baseball, I'd be done for the game, right? Well, you gotta remember this was like 20 years ago when nobody gave a shit about little kids. So my little ass stayed in the game. The next inning, I go into bat, and my depth perception is completely fucked at this point. The pitcher goes to throw the ball, and I don't even see the fucking pitch. Well, next thing you know, I get drilled right in the fucking neck. And I collapse on the ground like I just got shot by a rifle. Now, if you've never been decapitated by a fastball before as a kid, well, here's what happens next. First, there's a collective Jesus Christ from everybody in the stands. Jesus Christ! Then your coach yells down something along the lines of, hey, all right, that's as good as a base hit. Walk it off now, you're all right. Rub some dirt in it, you pussy. We got a baseball game to win. And then everybody on the planet takes a knee as they watch you hobble your broken ass down to first base. But hey, at least we won the baseball game, right? No, we didn't win the baseball game. In fact, we might have gotten mercy that game and it was completely fucking pointless. Oh, well, what the fuck?
Number 3.
Okie dokie. Now, this last incident occurred while I was hanging out at my cousin David's house. And on this particular day, we were playing a little video game called Driver for the Sony PlayStation. Now, if you've never played Driver for the Sony PlayStation before, well, join the fucking club, because technically, I've never played it either. I mean, I've played the opening bullshit tutorial where you're stuck in a parking garage and you gotta do all these car maneuvers within 60 seconds. I've played that part over and over and over again. You know why? Because it's impossible to get out of that goddamn thing. All this shit within 60 seconds? What the fuck is a slalom? Anybody have an idea? Well, not 9-year-old me and David, that's for sure. Well, after 45 minutes of us just getting our dicks slammed in a car door from Driver for the Sony PlayStation, we decided to head on down to the local library, because at the local library, they got these magical internet boxes where you can go on
CheatCodeCentral.com
and you can find cheat codes for all sorts of video games. And maybe, just maybe, we'll be able to find a cheat code to get out of that godforsaken fucking parking garage and Driver for the Sony PlayStation. So we headed to David's garage to get some bikes. And David had 2 bikes at this time in his life. One was his sweet-ass orange Mongoose, and the other was a broken-ass bike that had no pedals on it. Now you might be sitting there watching this like, a bike with no pedals? How the hell do you ride a bike with no pedals on it? Oh, well, it's easy. All you gotta do is tie it up to the ass end of David's bike with a jump rope, and then you can have David Napoleon Dynamite your ass throughout the neighborhood like a complete fucking idiot. So there we are with our shitty man-made tandem bike from hell. David's pulling me along. My life is completely in his hands. I gotta mimic every fucking movie makes, or else I'm gonna screw myself up 6 ways to Sunday. Somehow, we flawlessly make it all the way to the library parking lot, but that, of course, is where we encounter this big-ass fucking light post. Now, this all happened in a split second, but what happens next is David decides to go right of the light post, I decide to go left of the light post,
goes, and the jump rope stays right in the fucking middle. Well, since I'm about 50 pounds lighter than David's ass, I fling myself over the handlebars, I soar through the air like a goddamn Ninja Turtle, and then I scutter throughout the library parking lot like a fucking poorly animated cartoon character. Meanwhile, David is completely oblivious, fucking dragging 10 feet behind him and shit. He finally stops and looks back, and he sees me in a bloody heap on the tarmac, and he doesn't even know what the hell happened. What the? Did you get assassinated? Did somebody shoot you with a rifle? What the fuck happened? And the only thing I can manage to mutter out is fucking light post David, god damn it. But hey, at least we got that cheat code to get out of the parking garage for a driver for the Sony PlayStation, right? Oh, that's right, there is no fucking cheat code to get out of the parking garage for a driver for the Sony PlayStation. Doesn't that just suck ass? Oh well, what the fuck? Who cares? So there you have it. Those are 3 more childhood injuries that I suffered as a kid. If you'd like to hear more of these stories about me getting hurt, well, let me know down in the comments, or don't. I'm not your dad. I can't tell you what to do. The end.
Brostu.com.
Alright, now I don't know about you, but a big part of my childhood was getting hurt on a daily basis. Over the years, I've suffered many a childhood injury because, well, I was a stupid little kid that made stupid decisions. But I'm sure I'm not the only one, right? I mean, we've all attempted to bunny hop over one of our friends before, out in the middle of the street, you know, for fun, right? Remember? Well, today, in honor of being a stupid little kid, I'd like to go over 3 prominent injuries that I suffered as a child in no particular order. Number 1. Alright, now if you guys weren't sliding down your stairs with a sleeping bag when you were a kid, I don't know what the fuck you were doing with your life. To me as a child, there was no cheaper adrenaline rush than going 0 to 60 down 14 steps in your living room. And sure, I'd get hurt all the time. But it didn't matter because that fucking staircase would call out to me all the time. Hey, you little 8-year-old bitch, I bet you can't slide down my ass with your fucking Steve Urkel sleeping bag. Oh, bitch-ass stairs, I'm not afraid of you. You're on. Ah, my pelvis! Now, sliding down the stairs with a sleeping bag is all well and fine, but if you were a real motherfucker, you went down the stairs in a laundry basket like a fucking professional. Now, I've only attempted this feat one time in my childhood, and that was with my dumbass friend Michael at his house. And keep in mind, we did this shit for fun. We did not do this on a dare. There was no money involved. There was no fucking camera crew there recording us. Hi, I'm Tyler from Bruce Stu Films. Welcome to Jackass. Nope, just 2 kids, a laundry basket, and a dream. That's all we needed. I mean, we did have adult supervision, all right? We weren't complete maniacs. We had fucking Michael's drunk-ass stepdad passed out in the living room. It'll be fine. And in our heads, this little stunt was gonna work flawlessly. We were gonna maneuver this Kmart laundry basket down a flight of steps, maybe do a fucking victory wheelie on the bottom landing, then probably pop champagne bottles in the winner circle of the goddamn laundry basket classic. But instead of that happening, well, something like this happened instead. We crash onto the landing like we're on the ass end of a Home Alone booby trap. The laundry basket explodes on impact. Michael's stepdad wakes up and he's like, "Oh shit, are you boys all right? Somebody call 911. Nah, just kidding, that didn't happen. His ass is so drunk he didn't even fucking wake up when we fell down the stairs. Ah, piss off, officer, I'm fine. I only had 2 beers. But if he had woken up, he would have woken up to the scene of 2 broken children at the bottom of a staircase. Not only did I bite the shit out of my tongue on the way down, but I fucked my right shoulder up 6 different ways to Sunday. Now, did I dislocate my shoulder? Did I possibly break my clavicle in half? I have no idea, because I didn't tell anybody about it afterwards. All I know is that my shoulder fucking hurt for multiple months afterwards, and I lost a good 12 miles an hour off my Little League fastball. Hell, even today as an adult, if I wipe my ass too quickly on the toilet, I get a sharp pain in between my fucking shoulder blades. Ah! Goddamn laundry basket bullshit! But hey, whatever. No severe damage done, I guess. Kids will be kids, right? Kids will be kids.
Number 2.
Well, if slinging yourself down the family staircase isn't your idea of fun, well, let me tell you about another little stunt that we would do as kids. And this little stunt involved a skateboard and a bike with pegs. And what we like to do as children is somebody would ride the bike as fast as they could, while another kid sat on a skateboard and held onto the pegs for dear life and tried their best not to eat shit on the fucking asphalt. Yeah, what a rootin' tootin' time that was, huh? This was a goddamn game that we played all the time. It was a game that we called Hang On to the Pegs Until You Die game. And of course, we didn't have any helmets or knee pads or fucking adult supervision. I mean, aside from the neighbors watching us through their window and shit. Oh, honey, come here, quick! There's a bunch of dirty little kids doing Evel Knievel shit out in the street. Well, on one particular day, while we were outside playing the Hang On to the Pegs Until You Die game, or Hot Peg, if you will, I was determined to set our all-time neighborhood record. Now, what that record was, I have no idea. I don't know if it was distance or time spent on the skateboard or whatever the fuck. All I know is I was like, y'all better save your pennies for that big-ass holographic Guinness Book of World Records, because I'm about to be on the cover of that bitch. Now, my friend David was the one that was on the bike during this little fiasco, and I don't know if he was just feeling ambitious or if he just skipped his fucking Ritalin that day or what, but his ass started pedaling Like you just robbed a goddamn liquor store at knife point. The skateboard starts shaking. It's doing that death rattle thing that happens when you're going way too fucking fast on a skateboard. You can hear a goddamn sonic boom echo out throughout the neighborhood and shit. The entire time I'm like, David, stop! Stop, David! Stop the goddamn bike! I'm gonna fucking die! But David on that day did not stop. Because David apparently was trying to break a goddamn land speed record on a fucking Huffy BMX bike. Well, next thing you know, the skateboard hits a pebble out in the middle of the street, and I go skittering throughout the road like a fucking poorly animated cartoon. Now, I don't know if you've ever slid to a stop on asphalt using nothing but your face and hands before, but it's not as fun as it sounds. One side of my face was completely scraped up, covered in road rash, but the palms of my hands were even worse because, well, I didn't have any fucking palms in my hands anymore. They were lying 14 feet behind me in the middle of a fucking street. Now, it's worth noting that this all happened just a few days prior to school picture day. Well, you can bet your ass that that year, I didn't even fucking go to picture day. To hell with that, what's the point? I'm gonna have my picture taken when I look like the fucking district attorney of Gotham City for fuck's sake? No thank you. But hey, whatever. No severe damage done. Kids will be kids and all that shit, right?
Number 3.
Alright, now this last childhood injury happened a very long time ago. It was way back when my dad would take me with him to go play pickup basketball games at the park. Yeah, that's right, back in the day, my dad was basically fucking Woody Harrelson's ass in the movie White Men Can't Jump. What a time to be alive. Well, while him and Wesley Snipes would be on the court hustling the shit out of people for money, my little ass would be hanging out in the playground. And it was during one of these sessions on the playground where I was on top of the jungle gym doing kid shit, minding my own business, when all of a sudden some punk-ass kid from down below starts talking shit to me. Hey, you up there, you're a fucking fart knocker, how do you like that shit? Now, at first, I was just confused, because I had no idea who this kid was, or why he was throwing out unsolicited fart knocker insults all willy-nilly. But this little freckled fuck just kept going on and on and on. Yeah, I'm talking to you, you dick toucher. You like to touch all the gross dicks, don't you? So I lean over the railing and look down, and I'm like, hey, motherfucker, the only dick I touch is my own, you piece of shit. Or whatever the hell I said. Look, I don't have the exact transcript of this conversation, all right? It doesn't matter what was said. What matters is, 5 seconds later, I lean a little too far forward, and I accidentally fling myself over the railing. So I plummet 15 feet to the ground, and I crack the back of my head so hard that I swear I forgot what the fuck my middle name was. Well, that little freckled piece of shit thinks I just died on impact, so he's like, sorry I said all those things about you touching dick. See you later. Now look, I'm not gonna lie here. After falling and cracking my head on the ground, I cried like a little schoolboy bitch. Now, thank God my dad was right there, fucking on the whole other side of the park, still playing basketball, so he didn't hear me crying like a big fucking wussy crybaby. I eventually calmed down, and it's pretty apparent that I sustained a head injury of some sort. There's a pretty significant ringing going on in my ears. The outside is all of a sudden a lot brighter than I remember it being. Now, did I suffer a concussion of some sort? Did I possibly fracture my fucking skull? I have no idea, because I didn't tell anybody afterwards. Naturally. All I know is that I got in the car to go home that day, and I just pretended that nothing even happened. Boy, I sure hustled the shit out of those guys. How was the playground? Did you have fun? Playground? What's a playground? What the fuck is my middle name? But hey, whatever. Kids will be kids. No big deal. I was fine. Who cares if I had to fucking relearn how to write my name in cursive? I figured it out. It's not a big deal. So there you have it. There's 3 childhood injuries that stand out in my mind. And if you guys like this video, well, guess what? I could probably make 2 or 3 more cartoons on the same subject because I fucked myself up on a regular basis as a kid. The end.
Brostiff.com.
Alright, now for those of you that don't know, me and my friend Brewer lived in the top floor of a duplex back when we were young, irresponsible adults. And during our 4-year stay there, we had 2 different neighbors that lived below us. Now the first guy was a dude named John, who was like this 45-year-old stoner that lived by himself, and John was like the best downstairs neighbor that we could possibly have. He was always trying to help out and bring us food to eat, which was very important to us because Brewer and I just so happened to be broke as hell back then. We'd be sitting on the couch like, boy, I sure am hungry. Dude, do you have any money? Money? What the hell is money? And then John would just pop in and he'd be like, oh, hey guys, I was just making some corn dogs downstairs and, well, I got super stoned and accidentally made the whole box. You guys want to eat fucking 14 corn dogs? Now, one time, me and John were both in the basement doing our laundry at like 7 o'clock in the morning, and out of nowhere, his ass was like, hey, dude, I got some leftover Jello shots from Cinco de Mayo. You want to go eat a bunch and get super fucked up? John, don't you have to, like, go to work in an hour? Yeah, I sure do. Anyways, they're lime green ones made with tequila. So there I am, getting plastered at 7 o'clock in the morning with a 45-year-old man in a Hawaiian shirt. An hour later, I'm passed out drunk on our couch. John's ass is at work as a fucking welder of all things. Hey, John, are you all right? Yeah, I'm fine. Why do you ask? Yeah, the guy was a legend, that's for sure. Well, needless to say, me and Brewer were pretty disappointed when John moved out one day and our new neighbor moved in. Now, this new neighbor was a guy named Tom. And Tom was no fucking John, that's for goddamn sure. I mean, for one, Tom did not associate with us whatsoever. He lived underneath us for months, and we didn't have a single conversation. He just sit on the porch and smoke cigarettes and shit. Me and Brewer would just watch him at a distance like, well, what the fuck? When's this guy gonna start feeding us corn dogs? Yeah, fucking Jello shots. This guy sucks ass at being the downstairs neighbor. Well, it didn't take long for the shit to hit the proverbial fan, if you will, between us and our new neighbor Tom. The first issue that we ran into was the fact that Tom worked early mornings every day. Now, Brewer and I had shitty second shift jobs at the Circle K and the Pizza Hut. So that meant that while Tom was trying to get his beauty sleep at night, me and Brewer would be upstairs doing dumb shit, being loud as fuck. Dude, you want to go shoot beer bottles with this BB gun and fucking listen to old Limp Bizkit songs? Oh, hell yeah, I do.
I did it all for the Nookie. Come on. The Nookie. Come on.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys thought that Tom's ass was going to be the bad neighbor when you clicked on this video, but no, me and Brewer were actually the asshole neighbors 100%. So needless to say, Tom had a hard time sleeping with all the happy horse shit that we were up to. Now you'd think that he would just, you know, ask us to keep it down, or hell, even do the old broomstick against the ceiling thing. No, this motherfucker decides to call the cops. That's what he decides to do. Hey, we got an anonymous noise complaint from the other half of the house. You guys are playing the Nookie at way too many decibels. Now this kind of offended me and Brewer at first. I mean, hell, if Tom would have just came to us personally, we would have toned it down for sure. We didn't need the fucking 5-0 to come here and yell at us like they're our dad and shit. So after a few days, we went right back to doing stupid shit and being loud as hell. Hey, you want to fucking fight each other with vacuum cleaners? Oh, hell yeah, you're on. And of course, Tom called the cops on us again. In fact, his ass probably called the cops probably a half a dozen times. But the cops would never really do anything. They'd just show up and be like, hey, we got a noise complaint? Yeah, we'll keep it down, all right? Now leave us alone. We're trying to fucking race these baboons on pogo sticks, for Christ's sake. Eventually, the cops just stopped coming over altogether. I don't know if it was Tom that gave up, or if the cops were just like, look, they're just loud assholes, all right? We can't just shoot them in the face, Tom, no matter how loud they are. Well, eventually, Tom would seek out some revenge of his own when he started to bring over a little lady friend of his. Now, the way the duplex was laid out, Tom's bedroom just so happened to be directly underneath my bedroom. Now, some of you watching this might already know where I'm going with this. Aw, did you fucking hear them have loud, nasty sex late at night? You did, didn't you? Yeah, I fucking did. You see, late one night, in the wee early morning hours, I wake up to some very unsettling noises. I don't know what kind of weird tantric shit was going on downstairs, but it was loud and it was violent. It just sounded like fucking two dogs fighting underneath a table and shit. It was crazy as hell. And to make matters worse, Tom was clearly the more vocal of the two. He just kept going, ha, ha, ha.
Chewy Pharmacy delivers pet meds quick, which Chase loves because he has a need for speed.
Breeze. Smells great in here. What is it? It's my trash.
Introducing Febreze Trash Odor Fighter. It reduces trash odors, replacing them with 45 days of freshness. And it works on all kinds of trash cans.
With Hilton Diamond Reserve, guaranteed 4 p.m. checkout makes vacation last even longer.
Could you use up to $800? Find it at BioLife. Up to $800 is waiting for you. Just donate plasma, get paid for each donation the same day, then treat yourself and treat your friends. Schedule your appointment today.
When it's time to start your business, it's time for Shopify. Designed with easy to customize themes. Sell everywhere people shop. And never miss a sale with the world's best converting checkout. See why millions of businesses sell with Shopify. Start your free trial today.
So what did I decide to do about this unfortunate situation? Well, I sure as hell didn't call the cops and be like, hey, my prick of a neighbor is having loud relations at above the neighborhood noise ordinance. Send lots of backup. No, I did not do that. Instead, my double standard having ass goes over to the vent in my room, and I yell something along the lines of, hey, fucking quit it! Knock it off! I gotta work 4 hours at the Pizza Hut tomorrow, goddammit! Stop it! Now, I don't know if they didn't hear me, or if they just didn't care, but that did not stop whatever the fuck they were doing down there. So my ass had to sleep on the couch that night, traumatized as hell. Not to mention this happened for like a week straight, and every time I would get up, and I would yell shit down the vent. Hell, sometimes I would just fuck with them instead. I wouldn't even yell. I'd just be like, Thomas, is that you? It's me, your mother. I don't really appreciate what you're doing down there, booby. But it didn't matter. They never stopped or responded or anything like that. And I had to keep my ass out on the couch because, well, I was definitely not trying to hear that shit, that's for sure. Now keep in mind that at this point, we still have not had any direct confrontation with Tom. Not a single conversation or a, hey, howdy do, I heard you fucking last night. Nothing. Nothing at all. Well, all that would change with what I like to call the dryer incident. And the dryer incident happened when one night at 3 o'clock in the morning, I decided to put my shoes in the dryer. I don't remember why my shoes were sopping wet in the first place, or why I had to have them dried at that precise moment, but I indeed put shoes in the goddamn dryer at 3 o'clock in the morning. Now, if you've never put shoes in the dryer before by themselves, well, it sounds a lot like this. Well, this obviously wakes Tom's ass up, and apparently this was it. This was the final straw. Tom marches his ass upstairs, pissed off as hell. I open the door, and what I see is the angriest bald man I've ever seen in my life. Tom's standing there smoking a cigarette, and he's like, are those fucking shoes in the goddamn dryer? And my first reaction was like, holy hell, Tom, that is shoes in the dryer. How the hell did you guess that? This is like a fucking weird game show of some sort. And welcome back to another episode of What's in the Dryer? Tom for the grand prize, what do you hear? Clankety clank, 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 clank. It's a fucking TV remote and a bag of nickels. Anyways, Tom asked me if those are indeed shoes in the goddamn dryer, and I decided to hold my ground, even though, you know, I'm 100% wrong in this situation. Well, yeah, Tom, as a matter of fact, those are shoes in the goddamn dryer. It's 3 in the morning. Why the fuck did you put shoes in the dryer? Well, to get them dry, you dead son of a bitch. Why else would I fucking put them in there? So now we're going back and forth over who's the bigger asshole here, and it's me, clearly. But that's when I take a sharp left turn and bring up an entirely different topic. Yeah, well, I don't appreciate hearing you and your girlfriend's fucking sexual escapades at night. How about that? Wait, what? What the hell are you talking about? Well, I can hear you fucking, Tom, that's what. Ha! Ha! Ha 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 ha! Sound familiar, you fucking piece of shit? Yeah, that's right. I had to, pull a page out of Forrest Gump. I had to imitate his ass fucking. It wasn't my proudest moment, but, well, it was pretty effective because Tom's ass was completely flustered. I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. Keep the damn shoes out of the dryer. You guys are assholes. And that was the first and last conversation that I had with our neighbor Tom. Me and Brewer moved out shortly afterwards, and Tom was free to do whatever crazy-ass shit he wanted without having to worry about any prying ears. So Tom, on the off chance that you're watching this shitty little cartoon, I just want to apologize for being such a shitty upstairs neighbor. I know we should have been quiet and should have let you sleep, and, you know, instead of yelling down the vent, I should have, I don't know, fucking whispered words of encouragement. Way to go, Tom! You can do it! Just know that you did traumatize my ass quite a bit in return, and every time I hear 2 fucking dogs fighting underneath the table, I can't help but think of your bald ass. The end.
Broomstick.com.
She can win millions of prizes with the AliExpress $1 challenge.
Ah, damn it.
I wouldn't really count that. I'll count my first. What's going on, everybody? I'm Voidu, and welcome back to a brand new video. Today, I'll be going over exactly how much I made on my first Twitch check, how long it took, and what to expect when you're just starting out as a new streamer or somebody who's been streaming for a while and hasn't quite made it there yet. Before we start, I'm streaming on YouTube now instead of Twitch almost every single day, so please do me a huge favor and subscribe and turn the notifications on below. I know everyone tells you, but please, if it helps you, if this video helps you, please subscribe and turn on notifications. I'm live almost every day, like I said, and I have a lot more content on the way regarding things like starting out, overlays, Twitch streams, things like that to help you guys grow your content and monetize it in the best way possible. So make sure to hit the notification bell so you don't miss a stream or a video, and now let's get right into the video. So the first thing to understand is that making money on Twitch isn't like making money at a job. You don't automatically get paid for doing the work, and often it takes a lot of hours to put into your stream and how to present yourself for people to be generous enough to support you with their hard-earned money. For example, I've been streaming for about 4 years total, and I'm only recently this year received my first Twitch check. I'll be going over mistakes I made early on that hindered my growth, as well as ways to monetize your content outside of Twitch in a whole different video, so make sure you subscribe. So how do you make money on Twitch? Well, first you must at least be an affiliate, and today we're going to be going over affiliate. We can go over partner in a different video, but this is mainly for people who are just getting started out and wondering how much to expect on their first check and how they can even receive their first check. So to become a Twitch affiliate, you must first have at least 50 followers on Twitch, an average of 3 concurrent viewers over 30 days, have a total of 8 or more hours streamed across 7 different days. So hopefully that's not too confusing. Basically, this could be 2 hours streamed on Monday, 3 hours on a Tuesday, and 3 hours on a Thursday, while you had 50 followers and 4 people were watching the entire time, and then you could apply for affiliate, get approved. So with Twitch affiliate, you are getting access to receiving bits, subscriptions, advertisement, and game sales. However, I've never seen or had a game sale this small of a level. However, it is possible. It's never happened to me, so I wouldn't necessarily think of it too highly. It's very possible for it to happen, but I've never seen it happen to me or any of my friends. So breaking down what these are, bits are like donations. However, Twitch takes a cut. So you've probably seen bit goals and bit alerts and things like that. It's usually smaller, but they can be very large, and they're basically a site-wide currency that can be spent and bought at your leisure. Subscriptions are $5 a month minimum, and Twitch takes 50% of these subscriptions. You probably already know what a sub is, but if you don't, it's basically a way to support a creator monthly, kind of like Patreon, and it allows you to have different perks, usually emotes, things like that. So that's what you unlock for your channel. People are able to give you $5 a month, however, Twitch just take 50% of that profit. So to even get your first payout, you must first reach the $100 threshold, which means making $100 before Twitch actually sends you a check. To put this in perspective, this would kind of be like if instead of working a job normally, say McDonald's, you worked 30 hours and you got paid this much for every hour. It would be like if they said, we'll pay you your check once you at least work enough to make $100. On Twitch, this could be accrued over months at a time, but generally Twitch will only pay out once per month when $100 is reached or more. So if you made $200, they'll give you $200. And they do pay out, as far as I know, around the 15th of every month. And the pay cycle, I believe, goes from the 1st to the 30th. And then they pay on the 15th afterwards. So you got subs from January 1st to January 31st. They would pay you on February 15th for that January's money. One thing I don't hear many people talk about is if you make less than $100 per month on Twitch, one time per year, Twitch will pay out what they owe you in one lump sum. So for me, this has happened quite a few times. This isn't generally going to be what I talk about with my first Twitch check because it's usually like $120 after 12 months. And you don't really know it's coming. And so I wouldn't really count that. I'll count my first real check, what I did to receive it, and how much it actually was in this video. Now that we understand what affiliate is and how it works, let's go over how much I made in my first check. First, mind you, this could be either realistic or unrealistic depending on your situation. I had a TikTok get over 1.3 million views and drove an insane amount of traffic to my Twitch channel. After that, I had a lot more generous people in my chat, which I'm extremely grateful for, but that is definitely a unique situation that you are obviously able to take advantage of. I mean, coming from me as someone who's been doing content for over 10 years, this is the first time I had a big kind of wave of people go, and it was definitely not something I expected. So before we go any further, know this, you are able to do it. Anyone is able to do it. You are able to make money on Twitch. You're able to make a living off of it. People will tell you it's hard. It is very hard. It is not
very hard.
You basically have to rely on other people constantly. But what I can tell you is that there are people out there that will support you as long as you just put yourself out there. So now let's go over the Twitch dashboard and look over how much my first check was, where it came from, and how it happened. Okay, so first, while we're here, I wanted to show you guys kind of how to find this information, because for me, it was a little difficult at first. So what you can do is go to your twitch.tv and log in, of course. Hit your face and go down to Creator Dashboard. So now we're here. You can see, you know, quick actions, your activity feed, your viewers, your bitrate you're streaming at, your subscribers, things like that. But what we're going to do is go into the Insights and Channel Analytics. Now, what this shows you is kind of everything that you need to know about, like, the time frames that you streamed on and other things like that. So what it normally does is it does your 30-day check to be able to see how much you would make in one check. And then down here, you can kind of read out, like, where everything came from. So let's go to my first check. Okay, so we're just before my last month. In March to March, I was really starting to make a lot more TikToks. I wasn't really averaging a lot. As you can see, I was averaging 1.4 viewers, 4.6 the month before, 0 before. These were months that I took off for a while. When I came back, I started making TikTok content. And now I'm going to skip to the next month where the TikToks really came out, and you'll see the numbers change really quite a bit. So I'll go into a different video about how to monetize your content other places, how to move traffic here, and how to really grow your brand. So if we look at the next month, it's quite a big change. Honestly, just kind of starting like April 1st was 4.7 average viewers to 6, then back down to basically 0. And then you hit about April 22nd, I believe April 23rd would have been when I posted that video that got a 1.3 million views. And it shot up to 47 average viewers, a total of 20 that month. That video is an anomaly. However, there's an insane amount of potential on YouTube and on TikTok specifically for you to make content and to grow off of it, as long as it's, you know, good content. So I got 20 average viewers. I gained 4,600 followers that month. It was crazy. 253 subscriptions, and my revenue for my first check was $769.32. As I said before, my first couple checks were definitely like 120, but they were once a year, so I didn't really count them, and I actually don't have a way to check what they were, because they were basically every single month over a year, so I couldn't tell you exactly how it looked, but from here, this was my first check. So let's break this down a little bit. So from paid subs, there were 79. So it looks like there was 27 regular subscribers, as well as 1 tier 3 subscriber. Different tiers are tier 1 is $5, tier 2 is $10, and tier 3 is $25. I would say that the majority of people on Twitch are receiving tier 1 subs, the $5 ones. Some do tier 3s, which is $25, but I've only had 1 tier 3 sub in my life. I appreciate them a lot, and they're right there. So $67 there. Prime subs are the free subscriptions you get with having Amazon Prime. So if you have an Amazon Prime account, link it to your Twitch, and then you get a free sub to anyone you like, and they will make $202.50 off of it per sub, and you will pay nothing to do it. So if you look at the Prime subs, there's $430 in revenue, and I had 191 subs. Oh, I think that was the total amount. Okay, so for just those subs alone, it's $84. Gifted subs was really big. So when I mentioned that people are more generous in some ways, and you know, and people come into your channel and just randomly give you subs, randomly give you bits. We did have a couple people, including No Rod, who everyone knows in my YouTube stream now, and my Twitch stream. Everyone knows No Rod. If you've been around, you know him. He was insane. He gifted, I think, over 200 subs this month. Something crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And, it was insane. Like, it was literally anytime someone came into the chat that wasn't a sub, he would gift it to them. So 100%. Obviously, I'm not bragging because I didn't do anything to receive this except for work hard for a couple years and just wanted to give him a big shout out for that. It really helped me out. Multi-month gifted subs, basically just gifting subs over a period of months. Ads, $10. One of the biggest reasons I believe Twitch affiliates kind of not the best route is because I made $10 in ads, and the rest of that money went to Twitch's pocket. Half of subs go to Twitch's pocket. They basically make more money on you than you make yourself, which is kind of frustrating. Especially if you got donations, you would make 100% of that money minus the PayPal fee. Cheering, these are bits. So $175 in bits. As I said, this is a really big month. This is not normal. I'll even show you if I go to the next month. Game sales, once again, I could show you this entire 4 years I've never made a game sale. Extensions, bounties, you can't actually do bounties as an affiliate. And then other bits interactions, which I don't actually know where that would have come from. So yeah, that was my first check, basically. Breaking it down, how much I made. And yeah, it was an insane month. Not normal. If we skip to the next one, so it was $769. Next month was $255. And then $533. And then $56. And then I took a little bit of a break for a couple months until last month was $100. So, you know, it is it's definitely an anomaly and it can happen, but just know that if you're not reaching these kind of numbers, if we look back, I've never reached those numbers. I made $0 for years.
Holy shit.
I just want to let you guys know that. So yeah, that's basically everything. So if you guys have any other questions, please drop them down below. I'm willing to answer every single question, every single comment that's down there. Just kind of ask me any questions you can think of, and I'll see if I can answer them. But I really appreciate you guys watching all the way through. Hopefully this helps you kind of understand where the money comes from and how you can get it. And I'll go over in a different video how to gain more traction, how to get bigger checks like this, like how did I do it on TikTok, how do you do it on YouTube. So I'll go over that in a separate video. So make sure you drop a subscribe and you hit the bell notification, which is very important so that you don't miss a stream or a video. I do live stream almost daily on YouTube on this exact channel, so make sure you do that because you don't want to miss those. And if you ever catch me live, feel free to ask me any questions in the chat. I answer every single question. So I really appreciate you guys watching all the way through. Maybe have a wonderful rest of your day. Peace.
All right, now for those of you that don't know, I'm doing a little sub-series on 90s TV shows. And the last time I touched on a Nickelodeon classic, Double Dare. Well, this time around, I want to talk about another Nickelodeon game show, and that would be the one called Figure It Out. I was a big fan of Figure It Out when I was a kid, partly because it was a pretty simple concept. You had a child contestant that had some sort of secret hidden talent, and then you had a panel of Nickelodeon pseudo-celebrities that had to guess what it was. You know, they had to figure it out. Okay, now this panel had 3 rounds to ask yes or no questions to the kid, and each round that they didn't figure it out, the first round would be like a pair of roles. Either a mountain bike or a Nintendo 64, and the third round was always a vacation of some sort. Pretty standard format. Except I gotta say that the vacations that they picked on Figured Out fucking sucked ass. It was always like some
12 minutes watch.
Christie, Texas, or fucking Mount Pelier, Vermont. Ah, fuck yeah, Vermont! I love maple syrup and crusty ass old people. Hell yeah! Now at the beginning of the show, they would disclose to those watching at home what this kid's little hidden talent was. And I have to say, it was a pretty wide spectrum when it came to these so-called talents on Figured Out. I mean, sure, sometimes you'd have like a really smart kid that would be like, I invented bifocals in the 2nd grade. And you'd be sitting there at home like, God damn, bifocals? I thought that was Ben Franklin's ass. That's pretty damn impressive. But then most of the time they'd be scraping the bottom of the barrel for talent, and they just throw some dirty little kid up there like, sometimes I have my dog drink milk from the inside of my mouth.
Oh, just the fuck?
What is this, fucking Fear Factor? That kid's gonna get gingivitis for Christ's sake. And yeah, before you ask, I'm not exaggerating. That was indeed a real talent on a real episode of Figured Out. I saw this shit when I was 9 years old, for Christ's sake. A little girl letting a dog drink milk out of her fucking mouth. And that memory's been with me ever since. Why? So let's go ahead and do a little hypothetical episode of Figured Out, if you will, just to let you guys know how this show played out. First of all, the show starts with the host, Summer Sanders. And side note, while I was recording this, I kept saying Suzanne Summers instead of Summer Sanders. You know, the chick from fucking Three's Company. For a reason, my brain can't differentiate between the two people. Same fucking person to me. So if I confuse the two during this cartoon, well, you're just gonna have to deal with it, because I'm sick of recording this goddamn thing. So anyway, Suzanne Summers introduces the first contestant, Little Ricky. And Little Ricky would either have a mullet or a bowl cut hairdo. It wasn't required to be on the show, but, well, it sure seemed like it was recommended. And let's just say that Little Ricky's talent is that he's the, fucking hula hoop champion of Wisconsin. That sounds about right. That's smack dab in the spectrum there. I don't know what the fuck a hula hoop champion is, but it'd be impressive. So first things first, they bring his talent into a few words, and they plaster him on this giant head that they call Billy or Buddy or Bucky the Edgehead, whatever the hell it was. But they hide all the main words from the panel, of course. And now it's the panel's job to ask yes or no questions in order to figure out what the fuck Little Ricky
73,000 minutes watch.
From Nickelodeon Guts, Josh Server's obnoxious ass from all that, my boy Danny Tanner,
that's just
and my personal favorite, Lori Beth motherfucking Denberg. Now Lori Beth Denberg was my
May 7th,
because she was the only one that took the game seriously.
May 31st,
people just joke around and ask the kids stupid
73,000
does your talent have anything to do with porcupines? No, what the fuck?
Thank you guys, that's pretty fucking amazing.
Fuck these kids and their hopes and dreams. She's gonna ask them tough-ass questions.
Fuck those kids,
Tell me,
hopes and
child,
dreams.
are either of your parents ashamed of your talent? I don't know. Judges, what do you think? They're saying yes, absolutely.
Yes, absolutely.
Interesting. Is it perhaps a champion of a not-so-masculine activity? Holy shit, she's good. You know, Lori Beth, it's still the first round. Why don't you take it easy on the kid? Oh, I'm sorry, Suzanne Summers. I thought we were supposed to fucking figure it out. Are we not supposed to figure it out? What the fuck is this? Now, it's important to note that every round, the panelists would be given a clue of some sort. I mean, blank champion of blank sure as hell ain't much to go off of. Are you the world champion of porcupines? No, Josh, he's not. What the fuck is up with you and porcupines? Now, these clues that they would get would vary from episode to episode. Sometimes they'd have the panelists feel an object while they're blindfolded, or sometimes people would just yell shit at them from the audience. Hey, you stupid ass!
Gotta keep live streaming it.
Shit about. Wisconsin?
Gotta keep struggling and struggling.
The Charade Brigade, which was when two assholes would march out on stage and try to find a clue for them. Dancing? Dancing.
One day it'll be good.
Fucking Dirty Dancing champion of Wisconsin. Oh, god damn it. And then the Charade Brigade would just trot off stage, and usually the panelists were even more confused than they were to begin with. Now, the best part about Figure It Out was, of course, the slime. I mean, it's a Nickelodeon
The slime, yes.
Shit. It's what puts the asses in the seats, if you will. And the slime would happen in the second round with something they would call the
secret slime action.
Now, the panelists obviously had no idea what the secret slime action was. They would just flash it on screen for everybody watching at home. The secret slime action is trying to hide a fart by coughing into your hand. So now you'd be sitting at home all amped up, just waiting for one of the panelists to fuck up and get slimed 6 ways to Sunday. Does your talent involve... Oh, looks like you did the secret slime action, Danny Tamborelli. How dare you try to fart in front of a live studio audience, you fucking piece of shit. And I swear, it seemed like it was always Danny Tamborelli's ass getting slimed. Like they would target his ass specifically with the secret slime action. The secret slime action is being a red-headed freckled fuck. Oh, snap, Danny, looks like we got you again. What the hell did I do this time? Well, it's not what you did, Danny. It's what you are. It's not our fault you're a red-headed freckled fuck. Now, after 3 complete rounds of all this happy horse shit, it would come down to the panel's final guess. Little Ricky would be getting all excited. That vacation to Butte, Montana's practically in pissing distance now, but not so fast because he'd still have Lori Beth Denberg's ass over there smoking a cigarette. You know damn well she had this kid still in her crosshairs. Well, Little Ricky, it's been a fine episode, but I think you and I both know that you're the fucking hula hoop champion of Wisconsin. Oh, snap, Lori Beth Denberg coming in clutch. Well, I guess it sucks to suck, Little Ricky. No vacation for your ass. Jay, tell him all the prizes that he won. Well, he's won the pair of rollerblades and the Nintendo 60 mountain bike, but he just fell short of the trip to Butte,
Montana.
And then, lo and behold, it's the end of the show. And, of course, Little Ricky gets to demonstrate his mediocre, semi-impressive talent for everybody. But they'd always be running out of time, be like the last 6 seconds to figure out 30-minute time block, so they'd have to rush his ass through to get to the credits. All right, Little Ricky, let's see what you got. Wow, that's amazing. Anyways, that's all the time we have today. I'm Summer Sanders, Suzanne Summers, whatever the fuck my name is. We'll see you again on another episode of Figure It Out. Roll the credits, hurry.
Figure it out.
Credits. And that was pretty much an episode of Figure It Out. Now, was Figure It Out better than an episode of Double Dare? Well, fucking hell no. Double Dare had a goddamn obstacle course at the end of the show. You can't compete with an obstacle course. Somebody's mom up in a disc because she fucking fell in some gack. No way. Regardless, Figure It Out was one of my favorite shows. And I think for my next episode of the sub-series, I'm either going to do Supermarket Sweep or maybe another Nickelodeon classic,
Legends of the Hidden Temple.
That's the best one. Legends of the Hidden Temple is the shit.
Anyway, so what's the fucking point? The end.
You know what's even better now is the Asian one. The Chinese obstacle courses. I don't want to see the rest of this.
I wouldn't really.
A major heat waves move.
Like a part 2, I think.
Alright, now for those of you that don't know, years ago, me and my friend Brewer lived in what we thought was a haunted house. Or I'm sorry, not a
I love Bruce too, man.
Haunted Duplex, part 2, back with a vengeance. God, what a shitty movie poster that would be. Oh, can't wait to see this one. The first one was so good. All right, let's recap a little bit from where we left off. 4 dummies in a dining room, tempting the devil with a Ouija board. My dead great-grandma makes a cameo and shows up. I'm dead. Some shadow demon crawls across the room, makes me piss myself. And Cody didn't get Taco Bell that night. Ah, damn it. Okay, cool, we got it. So a few weeks go by, and nothing creepy happens. So the whole Ouija board night starts to become practically a joke to us. If anything goes missing in the house, it's the ghost's fault.
It's the ghost's fault, yeah.
Goddamn ghost! But what would happen soon after were a number of things that I like to call the incidents, and they would happen randomly every couple of weeks.
Incident number 1, the hay incident.
So I'm laying in bed one night. My ex-girlfriend's there too. We're talking about something, I don't really remember what. Let's just say it was about her being a selfish asshole. How about that? It's like 3 in the morning. Everything's turned off in the house. Brewer, my roommate, he's down the hall sleeping with his door closed. He's got his dog sleeping too. That's really what the dog looks like. It's furry as hell. So we're laying there, and we're about to fall asleep, when all of a sudden, right next to my head, I hear something say, "Hey," and it was very distinct. So distinct that we both heard it. Did you just hear somebody me say hey?
Yeah, I sure did.
Now, it's one thing to hear some shit by yourself, because you can always play it off like, oh, it's probably just the house settling. Maybe it's the pipes in the walls making noises. Pipes can make noises that sound like human words, right? Hey, how's it going? What's up? But when you're with somebody else that hears it too, what are you supposed to do then? I tell you what you do then. Your mind goes totally blank, and there's a brick of shit in your pants. Okay, I don't know what that was all about, but let's sleep with the lights on, huh? How about that?
Incident number 2.
Christmas time shenanigans. That's what we're calling it. Okay, whatever. So there I am, a few weeks later, and I'm laying in my bed. I'm trying to go to sleep. Brewer's in his room, door closed. He's been sleeping for probably a couple hours. So I'm laying there, and all of a sudden, I can hear a noise coming from the bathroom. Someone, or something, is screwing around with something in there. It's making a noise that sounds like this. So naturally, I try to be logical about the situation. Oh my god, there's probably a demon in there rummaging through all our shit, probably eating all our Tylenol and squeezing out all the toothpaste. Now I'm pretty scared at this point, because I'm a big wuss, you know? Instead of going in there to figure things out, I just lay there and listen to this damn noise, and it just keeps going on and on. Finally, I figure it out. It's that goddamn flippy thingy that you pull up on bathtubs to make the shower head come on. Something's in there fornicating with that thing in my bathroom, and I really don't appreciate it at this hour in the night. And then, all of a sudden, it stops. Alright, cool, perfect. Now I can pretend this never happened and go back to sleep. And that's when something slams up against my door. Talk about being scared. It was poop slamming my face. I couldn't even form words with my mouth. Hubba, hubba, hubba. Somehow, in my panic, I grab my phone and I call my roommate. You know, he's 12 feet down the hallway, but I'm gonna call him on my phone. Hello? Oh yeah, you get it right this time, asshole. Good job. Hello indeed. Something just slammed up against my door. I'm freaking out. Did you hear something messing around with the thingy that turns the shower on? The thingy that turns the shower on? The faucet? No, the other thing. The handles? No, the damn thing that makes the shower go. Water pressure? Jesus Christ, forget it. Yeah, Brewer, water pressure. That makes a noise, right? Guess what time it is? Sleeping with the lights on time. My baby. I actually go back to sleep, somehow. And a few hours later, my roommate wakes up to his dog throwing up. You know that unmistakable, shitty sound dogs make when they're about to barf all over the place? You hear that shit from the other room and you're like, oh no, barf-a-rama time! And the countdown's on, you gotta shuffle your dog outside before he pukes all over your PlayStation 2. So his dog throws up all over, and he has to clean it up at ass o'clock in the morning. He's in the kitchen and he's washing his hands. Now, according to his testimony, he says he heard someone say, what are you doing? From somewhere towards the living room. He looks over and he sees this goddamn black shadow peeking around the Christmas tree. Now his first thought is, crazy. There's somebody in the house. Get out of here, you little pervert! He goes running into the living room, and this is where I wake up. I have no idea what's going on. I'm thinking we're getting raided. Ah, what's going on? Is it the Russians? He gets out there. There's nothing there. I walk out there to see what all the hubbub is about. Dude, I just seen a black shadow from behind the Christmas tree. Well, well, well. Look who's seeing shadow people now. It's behind the Christmas tree, huh? You sure it wasn't the Grinch? Huh? He's stealing all our presents? I don't know, Brewer. Sounds a lot like the Grinch. Yeah, it's not funny when it happens to your ass now, is it? We're sitting on the couch like, okay, well, what do we do now? We either A, have a severe gas leak in the house and we're hallucinating, or B, we did bring a ghost in the house thanks to that goddamn Ouija board. I'm pretty sure it was B. Now, after this whole little fiasco, things only got worse. It got to the point where we're like, oh, okay, yeah, this place is haunted. We should probably get the hell out of this godforsaken duplex before one of us gets possessed and we end up doing a backwards crab walk on the stairs like the Exorcist. But for the final chapter in this mini saga, you're gonna have to wait till next week. That's right, we're talking Haunted Duplex, Part 3. Now, it's personal. Okay, whatever.
Hey man, start filming.
Alright, now for those of you that don't know, years ago, me and my friend Brewer lived in what we thought was a haunted house. Or I'm sorry, not a haunted house, a haunted duplex. It was a haunted half of a house, if you will. And a while back, I did a whole sub-series on all the paranormal experiences that we encountered. But with that being said, I didn't mention everything that happened to us because, well, the series was already 3 episodes long. What is this, the Lord of the Rings? How many episodes can I make about a spooky duplex, for Christ's sake? But since it's been a while, and, you know, Halloween is in pissing distance once again, I'd like to talk about some of the
untold stories of the haunted duplex.
Now, of course, all this haunted happy horseshit started when me and my friends decided to fuck around with a Ouija board, which may or may not have invited a demon ghost into our household. And ever since then, bizarre shit just started happening to us left and right. And one of the first things that started to happen, one of these untold stories, if you will, was what I like to call
the disappearing goose figurines. Ha!
Now, first, it's important to note that my parents used to live in this duplex before Brewer and I did. And when they moved out and we moved in, my mom left a bunch of her shit behind. And a lot of this shit just so happened to be goose-themed for whatever reason. I don't know what her fucking fascination is with geese. But we had, like, goose tapestries up on the wall, fucking goose pictures hanging up in the kitchen. But it was these goddamn goose figurines in the living room that were the most peculiar. Because every so often, I'd come home from work, and one of them would be missing from the shelf. Now, where the hell would these little goose figurines go? Well, I'd find them in random-ass places all throughout the house. I'd find them sitting on the kitchen counter. I'd find them underneath the couch. Hell, sometimes I'd find them in the fucking fucking bathroom of all places. Now, at first, I thought it was just Brewer screwing with me. You know, trying to make me question my sanity and shit. You know how roommates do. That is until we both came home from Wendy's one day, and all the goddamn geese figurines are spread out on the floor all willy-nilly. Now, me personally, there was only two possible explanations for this. Either A, it's the demon ghost from the Ouija board, and it has an even weirder obsession with geese than my mom does, or B, there's some fucking Toy Story shit going on here, and the geese are alive. And to be honest, I don't know which one of those scenarios is worse. But I can tell you for the next few days, before I left for work, I tried to catch those geese in the act. I'd be standing in the doorway like, all right, I'm leaving the premises. If, these sentient goose figurines want to come to life and do Toy Story shit, now's the time to do it. Aha! Gotcha! God damn it, I'm onto you, geese. You hear me? I'm onto you and your goddamn Toy Story bullshit. Yeah, needless to say, we never figured out exactly what was going on, but disappearing goose figurines was the least of our problems compared to the second untold story. And this one's called
Mysterious Noises from the Bottom Part of the Duplex. Ah.
Alright, so this little occurrence happened just when things started to really hit the fucking fan. It was sometime between me seeing a shadow ghost fly across my ceiling and Brewer's ass trying to fistfight that fucking ghost when it was behind our Christmas tree. Somewhere on that timeline. And of course, it's in the middle of the night. I'm laying in bed trying to sleep, trying not to think about how fucking haunted our house is. And right when I'm about to fall asleep, I hear a noise coming from the downstairs apartment that sounds like somebody clapping their hands. Now, normally this wouldn't have been a problem. I mean, it's part of living in a duplex after all. You're gonna hear your downstairs neighbor from time to time. And if his ass wanted to give a round of applause at 2 o'clock in the morning for some arbitrary reason, well, it wasn't gonna be a big deal. But what was a big deal was that his ass had moved out of the duplex months ago. So if nobody's living in the downstairs apartment, who the hell is playing patty cake down there? So I crawled down on my hands and knees to the vent that's in my room to get a closer look, or listen, I suppose. And sure as shit, I can hear somebody clapping down there like they're at a fucking high school pep rally. Let's go. Now, what the hell is a girl supposed to do in this situation? Well, I'll tell you what I did. I decided to try to speak to whatever was down there. Hello? Hello? Now, in retrospect, this was stupid as hell. I mean, let's be honest. It's probably the fucking demon ghost down there. What could possibly be the best case scenario? It just waltzes over to the fucking vent and is like, oh, hi, it's me, the demon ghost. What, are we talking through the vents? You want to fucking tie a string to some aluminum cans and play telephone? Yeah, I don't know what the hell I was thinking, all right? But what I do know is that whatever was down there decided to reply to my ass. And the sound that I heard next is a little difficult to describe, but it kind of sounded like a fucking dog yawning. That's the closest thing that I could think of. It was like, no, that's not fucking right. That's not even close. Oh, fucking forget it. God damn it. It was a very uninviting, very unfriendly sound, all right? And after hearing that shit at 2 o'clock in the morning, you want to take a guess on what I did next? Well, if you guessed turned on all the lights in my room and hid underneath the covers like a little baby back bitch, you guessed correctly. Look, I don't care who you are. When you hear some shit like that in the middle of the night, you figure out your place in the world pretty damn quick. And if some demon ghosts want to play patty cake downstairs, well, my ass sure as hell ain't gonna get involved. As long as I'm upstairs and they stay downstairs, I'm totally fine with it. Well, of course, all of that would change with the untold story number 3, and we'll call this one
The Great Demons Standoff. Blah.
Alright, so this story starts out with Brewer deciding that he's going to get Del Taco one night. Now, I, of course, did not go with Brewer to Del Taco because, well, Del Taco sucks ass. It's like the fucking Kmart version of Taco Bell, right? And if Taco Bell already rips my asshole apart bad enough, imagine the damage a fucking generic version can do. No, thank you. So Brewer heads out to Del Taco, and I'm in my room watching TV. I got the whole house to myself. I'm having a good time. I'm watching fucking Three's Company on Nick at Night. It's a pretty good episode. That's it, John Ritter, I've had enough. I'm raising your rent. Well, Mr. Roper, if you raise my rent, I'm gonna have to raise my foot up your ass. Yeah, you tell his ass, John Ritter. To hell with that, Mr. Roper. Well, imagine my surprise when, like, 5 minutes after Brewer leaves, I hear the living room door open and shut. And at first I didn't think anything of it. I thought maybe Brewer just changed his mind and he said to hell with Del Taco. So I yell out from my bedroom, something like, oh, hey, what happened? You didn't feel like shitting yourself silly tonight? Brewer? And after I said that, well, wouldn't you know, my phone starts ringing. And yep, you guessed it, it's Brewer's ass calling me. Hey, the line at Del Taco is long as hell. I'm gonna go to Wendy's instead. Do you want anything? You're not in the house right now? No, dude, I just said I'm going to Wendy's. Now, do you want a junior bacon cheeseburger or what? I'm gonna have to call you back. I think there's a murderer in the house. So after hanging up the phone, my first instinct is to hit the mute button on my TV. I'll beat your ass silly, Mr. Roper. I'm not afraid to go to jail. And as soon as I do that, I hear footsteps walking down the hallway that stop right outside of my bedroom door. Now, I know some of you are sitting there watching this skeptical as fuck. And look, I get it. I don't care if you believe in Ouija boards or demon ghosts or fucking Patrick Swayze. All I'm saying is that I heard these goddamn footsteps, all right? I'm not bullshitting you. I was a Cub Scout as a kid, for Christ's sake. I took an oath of no bullshitting. It's the Scout motto. Now, most people have a fight or flight reaction when they're faced with a high-stress situation. Well, Well, not my ass, because I sat there frozen as fuck for like 14 minutes straight. I don't know what the hell's on the other side of that door. Is it a demon ghost? Is it an axe murderer? Is it a fucking crackhead with a sickle? I don't know what the hell it is. Well, eventually my brain kicks in and is like, hey, you stupid idiot, you gotta do something. You are missing the ending of Three's Company, for Christ's sake. Get a hold of yourself. So I approach my bedroom door, armed with nothing but my Magnavox TV remote. I'm trying to make my peace with God. My heart's beating fast as hell. Somewhere Brewer's in a fucking Wendy's drive-thru, not giving a shit about anything. I rip open the door, and to my surprise, there's a fucking goose figurine in the hallway. What the? Oh, it's just a goddamn Toy Story goose? And you might be sitting there watching this like, come on, a fucking goose? How anticlimactic. Well, listen here, you piece of shit. It was still freaky as hell. After hearing those footsteps, I wouldn't have been surprised if that goose figurine came to life and was like,
I am the devil. Prepare to die. Blah.
So, with all that being said, those are my untold stories of the haunted
Doesn't.
And if there's any lesson to be learned here, well, I think it should be
Don't fuck with the Ouija board.
devil with a fucking board game. Thanks for watching, everybody. Have a
Swear to God, that's crazy. Fuck that. I can't. Well, the thing is, but not. Oh, yeah. Phoenix.
For 8 long years, a woman.
Some son.
Okay, first of all, why didn't anyone tell me that if you have yeah? My bad. So I forgot. I didn't think about it. I'm home alone, and I thought someone called me, and I'm home alone. Melody. Maybe it was my cat, and she sounds like a human sometimes.
That was you, right? Right?
I think I'm crazy. I'm home alone. I'm hearing myself. I hear my own voice. I'm hearing my own voice. I'm telling you, bro. I hear my own... Listen. Listen. Bro, I'm bugging. Yo! 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 What the fuck? Yo! Who is it? Yo! I'm bugging out! What the fuck? Yo! That's my voice! What the fuck is going... What do you want? Who is it?
It's me, come on out.
What the fuck?
Open the door.
What the fuck? Oh my god. Leave me alone!
Check this out. Where's some of the real ones? Where's the real mimics? Like, they're like, what the fuck? Agent shit. Real shit. Horrible. This fucking place. It's just fucking terrible, bro. Walkers and mimics. I don't really want to see sports. I want to see. Where's the real shit time tonight? Fuck you, this shit is... Vampires. Real vampires.
Those are your live games.
Vampires have haunted us for eons. Stories of ogres, werewolves, dragons, yetis, giants, and other terrifying
They're all
creatures in
alien.
every culture and across all recorded time. And though societies rise and fall, it seems the tales of otherworldly creatures are harder to kill. One such creature is said to stalk the night, seeking any unfortunate souls upon which to feed, each victim providing the creature's immortal body with a dark sacrifice of blood. I am speaking, of course, of the vampire, a kind of undead leech, a species nearly indistinguishable from human, save for its cold, pale skin and enlarged canines. For hundreds of years, and perhaps even longer, people have lived in fear of these mythical shape-shifting monsters, or, alternatively, have been perversely fascinated by them. However incredible it may sound, I posit, dear listener, that vampires are not only based on truth, but walk among us even today. Indeed, they are real.
They do.
Now, I present the culmination of years of research into vampire lore, biology, anatomy, physiology, and behavior. For this brief time together, I ask you to lend me your ear as we dive deep into the disturbing biological reality of the vampire.
There's likely no discernible patient zero when it comes to the disease of vampirism. When asked, historians and theologians may point to Lilith or Lilitu, a figure in both Hebrew and Babylonian mythology. In both stories, nocturnal sanguivore, or blood-eating, is a common thread. As previously mentioned, the concept of the vampire is present in cultures around the world. The Strigoi in Russia, the Manananggal of the Philippines, the Jiangxi of China, the Caribbean Sokoyant. These monsters differ in many ways, but they share one common trait, a thirst for human blood. But it was the legends of 12th century Europe that truly cemented our modern conception of the vampire. It was this era that gave us many of the superstitions and traits we associate with vampires even today. Though, of course, Stoker's Dracula and Murnau's Nosferatu have been arguably even more influential in the modern era. Like many of you, for years I considered these myths of nocturnal, blood-sucking creatures to be nothing more than primitive fantasy, relics of bygone religions and the products of overactive imaginations. Then, many years ago, I was confronted with something I couldn't explain. A dear friend and colleague was attacked by cover of night, her blood drained from 2 small pricks in her neck, seemingly as she slept in her bed. Since that time, I sought her killer and stumbled upon a truth purposefully hidden for millennia. And though I haven't yet filled in all the gaps, I now believe that I have enough evidence to draw a conclusion. Vampires are not supernatural beings as the stories tell. They are as real as you or I, but as the result of a mutagenic virus, they possess abilities that I am only beginning to comprehend. I hope that you'll withhold your judgment as to my level of sanity for just a few moments longer. I will present to you now the findings it's taken me decades to compile. And thanks to some new colleagues, much of these findings are taken from first-hand observation and dissection. But before we can discuss the details of these creatures' design, we must first understand how their condition spreads. Contrary to popular thought, it is not a supernatural imbuing of life force, nor a selling of one's soul to the devil that causes the dark transformation into a vampire. It is in fact a lowly virus transmitted through bodily fluids, a mononegavirus with properties similar to rabies, mumps, and measles. Unlike most others, this insidious virus infects its host's cells via endocytosis, or full absorption, rather than a more aggressive injection into the cell, or outright cell destruction via lysis. Not content to target a single tissue type as other viruses do, the human vampiric virus, as I've come to call it, infects every living cell within the human body, with the exception.
And on top of that, when they touch you, skin and it something's wrong, and there's something wrong with their body, and they don't know what's wrong because the sweat from the skin. All they gotta do is touch you. Locked in, you're unable to be hypnotized. It's something that happens. Stop you from wanting to fight, and then
of red blood cells. This alone is frightening, but it doesn't stop there. HVV appears to alter its host cells in a uniquely insidious manner, allowing them to continue normal processes, such as regenerating their membranes, while also hijacking them in order to produce its own virus clones. In short, while cells are infected and altered, they are not destroyed, a trait that makes the virus immensely successful. Adding to this success is a staggeringly
these like children. Children, they love up the kid, up to them. Tortured. nations and adrenaline, and also reverses their aging. Rich people do that shit with blood drinking. Child. Vampires.
Rapid replication cycle. Infection of the thyroid gland initially increases the speed of metabolic processes throughout the body, and the virus's incubation period is a nearly unprecedentedly brief 6 to 12 hours. Once incubation is complete, victims of HVV begin to manifest an array of symptoms not unlike the common flu: headache, fever, chills, as well as the effects of the aforementioned
basically die.
Rapid heart rate, severe thirst, excessive sweating, and frequent urination have all been observed. These symptoms generally last another 6 to 12 hours. But while these particular effects are disturbing, they are by no means unique to HVV. 12 to 24 hours after these symptoms first appear, however, the victim will slip into what I term a vampiric coma, and it is this state of active unconsciousness that begins the true transformation. If the victim lives through this extraordinarily taxing process, they will awaken an entirely different creature. When Bram Stoker set out to write one of the most influential pieces of Gothic horror to date, he likely had little idea what an undertaking it would be. With an ensemble of fleshed-out characters and a world rich in history and lore, at times he likely felt as overwhelmed as many modern novelists, world-builders, and even dungeon masters do. If only he had access to World Anvil. With World Anvil, even the most complex world-building is a breeze. With its robust tools, you can write up detailed accounts for each of your
and the victim almost universally awakens at night. The coma itself is certainly not a peaceful slumber. With the aforementioned symptoms, the victim appears to be in a kind of unconscious agony. It's little wonder why this is. The body undergoes numerous anatomical and physiological changes in a very short amount of time. Based on my own observations, pulse and breathing become erratic.
The pupils dilate, the skin sweats profusely, and significant
Die.
blood is lost.
Well,
At the end of the
people
coma, the victim
die,
appears to
they
be
don't.
calm, and they
They're not able to
dead.
fully
There's no
transform.
doubt that some unfortunate
99% of people
buried this way, but the victim
process die.
the vampiric coma. In elderly and very young victims, mortality
If
is
they
very
do.
high, with a majority of survivors being aged between 18 and 35 years. Many outside this range simply never wake up. For those that do survive, however, the changes are unmistakable. Victims often undergo a kind of acclimation period characterized by confusion and paranoia, along with the physical effects of thirst,
Looking at you.
and malnutrition. But this state doesn't last long. Within a day, the first signs of sanguivore manifest, and these newly transformed vampires are a danger to anyone close to them. The mutagenic changes wrought by this pernicious virus are largely complete within a week, and by then the virus enters a dormancy, only to be reawakened by severe stress or injury, or when it has entered the bloodstream of a new victim. By now, you're probably wondering just what these changes are. We will now move on to that exact subject, and I thank you for listening this far. Though the exact mechanisms are as yet unknown to me, I believe that the virus works in essence by a process known as horizontal gene transfer. This phenomenon isn't unheard of in nature. For example, the genes that facilitate stinger growth in certain cnidarians appears to have been incorporated from the genome of a foreign bacteria. What is clear, even to the outside observer, is that by the end of their transformation, vampires exhibit elongated, gracile extremities, extended mandibles, and numerous other anatomical and physiological changes. It is my intent to publish a deeper analysis of each facet of these changes, but since our time is short, I must be succinct. Some of the less obvious changes, at least to the outside observer, occur in the vampiric brain. There appears to be a reduction in serotonin levels which would normally temper urges. Neural pathways associated with dopamine and endorphin release are strengthened, specifically in response to feeding. For this reason, for the vampire, drinking blood is an intensely pleasurable act. Circadian rhythms are also reversed in vampires to allow for their newly nocturnal biology, but that's only the tip of this proverbial iceberg. The vampire amygdala is hypertrophied, roughly 7% larger than in the uninfected, and the visual cortex is a staggering 13% larger. Synaptic interconnections between the anterior cingulate gyrus and the rest of the brain are much lower than normal, almost as if the core of the brain is being isolated from the neocortex. Furthermore, the corpus callosum is 20% larger in vampires than in humans, resulting in a near instantaneous communication between hemispheres. Finally, interneuron density and cortical folding and lamination far exceed normal parameters, particularly in the visual cortex. In short, vampires are omnisavants, with pattern recognition abilities and intelligence far beyond ordinary human capabilities. The enlarged amygdala also seems to facilitate vampires a level of perception that borders on precognition. On the other hand, likely partly because of this, vampires are much more prone to obsessive habits, such as rearranging and counting objects. Additionally, vampire motor nerve axons are nearly twice as thick as a normal human's, resulting in lightning-fast reflexes. Paired with their extraordinary perception, it's no wonder why our ancestors conferred supernatural powers on the infected. Sight is an additional highly affected sense. Upon awakening from their coma, the vampire's irises are visibly hyperdilated to the point where they appear almost entirely black. Increased reflectivity causes the irises to shimmer even in faint light, similar to the tapetum lucidum found in many nocturnal animals. In my testing, I've also determined
exactly what I just said.
Chromatic vision. While we humans only have 3 types of cone in our eye, vampires have 4, the 4th being tuned to near infrared. All of this gives the vampire vastly superior night vision, though at the cost of severe sensitivity to light. This seems as good a time as any to bring up a common mythos surrounding vampires, a severe aversion to crucifixes. Since ancient times,
they're not afraid of light. But afraid of light and burning in light is just spreading the idea. Daytime, we're safe. Really, they're not.
Vampires have been thought of as a kind of evil spirit, a concept solidified in the Middle Ages. Of course, the greatest threat to any dark entity is the cross of Christ. But as we've seen, the vampire condition is not supernatural. Is there any legitimacy to this bit of lore? Let me explain with a bit of context. Our eyes contain arrays of specialized receptor cells. Some only activate when they see light and shadow in conjunction. Some activate only when they see horizontal lines, horizons, and so on. In vampires, the receptors that respond to horizontal lines are cross-wired with those that respond to vertical ones. When both sets of receptors are fired simultaneously in a very specific way, that is, when intersecting right angles occupy more than 30 degrees of visual arc, positive feedback seems to generate a neuroelectrical overload in the visual cortex. This overload can lead to violent seizures, though in my testing, only in specific situations. When the virus first appeared, likely millennia ago, this glitch caused few problems for vampires. After all, right angles seldom appear in nature, and Euclidean architecture was likely millennia in the future. It seems probable that once humans began constructing buildings, vampires found it difficult to cope. With humans virtually protected by simple geometry, it's possible that the vampiric plague went into remission. In more modern times, however, I believe that HVV is making a resurgence. How is this possible, given the modern ubiquity of right angles? Again, I must reference my own testing. It appears that vampires have developed the ability to selectively focus, keeping certain elements in the background of their vision. In several individuals brought to me, right angles only presented a visual overload when it was thrust into their direct, forward field of vision, and even then, only in well-lit conditions. In short, the so-called crucifix glitch is no myth. There are, however, many actual myths associated with vampires, which I will discuss shortly. But of course, vampires...
So with the garlic, that was a myth too. Garlic thins your blood. Oh, vampires hate garlic. That was the thing that they put out that people would believe. Said, oh, garlic in the blood or whatever. That's like seasoning for them. They want you to put garlic and eat natural blood thinner so that latch onto your ass, grab that shit, you know what I'm saying? They suck the blood out like this. Or like a that was a myth. They misinformation. Put the misinformation. Garlic's gonna save you, that's just gonna attract them more. Gonna draw them into you.
Heightened senses aren't only limited to sight. Hypertrophic cerebral...
Then, said something about the senses. Smell is very important. Flowers, believe it or not, keeps them away. A certain type of flower was called, but a certain flower house from flowers in general have lots of flowers.
Neurons and additional receptor cells dramatically increase hearing range, and the same is true of smell. Unfortunately for their human victims, hiding from a vampire is nearly impossible. Some of the more impressive changes occur in the more visible aspects of vampire anatomy. For one, muscular composition is drastically altered during the vampiric coma. Human muscles are made up of two main types of fiber, fast twitch and slow twitch, at a ratio of about 50-50. In vampires, an astounding 90% of their fibers are the fast twitch variety. This, along with a significant increase in myoglobin and mitochondria, which allows for a greater amount of activity without lactic acid buildup, and elevated intracellular ATP, means that vampires are not only frighteningly fast and strong, they are nearly inexhaustible. Interestingly, the heart is one muscle that is not strengthened after the change. It is, in fact, the exact opposite. The vampire circulatory system undergoes a complete inversion as the heart ceases to beat. Instead, blood is pumped via the contraction of skeletal muscles.
The muscles, yes, that is very true. Their heart stops beating. But what pumps the blood through the body is the muscles. Muscles is what's blood all the way through. Not all about that. Why they're like to the touch. Blood through their body.
From disuse. While at rest, involuntary spasms known as fasciculations take place in the limbs and emanate from the furthest extremities inward, similar to the wave-like peristalsis of the GI tract. As a result, hand tremors can be a dead giveaway for a disguised vampire. But along with their teeth, one of the most obvious indicators of vampiric infection is their skin. Around 3 days after awakening from their coma, blood circulation begins to slow, especially in the epidermal capillaries. At the same time, capillaries in the core begin to proliferate, drawing blood away from the skin and into the trunk, giving vampires a signature sickly and almost ghostly pallor. Thinner areas of skin, such as the eye sockets, lids, and lips, are the first to be affected by these changes. To disguise themselves, vampires will often cover as much skin as possible with clothing, and apply thick makeup to the rest. Now the time has come to speak of arguably the most disturbing aspect
they wear the masks.
The diet of blood. Digestion begins in the mouth, as they say, and vampires aren't so different. In most other respects, however, they are much more similar to the vampire bat, an animal whose insect parasites, I hypothesized, may have been the original source of the virus. Of course, we can go no further without discussing the vampire's characteristic teeth. During the latter half of the vampiric coma, both the upper and lower eye teeth experience extremely rapid growth. Produced inside the pulp, it appears that specialized ameloblasts travel through the narrow pores of the dentin and crown, and upon reaching the surface will deposit additional enamel onto its tip, creating a sharp fang. As a vampire ages, fluid loss causes a noticeable recession of the gums, making the teeth appear longer. This process bestows the iconic enlarged canine upon its hosts, but they're certainly not for show. Upon locating a slumbering victim, vampires will use their sharp canines to make an incision in the skin, ideally over a major vessel. Believe it or not, their saliva contains an anticoagulant called draculin, a glycoprotein also found in the saliva of vampire bats. Once blood is flowing freely, they begin to feed, using a groove in their tongue as a kind of siphon. An additional salivary constituent causes an anesthetic effect in the victim, keeping them inert until blood loss overcomes them. At this point, you're likely wondering exactly how a human-adjacent being can subsist solely on blood. For that matter, what benefit could eating blood have for a previously human organism? I will attempt to address these very valid questions. First, I have discovered that a side effect of the virus is the loss of the ability to synthesize PCDH-Y, a protein responsible for certain aspects of central nervous system development. Since this protein only occurs in hominids, human prey is an essential component of the vampire diet. Without it, they are unable to sustain their enhanced nervous systems, which causes a loop of viral reactivation from which there is no recovery. The ability to extract PCDH-Y from human blood is a hallmark ability of vampiric digestion, but there is much more. It goes without saying that blood is not a viable food source for an ordinary human. To adapt to this need, vampires undergo severe and drastic changes to both the form and function of their digestive system. For one, the entire system is reduced in vampires. The stomach atrophies and large portions of the intestines are shortened. Most impressive, however, is the alteration of the microbiome of the gut. Over a period of years, though the exact number is as yet unknown to me, the gut becomes host to a variety of immune-supporting bacteria, a kind of symbiosis that is facilitated, I believe, by changes to the vampire genome resulting from the HV virus. This, paired with what appears to be an enhanced resistance to prionic diseases, makes the vampire virtually immune to bloodborne diseases and bacteria. Additionally, the vampire digestive system is able to assimilate the high levels of iron found in blood, and is able to process its high levels of nitrogen waste. But then, there is the problem of volume. Human bodies generally contain about 5 to 6 liters of blood, while the vampire stomach holds only about 1.5 liters. As a result, the popular notion of a vampire draining a victim of all his or her blood is functionally impossible, unless the feeding takes place over several hours. And in fact, this is exactly what occurs, but not only because of limited stomach capacity. In order to cope with the excess nitrogen, vampires must take frequent breaks to urinate. Furthermore, the resulting urine gives off an extremely pungent, ammonia-based odor. At this point, we've discussed much of the changes that occur during the transformation from human into vampire, but you may have picked up on another fundamental problem. If the virus is transmitted via body fluid, and if vampires prey on humans, then it would stand to reason that eventually humans would be eradicated, leaving vampires with no remaining food source. Paradoxically, it is the virus's inability to infect certain humans that has led to its continued existence. Through some unconventional testing methods, I have determined that a significant portion of the population, though more testing will be necessary to determine just how significant, is effectively immune to HVV. These immune hosts will produce antibodies as soon as they start showing symptoms, whereas normally it can take days or weeks for the bodies to produce antibodies for a new infection. The one exception to this rule is natural antibodies, which are believed to be the result of microbes native to the body since birth. By default, this limits the spread of HVV. But even among those who are susceptible to the virus, vampires have a solution to the problem of overhunting. Blood tests indicate that vampires have elevated levels of leuencephalin, a peptide partially responsible.
Yeah, they do over back in ancient times. Hibernate. Hibernate, bond, trees, back, populate the earth again. Vampires would be folklore. 500 years ago, there was vampires. Like stories. They come back out, they wake up, they come back out, they start hunting. But now the problem is, in modern day times, there's so much. They're out everywhere. That's what I believe.
For inducing hibernation in animals like bears and squirrels.
Hibernation, look at that.
Vampires are able to enter a kind of suspended animation for extended periods.
Exactly what I just said is crazy.
The limits of this ability, I hypothesize that by awakening every few years only briefly to feed, a vampire could remain essentially dormant for hundreds of years. This extended hibernation not only allows the vampire to survive when resources are scarce or competition is fierce.
Rules, they age both ways. They get older and older, they start to look like Nosferatu. Monster. Age in reverse. Could be thing with children. Children basically reverse aging back to like child again. There could be a picture of a child. Person. That child is actually older than the person. Especially if the child has like gray hair. The child has like gray hair. It's like Benjamin Button, but if Benjamin Button can age both ways. Something in the human body that allows them to like. We all seen the stuff that's been coming out about like one doctor. He the blood from his teenage takes the plasma from his son and injects his blood inside of him. First is aging and basically body like the body of like a 19-year-old or he is like 50 something, damn near 60 years old, and he's a doctor. Got muscles and he's big foreskin and they fucking rub it on their faces and it de-ages them and shit. Something to do with children, especially like aborted fetuses, stuff like that, is literally reverses their aging in children.
It also gives their prey an opportunity to repopulate, and with a species
repopulate. Wow, I just said
that. The better. In fact, even when resources are plentiful, this hibernation period may be required, as the transfer of food energy between trophic levels is very inefficient. But even with the ability to hibernate, how is it possible for vampires to live for so long?
And on top of that, in modern day, They find people willing to give them blood. Failures. Tired. Blood and put in the refrigerator, then wine or something like that, and they mix the blood. Regulate. Fine, and that's the best way to blood. They've been doing it modern day times. People willing to give them blood instead of them outwardly killing people and drinking their blood. Find somebody out here, yeah. Fire, tell them the truth. I'm a vampire. Everybody, but I don't want to do that. But come here once a week, twice a week. That, and I believe like a lot of these like donation places, plasma or blood banks, a lot of that blood is like being stockpiled up. The famous, the real vampire, packing up as much blood as they humanly possibly can before the Great Reset. I don't know what the Great Reset is. Populate the Earth, manageable, basically keep us as cattle. They'll go hide in their little bunkers underground while everybody dies, and the survivors on the surface of the Earth, and come back above ground, bunkers. These people got tanks, helicopters, and jets underground, and private army, and all that stuff. Got all the guns and weapons while everybody else is above 5, and then next thing you know, like, hey, that everybody's dead and gone, and there's only survivors. Start the farm, Everybody just happy enough, have complete total control. That way they can monitor blood. That's what I believe is what's going on. A lot of these like vampires and it has a lot to do with like the aliens. A lot going on, guys. A lot going on, and probably nobody's even watching me talking about this shit. Something to think about.
Hundreds of years in some purported cases, it appears that vampires are able to ward off the DNA damage that occurs during cell division in normal humans. In humans, the protective caps on the end of chromosomes, known as telomeres, become chewed up over time, but not in vampires. This is due to increased production of telomerase, an enzyme that adds DNA sequence repeats. In addition, it appears that higher levels of the antioxidant enzyme catalase protect the cells from free radicals and ambient radiation, preventing oxidative and ionization damage to the DNA. In short, it seems that vampire physiology is virtually immune to the damaging effects that lead to aging. Having stuck with me this long, your mind is likely still filled with questions, perhaps related to common perceptions of vampires found in the media. Namely, whether vampires combust when exposed to sunlight, are repelled by garlic, are able to shapeshift, do not reflect in mirrors, or cannot enter a house uninvited. In the interest of time, I will summarize briefly. None of these are true of vampires. They are likely derived from a grain of truth, but being passed down through the centuries, the reality has become distorted. Sensory sensitivity to light became deadly. Superior reflexes became flight, or the ability to turn into a bat. The ability to blend into the shadows via crypsis became non-reflectivity, and aversion to right angles became the inability to cross the threshold of a home. The garlic thing is pure fiction.
And so, my dear listeners, once again, thank you for listening to my finding.
Yes.
vampires is different, maybe the worst kind. The soul gets stuck in the body. Can't rejoin the ancestors.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're finally going to take a look at the movie, Sinners. I had no idea what to expect going into this movie, and honestly, it exceeded all my expectations. This, along with the 2024 Nosferatu, are two of the best vampire movies I've seen in years. In this video, I'm going to explain what happens in Sinners, so spoiler alert. But we're also going to be focusing on the vampires, and finding out everything we can about them. How old could these vampires be? What do they want with Sammy, and more. Without further ado, let's get into Sinners.
The Queen of the Damned is one of my favorite books from Anne.
This video.
From the shadows of a forgotten crypt he awakens, ancient, cursed, reborn in blood. For 100 years, the world has slept safely under the illusion that the darkness was gone. But now, the silence is broken. His crimson eyes open, burning with centuries of rage and sorrow. The stone cracks beneath his feet as the air thickens.
Shut up, bitch. That in the slot. About one viewer. Watching, guys. Seven hours. Alright guys, thanks for watching. Better get some rest. I'll be streaming on today. Try to figure out this.